They have a look in their eyes, a look that seeks the absolute. The one has the entire heavens in his eyes, the other, however enigmatic, still harbors beneath his brow the pale gleam of the infinite. Whatever he may do, venerate anyone who has this sign, the starry eye. The dark eye is the other sign. Therein is the beginning of evil. In the presence of anyone with unseeing eyes, reflect and tremble. The social order has its dark minors. There is a point where delving deeper means entombment, and light is quenched. Beneath all these minds we have just described, beneath all these galleries, beneath this whole vast vein-like subterranean network of progress and utopia, much further down in the earth, deeper than Marat, deeper than Babeuf, deeper, much deeper, and without any connection with the upper levels, is the last tunnel. A terrible place. This is what we have called the third level down. It is the pit of darkness. It is the cavern of the blind. Inferi star. It connects directly with the abyss. 2. The lowest depths. Their disinterestedness vanishes. The demon begins to take on some sort of shape. Every man for himself. The eyeless ego howls, fumbles, gropes, gnaws. Society's Ugolino is in this pit. The savage figures prowling in this gulf, near beasts, near phantoms, are not concerned with universal progress. The concept and the word are unknown to them. They care only for individual gratification. They are barely conscious, and there is inside them a kind of terrifying blankness. They have two mothers, both stepmothers, ignorance and destitution. They have a guide, necessity, and an appetite for every type of indulgence. They are brutally voracious, that is to say, ravenous, not tyrant-like but tiger-like. These larvae move on from suffering to crime, inevitable progression, dizzying development, the logic of darkness. What creeps about in society's third level down is no longer the stifled claim to the absolute, it is the protest of matter. Man becomes dragon here. Going hungry, being thirsty, that is the starting point. Embodying Satan, that is where it ends. Out of this cavern comes Lacenaire. We have just seen, in Book 4, one of the chambers of the upper mine, of the great political, revolutionary and philosophical tunnel. There, as we have just said, everything is noble, honorable, admirable, honest. There, certainly, mistakes might be made, mistakes are made, but so much heroism is involved, any erring is to be respected. All the work done there has a name, progress. The moment has come to take a glimpse at other depths, hideous depths. Let us say it again, underlying society there is, and there will be until the day ignorance is dispelled, the great cavern that is evil. This cave underlies all others and is the foe of all. It is hatred without exception. This cave knows no philosophers. Its dagger has never fashioned a quill. Its blackness has nothing to do with the sublime blackness of the inkwell. Never have the fingers of night that tense beneath the suffocating ceiling leafed through a book or opened a newspaper. To Cartouche, Babeuf is an exploiter. To Schinderhannes, Marat is an aristocrat. The object of this cave is the destruction of everything. Everything. Including the upper tunnels, which it abhors. In its hideous busyness it not only undermines the present social order, it undermines philosophy, it undermines science, it undermines law, human thought, civilization, revolution, progress. It is called quite simply theft, prostitution, murder, assassination. It is darkness and it wants chaos. Its vault is shaped by ignorance. All the others, those above, have but one object, to do away with it. It is towards this end that philosophy and progress strive by employing in unison every means at their disposal, by improving reality as well as by contemplating the absolute. Destroy the mine of ignorance, and you destroy the underminer, crime. To put in a few words some of what we have been writing about, the only social peril is darkness.
Humanity is of one kind. All men are of the same clay. With no difference, here below at least, in their predetermined fate. The same obscurity before, the same flesh during, the same dust afterwards. But ignorance mingled with the stuff of humankind blackens it. This incurable blackness spreads inside man and there becomes evil. 3. Babet, Guillemer, Claquus, and Montparnasse. From 1830 to 1835 a gang of 4 ruffians, Claquus, Guillemer, Babet and Montparnasse, ruled Paris's third level down. Guillemer was a lowlife Hercules. His retreat was the Archimerian sewer. He was 6 feet tall with pectorals of marble, biceps of steel, a massive chest cavity, the torso of a colossus, a bird-like head. He looked like the Farnese Hercules dressed in twill trousers and a velveteen waistcoat. Being of such a sculptural build, Guillemer might have subdued monsters, but had found it more expedient to be one. A low brow, broad temples, crow's feet though not yet 40, short wiry hair, bristly cheeks, bearded like a wild boar, you can just picture the man. His muscles cried out for work, his stupidity would have none of it. This was a huge idle strength. He was a murderer through indolence. He was thought to be Creole. He had probably had some involvement in the attack on Marshal Brune, having been a porter at Avignon in 1815. With that training, he turned bandit. Babet's slightness contrasted with Guillemer's bulk. Babet was lean and canny. He was transparent but impenetrable. You could see daylight through his bones but nothing in his eyes. He declared himself a chemist. He had been a clown with Babèche and a mountebank with Bobino. He had played in vaudeville at Estamihil. He was a man with designs, a fine talker, who underlined his smiles and put quotation marks around his gestures. He contrived to make a living as a street vendor, selling plaster busts and portraits of the head of state. He also pulled teeth. He had been a showman of freaks at fairs and had his own booth, with trumpet, and this poster: Babet, dentistry artist, member of the academies, conducts physical experiments on metals and metalloids, extracts teeth, tackles stumps abandoned by fellow practitioners. Price: 1 tooth, 1 franc 50 centimes. 2 teeth, 2 francs. 3 teeth, 2 francs 50. Take advantage of this bargain. Take advantage of this bargain meant have as many pulled out as possible. He had been married and had children. He did not know what had become of his wife and offspring. He had lost them the way a person loses a handkerchief. A rare exception in the shady world to which he belonged, Babet read the newspapers. Once, in the days when he had his family with him in his traveling booth, he read in Le Messager that a woman had just given birth to a viable infant with the muzzle of a calf, and he exclaimed, "That's worth a fortune. My wife wouldn't have the wit to give me a child like that." He had since left all that behind him in order to take on Paris. His expression. What was Claquus? He was night. He would wait until the sky had painted itself black before making an appearance. In the evening he would come out of some hole, which he would return to before daylight. Where was this hole? No one knew. In the pitch dark, he spoke to his accomplices only with his back turned to them. Was his name Claquus? No. He would say, "My name is not at all." If a candle was produced, he put on a mask. He was a ventriloquist. Babet used to say, Claquus is a nocturne for 2 voices. Claquus was elusive, vagrant, terrible. No one was sure whether he had a name, Claquus being a nickname. No one was sure whether he had a voice, as his belly spoke more often than his mouth. No one was sure whether he had a face, as only his mask had ever been seen. He would vanish like a ghost, and seem to appear out of the ground. A lugubrious creature was Montparnasse. Montparnasse was a child, not 20 years of age, with an attractive face, lips like cherries, splendid black hair, the brightness of spring in his eyes. He had every vice and aspired to every crime. A diet of wickedness gave him an appetite for worse. He was the gamin turned lout, and the lout turned murderous robber. He was good-looking, effeminate, graceful, strong, languid, ferocious. He wore the brim of his hat turned up on the left to accommodate the tuft of hair in the fashionable style of 1829. He lived by robbery with violence. His frock coat was of the best cut, but threadbare. Montparnasse was a fashion plate, living in poverty and committing murder. The cause of all this adolescent's crimes was the desire to be well dressed. The first young working girl who told him he was handsome had cast the stain of darkness on his heart and had made a Cain of this Abel. Discovering he was good-looking, he wanted to be elegant. Now, the height of elegance is idleness. A poor man's idleness is crime. Few prowlers were so dreaded as Montparnasse. At 18 he already had several killings behind him. More than one passerby had lain in the shadow of this wretch, with arms outstretched, his face in a pool of blood. Curled, pomaded, nipped in at the waist, with a woman's hips, the chest and shoulders of a Prussian officer, murmured admiration from the boulevard trollops around him, cravat deftly knotted, a cudgel in his pocket, a flower in his buttonhole, such was this death-dealing dandy. 4. The makeup of the gang. These four ruffians formed a kind of Proteus, snaking through the police and striving to escape Wittek's inquisitive gaze under various guises, as tree, flame, fountain, asterisk, swapping names and trading tricks, hiding in their own shadows, secret keepers and asylums to each other, shedding their personalities as another would remove a false nose at a masked ball, sometimes so shrinking themselves as to be one sole individual, sometimes so multiplying themselves that Coco Liqueur himself mistook them for a throng. These four men were not four men. They were a kind of mysterious four-headed robber operating all over Paris. They were the monstrous polyp of evil dwelling in society's crypt. Thanks to their widespread coverage and their underlying network of contacts, Babet, Guillemer, Claquous and Montparnasse held the exclusive contract for premeditated attacks in the department of the Seine. They perpetrated on the passer-by the underworld coup d'état. The men of nocturnal imagination who dreamed up these schemes came to them to have them carried out, supplying the four ruffians with a skeleton plot, which the latter took charge of staging. They worked from a synopsis. They were always in a position to provide the right personnel for any crime in need of a helping hand, and sufficiently lucrative. If there was some villainy afoot seeking manpower, they would subcontract their accomplices to it. They had a troupe of shady actors available for every underworld drama. They usually assembled at nightfall, their waking hour, on the flats by La Salpêtrière. There they conferred. They had the 12 hours of darkness before them. They settled on the use to be made of them. Patron Manette was the name given in underworld circles to the fellowship of these four men. In the fanciful popular parlance of old, which is dying out day by day, Patron Manette means morning, just as Entrée Chieniti Lou * means evening. Patron Manette were probably so called because this was the time when their work ended, dawn being the moment when ghosts vanish and villains go their separate ways. These four men were known by this designation. When the assize judge visited Lacenaire in prison, he questioned him about some misdeed that Lacenaire denied. "Who did it, then?" asked the judge. Lacenaire gave the following reply, puzzling to the magistrate but clear to the police: perhaps it was Patron Manette. You can sometimes tell what a play is like from the cast of characters. Similarly, a gang can almost be appraised from the list of its members. These are the names, for such names survive in special reports, to which the principal associates of Patron Manette answered. Panchaud, alias Printanier, alias Bigrenail. Brujan. There was a Brujan dynasty. We may return to them later. Boulatruelle, the road mender who has already made a brief appearance. La Veuve. Finisterre. Homer Hogu, a Negro. Mar de Soir. Depeche. Fauntleroy, alias Bouquetier. Glorieux, a freed felon. Barracaras, alias Monsieur Dupont. L'Esplanade du Sud. Pausagrive. Carmagnolet. Cruidaniers, alias Bizarro. Manga Duntel. Les Pites en l'air. Demi-Liard, alias Dumilliards. Etc., etc. There are others no worse that we could mention, these names have faces. They refer not merely to individuals but to types. Each of these names corresponds to a variety of those monstrous fungi found on the underside of civilization. Not very keen on showing their faces, these individuals were not the kind of men to be seen out in the street. Exhausted by their nights of violence, during the day they would go off and sleep, sometimes in the limekilns, sometimes in the abandoned quarries of Montmartre or Montrouge, sometimes in the sewers. They went to ground. What has become of these men? They still exist. They have always existed. Horace speaks of them, ambubiarum collegia, pharmacopoly, mendici, mimi. And as long as society is what it is, they will be what they are. Under the dark roof of their cellars they are forever being reborn of society's oozing slime. They keep returning, these ever-identical specters, only they no longer have the same name and are no longer inside the same skin. Though individuals are extirpated, the tribe lives on. They retain the same abilities. From swindler to prowler, the race remains pure. They can detect purses in pockets, they have a nose for watches in fobs. For them, gold and silver have a smell. There are unsuspecting bourgeois citizens who might be said to look like easy pickings. These men patiently pursue these innocents. At the passing of a stranger or of someone from the country they quiver like spiders. Run into these men or catch a glimpse of them around midnight on a deserted boulevard, and they are terrifying. They seem to be not men, but forms made of living mist. They look as if they are usually at one with the shadows, are indistinct from them, have no other soul but the gloom, and it is only momentarily, for the purpose of living a monstrous life for a few minutes, that they have broken out of the darkness. What is needed to make these noxious spirits disappear? Light. Floods of light. No bat withstands the dawn. Illuminate society's underside. Book 8. The Villainous Pauper. Looking for a girl in a hat, Marius encounters a man in a cap. Summer passed, then autumn. Winter came. Neither Monsieur Leblanc nor the girl had set foot again in the Luxembourg Gardens. Marius now had only one thought, to see that sweet and adorable face once more. He kept searching, he searched everywhere. He found nothing. He was no longer Marius the impassioned dreamer, the man of resolve, ardent and steadfast, the bold challenger of destiny, the future-building intellectual, the youthful mind with so many plans, projects, ideas, so much pride and determination. He was a stray dog. He fell into a dark dejection. It was all over. Work was tedious to him, walking tired him. The vastness of nature, once so manifold, so full of brightness, voices, wise counsels, perspectives, horizons, lessons, now lay desolate before him. It seemed to him everything was gone. He was still a thinker, for he could not be otherwise, but he no longer took pleasure in his thoughts. To all their incessant whispered suggestions he replied gloomily, "What's the use?" He reproached himself endlessly. Why did I follow her? I was so happy just to see her. She looked at me. Wasn't that wonderful? She appeared to love me. Wasn't that everything? What more did I want? After that, there's nothing else. I've been absurd. It's my fault, etc.,
etc. Courfeyrac, in whom he confided nothing, that was his nature, but who more or less guessed everything, and that was his nature, began by congratulating him on being in love, to Courfeyrac's great astonishment, it has to be said. Then, seeing Marius in this melancholy, he eventually said to him, "I see that you are after all only human. Look, come to La Chaumière." Once, trusting in some lovely September sunshine, Marius allowed himself to be taken along by Courfeyrac, Bossuet and Grantaire to the public dance at Sceaux, hoping, what a pipe dream, that he might perhaps find her there. He did not, of course, see the girl he was looking for. Yet this is the place where all lost women are to be found, Grantaire grumbled privately. Marius left his friends at the dance and walked home alone, weary, feverish, his eyes blurred and sad in the dark, stunned by the noise and dust of the cheerful charabancs overtaking him, full of people singing on their way back from the festivities, feeling downhearted and, to clear his head, breathing in the pungent smell of the walnut trees along the road. He reverted to living more and more alone, distraught, disconsolate, totally obsessed with his inner anguish, pacing back and forth in his pain like a wolf in a trap, looking everywhere for the girl who was gone, besotted with love. Another time, he had a chance encounter that made a curious impression on him. In the little streets around Boulevard des Invalides he passed a man dressed as a worker, in a long peaked cap with locks of very white hair showing beneath it. Marius was struck by the magnificence of this white hair, and studied the man, who was walking slowly and as though lost in painful reflection. Strange to say, he thought he recognized Monsieur Leblanc. It was the same hair, the same profile, and so as far as it could be seen under the cap, the same bearing, only sadder. But why these working man's clothes? What did this mean? What did this disguise signify? Marius was very surprised. When he recovered, his first impulse was to follow the man. Who was to know whether he might not at last have picked up the trail he had been seeking? In any case, he must get a closer look at the man and clear up the mystery. But he thought of this too late, the man was not there anymore. He had already turned into some little side street and Marius was unable to find him. This encounter preoccupied him for several days, then faded from his mind. After all, he said to himself, it was probably just someone who looked like him. 2. A find. Marius was still living in the Gorbeau tenement. He paid no attention to anyone there. As a matter of fact, during that period there were no other inhabitants in the house except for himself and those Jondrettes whose rent he had once paid without ever having spoken to father, mother, or daughters. The other lodgers had moved away or died, or had been evicted for not paying the rent. One day that winter the sun appeared briefly in the afternoon, but it was the 2nd of February, Candlemas, according to ancient tradition the day whose treacherous sun, harbinger of 6 weeks' cold weather, inspired in Matthew Lensberg these two lines, still rightly regarded as classic. A glimpse or a glimmer of sun and the bear goes back to its den. Marius had just emerged from his. Night was falling. It was time to go for his evening meal, for alas, it could not be helped, he had started eating again. Oh, the frailties of ideal passions! He had just come out of his room, and Mame Bougon was at that very moment sweeping the doorstep and delivering this memorable monologue, "What's cheap right now? Everything's expensive. Hardship's the only thing that comes cheap. You can get it for nothing, hardship." Marius slowly made his way up the boulevard towards the toll gate, to get to Rue Estijac. He walked along, lost in thought and with his head bowed. All of a sudden someone bumped into him in the fog. He turned round and saw two young girls dressed in rags, one tall and thin, the other a little shorter, rushing along breathlessly, in a fright, and looking as if they were running away. They were coming towards him, had not seen him, and collided with him as they passed. Marius could discern in the twilight their pallid faces, disheveled heads, thin hair, hideous bonnets, tattered skirts and bare feet. They were talking to each other as they ran.
The taller one said in a very low voice. The bashers came along. They almost got me cornered. The other replied, I saw them. I scarpered.
Marius understood from this unlovely argot that gendarmes or the police had almost caught these two children, and that the children had escaped. They dived under the trees of the boulevard behind him, and there for a few instants appeared like a white blob in the dusk, then disappeared. Marius had stopped for a moment. He was about to continue on his way when he noticed a little grayish bundle on the ground at his feet. He bent and picked it up. It was some sort of envelope that looked as if it had papers inside it. Well now, he said, those poor girls must have dropped it. He retraced his steps, he called out, he could not find them. He thought they were already far away, put the package in his pocket and went off to eat. On his way he saw in an alley off Rue Mouffetard a child's coffin covered with a black cloth, resting on 3 chairs and lit by a single candle. The 2 girls in the twilight came back into his mind. Poor mothers, he thought. There's one thing sadder than seeing your children die, it's seeing them lead a bad life. Then these shadows that brought variety to his sadness slipped from his mind, and he lapsed into his usual preoccupations. He fell to thinking again about his 6 months of love and happiness in the open air, in the bright daylight beneath the beautiful trees of the Luxembourg Gardens. How bleak my life has become, he said to himself. Young girls keep appearing before me. Only, before they were angels and now they're ghouls. 3. Quadrafrons asterisk. That evening, as he was undressing for bed, his hand happened to feel in his coat pocket the bundle he had picked up on the boulevard. He had forgotten about it. He thought it would be as well to open it, and that this bundle might possibly contain the address of those young girls, if indeed it belonged to them, and in any event the information necessary to return it to the person who had lost it. He opened the envelope. It was not sealed, and contained 4 letters that were not sealed either. The addresses had been written on them. All 4 of them stank of tobacco. The first was addressed as follows: to Madame la Marquise de Grucheret, the square opposite the Chamber of Deputies, number. In all likelihood he would find in it the information he sought, Marius said to himself, and anyway, seeing that the letter was not sealed, there was probably no harm in reading it. This is how it was worded. Madame la Marquise. The virtue of mercy and piety is the one that most closely binds society. Allow your Christian spirit to roam and cast a look of compassion on this ill-fated Spaniard, victim of his loyalty and attachment to the sacred cause of legitimacy, which he has risked his life for, dedicated his fortune, entirely, to defend that cause, and today finds himself in the most penurious circumstances. He has no doubt that your honorable self will make a contribution to maintain an existence extremely distressing to a military man of education and honor with wounds aplenty. Relying in advance on your feelings of humanity and on the interest which Madame la Marquise takes in such an unhappy nation. Their prayer will not be in vain, and their gratitude will preserve her delightful memory. I have the honor, Madam, to be respectfully yours. Don Alvarez, Captain Espagnol de Caballerie, a royalist refugee in France who is journeying on behalf of his country and is without the means to continue his journey. No address was attached to the signature. Marius hoped to find the address in the second letter, which had these words written on it, to Madame la Comtesse de Montfernet, Rue Cassette, number 9 foot. This is what Marius read in the letter. Madame la Comtesse. This is a poor mother of a family of 6 children, the littlest one only 8 months old. I've been sick since the last one was born, abandoned by my husband 5 months ago, with no means of support whatsoever in the most dreadful poverty. In her hopes of Madame la Comtesse, she has the honor to be, Madame, with deep respect, Balazard's wife. Marius turned to the third letter, which was, like the previous ones, a begging letter.
This is what it said. Monsieur Pabourget, voter, wholesale hosiery merchant, Rue St. Denis on the corner of Rue Aux Furs. I take the liberty of sending you this letter to beg you to grant me the inestimable favor of your sympathies and to interest yourself in a man of letters who has just submitted a play to the Théâtre Français. The subject is historical and the action takes place in the Auvergne in the days of the Empire. The style, I think, is natural, concise, and may have some merit. There are songs to be sung in 4 places. The comic, the serious and the unexpected are combined with a variety of characters and with a light touch of romanticism running through the whole plot, which develops mysteriously, and after remarkable vicissitudes is eventually resolved with several dramatic twists. My chief aim is to satisfy the desire that increasingly motivates the man of our age, that is to say, fashion, that capricious and bizarre weather vane, changing at almost every new wind. In spite of these qualities, I have reason to fear the jealousy, the self-regard of favored authors may contrive to exclude me from the theater, for I am not unaware of the bitter cup of disappointment served to newcomers. Monsieur Pabourget, your deserved reputation as enlightened patron of men of letters emboldens me to send my daughter to explain to you our penurious situation, in want of warmth and sustenance in this winter season. When I say that with your kind permission I would like to dedicate to you my play and all those that I shall write in future, this goes to show how greatly I aspire to the honor of being taken under your wing and of gracing my writings with your name. If you deign to favor me with even the most modest offering, I shall immediately devote myself to writing a tribute in verse to repay my debt of gratitude to you. This tribute, which I shall endeavor to make as perfect as possible, will be sent to you before being inserted at the beginning of the play and recited on stage. To Monsieur and Madame Pabourget, my most respectful compliments. Genflot, man of letters. P.S. Even just 40 sous. Excuse me for sending my daughter and not calling on you myself, but owing to regrettable shortcomings in matters of dress I am, alas, unable to go out. Finally, Marius opened the 4th letter. It was addressed to the charitable gentleman at the church of St. Jacques du Haut-Pas. It contained these few lines. Charitable benefactor. If you condescend to accompany my daughter you will see wretched misfortune, and I shall show you my certificates. When you see these documents your generous soul will be stirred with a sense of tender-hearted benevolence, for true philosophers always feel keen emotion. In your compassion you will surely agree that an individual must be suffering the cruelest deprivation, and that it is very distressing to have to get the authorities to vouch for it in order to obtain any relief, as though that individual was not free to suffer and die of starvation while waiting for his destitution to be relieved. Fate is very hard on some and excessively indulgent in coddling towards others. I look forward to your visit or to any contribution you may condescend to make. You are a man of true generosity and I have the honor to be respectfully, your very humble and very obedient servant. P. Fabantou, actor. After reading these 4 letters Marius was not much further advanced than before. In the first place, not one of the signatories gave an address. And then they seemed to come from 4 different individuals, Don Alvarez, Balizard's wife, the poet Genflot and the actor Fabantou, but the strange thing about these letters was that all 4 were in the same handwriting. What conclusion was to be drawn from this, if not that they all came from the same person? Besides which, and making the above surmise even more probable, all 4 were written on the same rough, yellowed paper, the tobacco smell was the same, and although some attempt had evidently been made to vary the style the same spelling mistakes recurred with the utmost unconcern, and Genflot the man of letters was no more exempt from them than the Spanish captain. Striving to solve this little mystery was a waste of effort. Had it not been an accidental find, this might have seemed like some sort of practical joke. Marius was too miserable to take a joke, even one played on him by chance, or to join in a game with the boulevard as it seemingly wanted him to. He felt like the blindfolded player in a game of blind man's buff, with these 4 letters teasing him. Nor was there anything to show that these letters belonged to the young girls Marius had bumped into on the boulevard.
After all, they were obviously worthless bits of papers.
Marius replaced them in the envelope, tossed the whole lot aside and went to bed.
At about 7 in the morning, he had just got up and had his breakfast and was trying to settle down to work when someone knocked quietly at his door. As he owned nothing, he never locked his door except sometimes, very rarely, when he was working on something that needed to be done urgently.
Even when he went out, he left his key in the lock.
"You'll be robbed," said Maine Bougon.
"Of what?" said Marius.
Yet the fact is, one day, to Maine Bougon's great triumph, he was robbed of an old pair of boots. Someone knocked again, very quietly as before. "Come in," said Marius. The door opened. "What is it, Maine Bougon?" said Marius, without looking up from the books and manuscripts he had on his table. A voice, which was not that of Maine Bougon, replied, "Excuse me, monsieur." It was a hollow, cracked, husky, hoarse voice, an old man's voice roughened with brandy and other liquor. Marius's head spun round, and he saw a young girl. 4. Arose in distress.
A very young girl was standing in the half-open doorway.
The garret's dormer window at which daybreak was appearing was directly opposite the door and shed a wan light on this figure. She was a gaunt, sickly-looking, emaciated creature, nothing but a chemise and skirt covering her shivering ice-cold nakedness. A piece of string for a belt, a piece of string to tie her hair, angular shoulders protruding from her chemise, a blonde and lymphatic pallor, grubby collarbones, reddened hands, a slack-jawed and spoiled mouth with teeth missing, lackluster eyes, brazen and venal, the stunted body of a girl with the gaze of a corrupt old woman. A cross between a 50-year-old and a 15-year-old. One of those creatures who are at once frail and horrible, causing those who are not made to weep at the sight of them to shudder. Marius had risen and was staring in a kind of stupor at this creature who was almost like the shadowy figures that appear in dreams. What was so sad was that this young girl was not born to be ugly.
She must have been even pretty as an infant. The charm of youth was still fighting the hideous premature agedness of debauchery and poverty.
A lingering trace of beauty was fading from that 16-year-old's face like that pale sunlight quenched beneath ominous clouds at dawn on a winter's day. It was a face not wholly unknown to Marius. He seemed to remember having seen it somewhere.
"What is it, mademoiselle?" he asked.
The young girl replied in her drunken convict's voice, "There's a letter for you, Monsieur Marius." She called Marius by his name. He could not doubt that he was the person she wanted to speak to. But who was this girl? How did she know his name? Without waiting to be told, she came in. She came in determinedly, inspecting the whole room and the unmade bed with a kind of assurance that was heartbreaking. Her feet were bare. Her long legs and scraggy knees showed through large holes in her skirt. She was shivering. She had indeed a letter in her hand, which she gave to Marius. Marius noticed in opening this letter that the huge thick wafer seal was still moist. The message could not have come from very far. He read, "My dear neighbor, young man. I have learned of the good turn you have done me, by paying my rent 6 months ago. Bless you, young man. My eldest daughter will tell you that we have been without a morsel of bread for 2 days, 4 of us, and my wife sick. If I am not deceived in my thinking, I believe there is every reason to hope that your generous heart will be touched by this account and will compel in you the desire to do me the favor of condescending to make a small charitable donation. With the distinguished respect due to the benefactors of humanity. Jondrette. P.S. My eldest daughter will wait for your instructions, dear Monsieur Marius." Amid the mysterious circumstances that had been preoccupying Marius since the previous evening, this letter was like a candle in his cellar. Suddenly all was clear. This letter came from where those others came. It was the same handwriting, the same style, the same spelling, the same paper, the same tobacco smell. There were 5 letters, 5 stories, 5 signatures, and just one signatory. The Spanish captain Don Alvarez, poor Mayor Balazard, the dramatic poet Genflot, the old actor Fabanto were all 4 named Jondrette, if indeed Jondrette himself was named Jondrette. Although Marius had been living in that old house for quite a long time already, he had, as we have said, only very rarely had occasion to see his very few neighbors, or even to catch a glimpse of them. His mind was elsewhere, and where the mind is so too are the eyes. He must have passed the Jondrettes in the corridor or on the stairs more than once, but they were just indistinct figures to him. He had taken so little notice of them that he had bumped into the Jondrette girls on the boulevard the night before without recognizing them, for obviously that is who they were, and it was with great difficulty that this one, who had just entered his room, stirred in him, amid feelings of distaste and pity, a vague recollection of having come across her elsewhere. Now he saw it all plainly. He understood that his neighbor Jondrette turned his hand in his distress to exploiting the charity of benevolent individuals, that he got hold of addresses and wrote under assumed names to people he judged to be wealthy and compassionate, letters that his daughters delivered at risk and peril to themselves, for this father had sunk so low he was willing to expose his daughters to danger. He was playing a game with fate, putting them at stake. Marius grasped that, judging by how they were running away the night before, by their breathlessness, their terror, and those words he had overheard, spoken in argot, these poor girls were probably engaged in other squalid activities, and that what had resulted from all that, in the midst of human society such as it is, were 2 wretched creatures that were not children nor girls nor women but some sort of monster, at once foul and innocent, created by penury. Nameless, sexless, sorry creatures of indeterminate age no longer capable of good or evil, who emerge from childhood with already nothing left in this world, no freedom, no virtue, no responsibility. Souls fresh blown yesterday, faded today, like those flowers dropped in the street, sullied and blighted by all kinds of filth until some will crushes them. Nevertheless, while Marius stared at her in pained surprise, the young girl was moving all about the garret with the audacity of a ghost. She darted to and fro, not bothered about her nakedness. Occasionally her unfastened, torn chemise dropped almost down to her waist. She shifted the chairs, she moved the wash basin and jug on the chest of drawers, she touched Marius's clothes, she poked about in the corners. "Oh," she said. "You've got a mirror." And as if she were alone she hummed snatches of satirical songs, frivolous refrains that in her hoarse, throaty voice sounded doleful. Beneath this brazenness a suggestion of something forced, uneasy, abashed was detectable. Effrontery is a display of shame. Nothing was more dismal than the sight of her cavorting and, as it were, flitting about the room like a bird frightened by daylight or afflicted with a broken wing. You felt that under other circumstances, had she been brought up to lead a different life, the playful and uninhibited behavior of this young girl might have been something sweet and charming. In the animal world, never does the creature born to be a dove turn into a bird of prey. That is something you see only among humans. With such thoughts in his mind, Marius did not stop her. She came up to the table. "Ah," she said, "books." A gleam came into her glazed eyes. She spoke again, and the tone of her voice expressed that pleasure in being able to boast of something, one to which no human being is immune. "I can read." She grabbed the open book on the table and read quite fluently. General Baudouin received orders to capture with the 5 battalions in his brigade the chateau of Hougomont, which stands in the middle of the plain of Waterloo. She broke off. "Ah! Waterloo! I know about that. It was a battle some time ago. My father was there. My father served as a soldier. We're Bonapartists good and proper in our family, we are.
It was against the English, Waterloo. She put the book down, picked up a pen, and exclaimed, "And I can write as well." She dipped the pen in the ink, and turning to Marius, said, "Do you want to see? Look, I'm going to write something to show you." And before he had time to answer, she wrote on a sheet of blank paper lying in the middle of the table, "The bashers are here." Then she threw down the pen. There were no spelling mistakes. You can look. We've had some education, my sister and me. We haven't always been the way we are now. We weren't meant. Here she stopped, fixed her dull gaze on Marius and burst out laughing, saying in a tone that contained every anguish stifled by every cynicism, "Bah!" And she began to hum these words to a merry tune. "My belly's empty, Pa. The cupboard's bare. I'm perishing cold, Ma. No woolens to wear. Shiver, little lass. Grizzle, little lad." She had no sooner got to the end of this verse than she exclaimed, "Do you ever go to the theater, Monsieur Marius?" "I do. I've got a little brother who's friends with the actors, and he sometimes gives me tickets. But I don't like the benches up in the gods. You feel cramped and uncomfortable up there. You sometimes get some rough customers. Some smelly customers, too." Then she considered Marius, adopted a strange air and said, "You know, Monsieur Marius, you're a good-looking fellow?" And the same thought occurred to them both at the same moment, making her smile and him blush. She came up close to him and laid her hand on his shoulder. "You don't take any notice of me, but I know you, Monsieur Marius. I pass you here on the staircase, and then I see you sometimes, when I'm wandering over that way, visiting someone by the name of Père Mabeuf who lives round Austerlitz. It really suits you, that untidy hair of yours." Her voice tried to be very soft but succeeded only in being very deep. Some of her words were lost in passing from her larynx to her lips, as on a keyboard that has notes missing. Marius had quietly stepped back. "Mademoiselle," he said with that cold seriousness of his, "I have here a packet that is yours, I believe. Allow me to return it to you." And he held out the envelope with the 4 letters enclosed. She clapped her hands and cried, "We searched everywhere." Then she grabbed the packet and opened the envelope, saying, "God Almighty! Did we search, my sister and me? You were the one that found it. On the boulevard, of course? It must have been on the boulevard? You see, it fell when we ran. It was my little sister's fault. When we got home we hadn't got it anymore. Since we didn't want to be beaten, there's no point, absolutely no point at all in that. We said back home we'd delivered the letters to the various people and we'd drawn a blank. And here they are, those poor letters. So how did you know they were mine?" "Ah. Yes, the handwriting. So it was you we bumped into last night. We couldn't see, could we?" I said to my sister, "Was that a gentleman?" My sister said, "I think it was." Meanwhile, she had unfolded the petition addressed to the charitable gentleman at the church of St. Jacques du Haut-Pas. "Well, fancy that," she said. "This is the one for that old man who goes to Mass. In fact, now's the time. I'm going to take it to him. Perhaps he'll give us something for breakfast." Then she began to laugh again and added, "If we have breakfast today, do you know what that means? It means we'll have had the day before yesterday's breakfast, the day before yesterday's dinner, yesterday's breakfast and yesterday's dinner, all in one go, this morning. And by God, if you don't like it, drop dead, you curs." This reminded Marius why the poor thing had come to him. He fumbled in his waistcoat pocket and found nothing there. The young girl carried on, and seemed to be talking as if no longer aware that Marius was there. "Sometimes I go off in the evening. Sometimes I don't come back at night. Last winter, before we came here,
we lived under the arches of the bridges. We huddled together so as not to freeze.
My little sister cried. Water's so mournful.
Whenever I thought of drowning myself, I'd say, no, it's too cold. I go out on my own when I want to. I sometimes sleep in a ditch.
You know, at night, when I walk along the boulevard, I see the trees as gibbets, the houses look all huge and black like the towers of Notre Dame. I imagine the white walls or the river and I say to myself, why, that's water there.
The stars are like smoking lanterns blown out by the wind. I'm in a daze, as if there were horses breathing in my ears.
Although it's night, I can hear barrel organs and spinning machines, or something.
I think someone's throwing stones at me. I run away without knowing for sure. Everything's spinning, spinning.
It's very peculiar when you haven't eaten.
And she stared at him with a look of bewilderment. By digging deep into his pockets, Marius had eventually come up with 5 francs and 16 sous. It was all he had at that moment.
This will get me my meal today, at any rate, he thought, and we'll see about tomorrow. He kept the 16 sous and handed the 5 francs to the girl. She grabbed the coin.
Good, she said.
A bit of sunshine.
And as if the sun had the capacity to melt avalanches of slang in her brain, she went on, 5 francs.
A shiner. A monarch. In this shack.
Splendiferous. You're a true pal.
My ticker's touched.
Bravo, comrades.
2 days red.
And belly timber.
And hash.
We'll treat ourselves
to good grub.
She pulled her chemise up to her shoulders, gave Marius a low bow, then a familiar wave of the hand, and headed towards the door, saying, Good day, monsieur.
Never mind. I'm off to find my old man.
As she passed the chest of drawers, she noticed a stale crust of bread moldering there in the dust. She pounced on it and bit into it, muttering, That tastes good.
It's hard. I'll break my teeth on it.
Then she was gone.
The Providential Spy Hole.
Marius had lived for 5 years in poverty, hardship, even distress, but he now realized he had not known true misery.
True misery was what he had seen just now.
It was this specter that had just passed before his eyes.
Anyone who has seen only a man in misery has seen nothing. He needs to see a woman in misery.
Anyone who has seen only a woman in misery has seen nothing. He needs to see a child in misery. When a man has been brought to the last extremity, he comes at the same time to his last resources.
Woe to the defenseless beings around him.
Work, wages, bread, warmth, courage, goodwill, he lacks all of these at once. The light of day seems to fail without, the moral light within. In this darkness, man encounters the weakness of woman and child, and brutally exploits them for ignominious purposes.
Then every horror is conceivable.
Despair is surrounded with flimsy walls, with vice or crime on the other side of all of them. Health, youth, honor, the shy and saintly sensibilities of still untried flesh, the heart, virginity, modesty, that epidermis of the soul, are sinisterly manipulated by that groping after resources that meets with opprobrium and comes to terms with it.
Fathers, mothers, children, brothers, sisters, men, women, girls, come together, and almost like a mineral formation become one, in that murky promiscuity of gender, relationship, age, infamy, and innocence.
They squat, back to back in the wretchedness of their fate.
They eye each other mournfully. Oh, those poor people! How pale they are! How cold they are!
They seem to be on a planet much further from the sun than ours. This young girl was for Marius a kind of messenger from the dark. She revealed to him a whole hideous side of night. Marius almost reproached himself for the daydreams and the love that had preoccupied him, preventing him until today from taking a look at his neighbors. Paying their rent was an automatic gesture, anyone else would have done the same.
But he, Marius, should have done better. What? Only a wall separated him from these forsaken individuals, leading a groping existence in the dark, excluded from the rest of humanity. He rubbed shoulders with them. He was in a way the last link with the human race they were in contact with. He heard them living, or rather agonizing, alongside him, and he took no notice. Every moment of every day he could hear them through the wall, moving about, coming and going, talking, and he paid no attention. And in those words were groans, and he did not even listen. His mind was elsewhere, in dreams, impossible joys, fantasies of love, wild conceits. And meanwhile other human beings, his brothers in Jesus Christ, his brothers in the people, agonized beside him, agonized in vain. He was even part of their misfortune, and he made it worse. For had they had a different neighbor, a less fanciful and more attentive neighbor, an ordinary and charitable man, obviously their penury would have been noticed, their signals of distress would have been perceived, and perhaps long ago help would have been given to them and they would have been saved. They seemed very depraved, very corrupt, very debased, heinous, even, but rare are those who fall without sinking into vice. In any case, there is a point where the poor and the wicked become mixed up and lumped together in the one fateful word, the wretched. Whose fault is this? And besides, should not charity be all the greater, the further into the depths the fall? While lecturing himself in this way, for there were times when Marius, like all truly honest souls, was his own tutor and scolded himself more than he deserved, he stared at the wall that separated him from the Jondrettes, as if he might be able to see through this partition with his eyes full of pity, and comfort those poor wretches. The wall was a thin layer of plaster held together on laths and beams, and as the reader has just learned, it allowed the sound of voices and words to be heard perfectly clearly. It took a dreamer like Marius not to have noticed this before. There was no paper pasted on this wall, either on the Jondrette's side or Marius's. The coarse fabric of the building was exposed to view. Almost unconsciously Marius examined the partition. Sometimes the wandering mind examines, observes, and scrutinizes in the same way as the thinking mind. Suddenly he was on his feet. He had just noticed up at the top, near the ceiling, a triangular hole resulting from 3 laths with a gap between them. The plaster that should have filled this gap was missing, and by climbing onto the chest of drawers you could see through this opening into the Jondrette's garret. Commiseration has its curiosity, and so it should. This gap formed a kind of spy hole. Spying on misfortune in order to relieve it is permissible. Let's take a look and see what these people are like, thought Marius, and what their situation is. He climbed on the chest of drawers, put his eye to the hole, and looked. 6. The wild man in his lair. Cities, like forests, have their dens, and inside them lurks whatever they have that is most savage and fearsome. Only, in cities, what lurks there is ferocious, foul, and small, that is to say, ugly. In forests, what lurks there is ferocious, wild, and big, that is to say, beautiful. Den for den, that of the beasts is preferable to that of men. Caves are better than slums. What Marius saw was a slum. Marius was poor and his room was meager, but just as his poverty was noble, his garret was clean. The room he looked down on was abject, dirty, fetid, squalid, dark, sordid. The only furniture, a straw-bottomed chair, a rickety table, some bits of old crockery and, in 2 corners, 2 indescribable pallets. The only source of light, a 4-paned dormer window draped with spiders' webs. Just enough daylight came through this window to make a man's face appear like a ghost's. And like a face disfigured by some horrible disease, the walls were peeling and covered with welts and scars. A roomy moisture seeped from them. Obscene drawings could be discerned, crudely sketched on them in charcoal. The room Marius occupied had a dilapidated brick floor. This one was neither tiled nor planked. You walked directly on the old concrete of the tumble-down building, which had grown black underfoot.
On this uneven floor, encrusted, as it were, with dirt, innocent only of the broom, were arbitrarily grouped constellations of old socks, worn-out shoes, and frightful rags. This room also had a fireplace, so it was let for 40 francs a year. There was everything in that fireplace: a stove, a cooking pot, some broken planks, some tattered clothes hung on nails, a birdcage, ashes, and even a little fire. The remains of 2 logs were smoldering sadly. One thing that further added to the horror of this garret was that it was large. It had protrusions and angles and dark recesses, the underside of sloping roofs, bays and promontories. Hence ghastly fathomless corners where, it seemed, spiders as big as your fist, woodlice the size of your foot, and perhaps even some sort of monstrous human beings must be lurking. One of the pallets lay by the door, the other by the window. Both were adjacent to the fireplace at one end, facing Marius. In a corner near the hole Marius was looking through, a colored engraving with the dream written in large letters underneath it was hanging on the wall in a black wooden frame. It represented a sleeping woman, and in the woman's lap a sleeping child, an eagle in a cloud with a crown in its beak, and the woman, not even awake, waving the crown away from the child's head. In the background, Napoleon in a halo of glory rested against a big blue column with a yellow capital and bearing this inscription: Marengo Austerlitz IENA Vagram Elit. Standing on the floor, propped up against the wall underneath this picture, was a wooden panel of sorts, taller than it was wide. It could have been a painting turned face to the wall, a mounted canvas probably with some daub on the other side of it, a big mirror that had been taken down from some wall and left there, forgotten, waiting to be rehung. Near the table, on which Marius saw a pen, ink, and paper, sat a man of about 60, small, thin, pale, gaunt, with a cunning, cruel, nervous look about him. A nasty piece of work. If Lavater had studied this face, he would have identified in it the vulture crossed with the lawyer, the raptor and the pettifogger, bringing out the worst in each other and complementing each other, the pettifogger making the raptor ignoble, the raptor making the pettifogger dreadful. This man had a long, gray beard. He wore a woman's chemise that revealed his hairy chest and his bare arms covered with gray hairs. You could see below this chemise a pair of muddy trousers and boots with his toes sticking out of them. He had a pipe in his mouth and was smoking. There was no bread in the place, but there was still some tobacco left. He was writing, probably another letter like the ones Marius had read. On the corner of the table could be seen a single shabby reddish-colored volume whose size, the old 12 mo of subscription libraries, revealed it to be a novel. Displayed on the cover was the following title printed in big capital letters: God, the King, Honor, and the Ladies by Ducre du Manil. 1814 foot. The man spoke out loud as he wrote, and Marius heard what he was saying. To think there's no equality even when you're dead. Just look at Père Lachaise. The bigwigs, the ones who are rich, are at the top, on Allée des Acacias, that's paved. They can get there in a carriage. The nobodies, the people without, poor wretches in other words, they're put down at the bottom where there's mud up to your knees, in graves where it's damp. They're put there so they'll rot quicker. You can't go and see them without sinking into the ground. He paused, banged the table with his fist and, grinding his teeth, added, "Oh, I devour those people." A big woman, who could have been aged 40 or 100, was squatting by the fireplace on her bare heels. She, too, wore only a chemise and a knitted skirt patched with bits of old cloth. A coarse linen apron concealed half her skirt. Although this woman was bent and doubled up, you could tell she was tall. She was something of a giant next to her husband. She had hideous hair of a graying reddish blonde that she gathered up now and again in her huge glistening hands with their flat fingernails. Lying open beside her on the floor was a volume of the same format as the other, probably of the same novel. On one of the pallets, Marius could just see a pale, lanky young girl, sitting there half naked with her feet dangling, who looked as if she was not listening, apparently insentient, inanimate.
Probably the younger sister of the one who had come to his room. She looked 11 or 12 years old. On closer scrutiny you realized she must be 15. This was the child who had said on the boulevard the night before, "I scarpered." She was of that puny type that remains underdeveloped for a long time, then suddenly shoots up. It is poverty that produces these sorry human plants. These creatures have no childhood or adolescence. At 15 years of age they look 12, at 16 they look 20. Little girls today, women tomorrow. They seem to take life in big strides so as to get through it faster. Right now this creature looked like a child. There was no sign of any work going on in this place. No loom, no spinning wheel, no implement of any kind. In one corner lay some dubious-looking bits of old iron. It is this dreary idleness that comes in the wake of despair and precedes the death throes. Marius spent a while observing this grim interior, more terrifying than that of a tomb, for you could sense the human soul stirring here, and the pulse of life. The garret, the cellar, the dungeon where some poor wretches crawl about at the very bottom of the social edifice is not quite the burial chamber, it is its antechamber. But like those rich people who display their greatest magnificence in the entrance hall of their palaces, death, in the next room, seems to place its most abject miseries in that vestibule. The man had fallen silent, the woman said nothing, the young girl seemed not to be breathing. The scratching of pen on paper could be heard. Without ceasing to write, the man growled, "Scum! Scum! All is scum!" This variation on Solomon's dictum * drew a sigh from the woman. "Calm down, sweetheart," she said. "Don't upset yourself, dearest. You're too good to write to all those people, my pet." Bodies huddle together in misery, as they do in the cold, but hearts grow apart. There was every indication this woman must have loved this man as much as she was capable of loving, but probably, in the mutual, daily accusations of blame for the dreadful hardship weighing on the whole family, that had been extinguished. She had nothing left for her husband but cinders of affection. Yet, as is often the case, endearments had survived. Her lips spoke the words dearest, sweetheart, my pet and so forth, while her heart remained silent. The man went on writing. 7. Strategy and Tactics. Feeling heavy-hearted, Marius was about to climb down from the observatory of sorts that he had improvised, when a noise attracted his attention and made him stay where he was. The door of the attic had just burst open. The eldest girl appeared on the threshold. She had on her feet a man's heavy shoes spattered with mud that had reached right up to her reddened ankles, and she was wrapped in a tattered old cloak that Marius had not seen her with an hour earlier but that she had probably left outside his door to make him feel sorrier for her, and that she must have collected when she went out. She came in, pushed the door shut behind her, paused to catch her breath, for she was panting, then cried with an expression of triumph and joy, "He's coming!" The father looked round, the woman turned round, the little sister did not stir. "Who?" said the father. "The gentleman." "The philanthropist?" "Yes." "From the church of St. Jacques?" "Yes." "The old man?" "Yes." "And he's coming here?" "He's following me." "You're sure?" "I'm sure." "You mean he's coming right now?" "In a cab." "In a cab. It's Rothschild." The father stood up. "How can you be sure? If he's coming in a cab, how is it you got here before him? You did give him the address at least? You did tell him it was the last door on the right at the end of the corridor? Let's hope he doesn't get it wrong. So you found him at the church? Did he read my letter? What did he say to you?" "Whoa," said the girl. "Not so fast, old man. It was like this, I went inside the church, he was in his usual place, I greeted him politely and handed him the letter. He read it and said, "Where do you live, my child?" I said, "Monsieur, I'll take you there." He said, "No, give me your address, my daughter has some shopping to do, I'll take a cab and I'll get to your house at the same time as you." I gave him the address. When I told him which house it was, he seemed surprised, and hesitated for a bit, then he said, "It makes no difference, I'll go." At the end of the Mass I saw him leave the church with his daughter, and I saw them climb into a cab. And I did tell him, "The last door on the right at the end of the corridor." And what makes you think he'll come? I just saw the cab turning into Rue du Petit Banquier. That's what made me run. How do you know it was the same cab? Because I'd taken note of the number. What was that number? 440. Good, you're a smart girl. The girl stared boldly at her father, and pointing to the shoes she had on her feet she said, "A smart girl, maybe, but I tell you, I've had enough of these shoes, I won't wear them again. First for my own safety, second to keep clean. I don't know anything more maddening than soles that leak and go glup, glup, glup the whole way. I'd rather go barefoot." "You're right," said her father in a smooth voice that contrasted with the young girl's brashness, "but then you wouldn't be allowed inside the churches. The poor have to wear shoes. You can't go barefoot in the house of God," he added bitterly. Then returning to the subject that preoccupied him, "And you're sure now, sure he's coming?" "He's right behind me," she said. The man stiffened. There was some sort of brightness illuminating his face. "Wife," he cried. "Do you hear? The philanthropist's coming. Put out the fire." The mother, dumbfounded, did not stir. With the agility of an acrobat the father grabbed a broken-lipped jug from the mantelpiece and threw water on the logs. Then to his elder daughter he said, "You break up the seat of that chair." His daughter did not understand. He seized the chair and with one kick made a seatless chair of it. His leg went right through it. As he withdrew his leg he asked his daughter, "Is it cold?" "Very cold. It's snowing." The father turned to the younger girl sitting on the pallet near the window, and thundered at her, "Quick! Get off that bed, you lazy bones! Will you never do a thing? Break a window pane!" The child leapt off the bed, shivering. "Break a window pane," he repeated. The child was nonplussed. "Do you hear me?" the father insisted. "I told you to break a window pane." With a kind of terrified obedience the child stood on tiptoe and struck at a pane with her fist. The glass broke and fell with a crash. "Good," said the father. He was solemn and abrupt. His eyes swept rapidly over every corner of the garret. He looked like a general making his final preparations just as the battle is about to begin. The mother, who had so far said nothing, now rose, and in words that came out sounding almost expressionless asked in a slow, dull voice, "What are you trying to do, dear?" "Get into bed," replied the man. His tone of voice allowed for no discussion. The mother obeyed and threw herself heavily onto one of the pallets. Meanwhile, a sob could be heard from somewhere. "What is it?" cried the father. Without emerging from the shadows where she was cowering, the younger daughter showed her bleeding hand. She had cut herself breaking the window. She had gone over to her mother's bedside and was weeping silently. It was now the mother's turn to sit up and cry, "Now look what you've gone and done. She's cut herself breaking that window pane of yours." "So much the better," said the man. That was the idea. "What do you mean?" "So much the better," replied his wife. "Quiet," retorted the father. "I'm suppressing the freedom of the press." Then tearing at the woman's chemise he was wearing,
he made a strip of cloth with which he hastily swathed the child's bleeding hand. That done, his eye fell with satisfaction on his torn chemise. "And the chemise too," he said. "It all looks good." A chill wind was whistling at the window and blowing into the room. The fog came in from outside, spreading through the room like whitish cotton wool teased out by invisible fingers. Through the broken window pane the snow could be seen falling. The cold weather promised by the Candlemas sunshine the day before had indeed arrived. The father glanced around as if to make sure that he had not forgotten anything. He picked up an old shovel and spread ashes over the wet logs to hide them completely. Then drawing himself up and leaning against the chimney-piece he said, "Now we're ready for the philanthropist." 8. The ray of light in the slum. The older girl came up to him and laid her hand on her father's. "Feel how cold I am," she said. "Bah," replied the father. "I'm much colder than that." The mother cried vehemently, "You always have to go one better than everyone else. Even in suffering." "That's enough," said the man. Having been given a certain look, the mother held her tongue. There was a moment of silence in the room. The older girl was nonchalantly brushing the mud off the bottom of her cloak. Her little sister was still sobbing. The mother had taken the child's head in her hands and was covering it with kisses, saying under her breath, "My treasure, please, it's nothing, don't cry, you're going to make your father angry." "No," cried the father. "On the contrary. Bawl. Bawl. It creates the right effect." Then, turning to the older girl, "Well, where is he then? If he doesn't come now, I'd have put out my fire, wrecked my chair, torn my shirt and broken my window pane all for nothing." "And hurt the child," murmured the mother. "You know," the father went on, "it's blasted cold in this hellish place. What if that man doesn't come? Oh, that's it. He's keeping us waiting. He says to himself, well now, they can wait for me. That's what they're there for. Oh, how I hate those rich folk. And how I could strangle them all. With jubilation, joy, enthusiasm, satisfaction. Those supposedly charitable men who pretend to be so pious, who go to mass, who hobnob with preachy priests, with churchy types, and think they're better than us, and come to humiliate us, and bring us clothes, well, that's what they call them. Old cast-offs worth nothing. And bread. That's not what I want, you heap of scum. It's cash. Ah. Never cash. Because they say we just go and drink it, that we're sots and idlers. What about them? What are they, then? And what have they been in their day? Thieves. They'd never have got rich, otherwise. Oh. Society ought to be taken by the four corners like a tablecloth and the whole lot tossed in the air. Everything would be destroyed, most likely, but at least no one would have anything, and so much the better. But what's keeping him, then, that churl of a charitable gentleman of yours? Will he come? Maybe the idiot's forgotten the address. I bet the old fool. At that moment someone tapped at the door. The man rushed to open it, exclaiming with deep bows and adoring smiles, "Come in, monsieur. Do us the honor, virtuous benefactor, and your charming young lady too." A man of mature years and a young girl appeared in the doorway of the garret. Marius had not left his place. What he felt at that moment no human words can express. It was she. Anyone who has ever loved knows the full glorious implications contained in the three letters of that word, she. She it was, indeed. Marius could hardly distinguish her through the luminous mist that suddenly came down over his eyes. It was that sweet creature who had gone missing, that star that had glimmered for 6 months, it was those eyes, that brow, that mouth, that lovely face that had vanished, leaving darkness in its wake. The vision had gone into eclipse and was now making its reappearance.
It made its reappearance in that dinginess, in that garret, in that ghastly slum, in that frightfulness. Marius shook uncontrollably. What? It was she.
The racing of his heart blurred his sight. He felt on the verge of dissolving into tears.
What?
He was seeing her again at last, after having searched for her for so long. It was as if he had lost his soul and had just found it again. She was the same as ever, only a little pale. Her delicate face was framed by a purple velvet hood, her figure was shrouded in a fur-trimmed black satin cloak.
Her tiny foot laced in a silk ankle boot could be glimpsed under her full-length dress.
She was still accompanied by Monsieur Leblanc. She had taken a few steps into the room and had set down quite a large parcel on the table. The older Jondrette girl had retreated behind the door and was staring dolefully at that velvet hood, that silk mantle and that lovely blessed face.
9. Jondrette almost weeps.
It was so dark, that hovel, that people coming in from outside felt as if they were entering a cellar. So the two newcomers stepped forward with a certain hesitation, barely able to make out the vague figures around them, whereas they themselves were perfectly visible to the eyes of the garret's inhabitants, accustomed to this gloom, and were subjected to their inspection. With that sad but kindly expression in his eyes, Monsieur Leblanc approached Jondrette the father and said to him, "Monsieur, in this parcel you'll find some new clothes, some woolen stockings and blankets."
"Our angelic benefactor is more than generous," said Jondrette, bowing right down to the ground.
Then, leaning over to whisper quickly in his elder daughter's ear while the two visitors were examining the deplorable abode, he added, "Eh?
What did I say? Cast-offs. No cash. They're all the same. By the way, how is the letter to this old fool signed?"
"Fabantou," replied the girl.
"The actor, good."
Just as well that Jondrette asked, for at that very moment Monsieur Leblanc turned to him and said in the manner of someone trying to remember a name, "I see that you are greatly to be pitied, monsieur."
"Fabantou," replied Jondrette promptly. "Monsieur Fabantou, yes, that's it, I remember now.
Actor, monsieur, and one who has had some success." At this point Jondrette evidently thought the moment had come to exert his influence over the philanthropist. He cried out in a tone that at one and the same time had the ring of the charlatan's fairground patter and the humbleness of the mendicant who plies the highways.
"A pupil of Talma, monsieur. I'm a pupil of Talma. Fortune once smiled on me. Alas! It's now the turn of misfortune.
You see, my charitable friend, no bread, no fire.
My poor babes without a fire.
My only chair in need of repair.
A broken window pane. In weather like this. My wife in bed. Sick." "Poor woman," said Monsieur Leblanc. "My child hurt," added Jondrette.
Distracted by the arrival of these strangers, the child had started staring at the young lady and had stopped sobbing.
"Cry, then,"
Jondrette whispered to her.
"Go on, bawl."
At the same time he pinched her sore hand. All this with a conjurer's dexterity.
The little girl howled.
The adorable young lady that in his heart Marius called his Ursule darted over to her.
"Poor dear child," she said.
"Look at her bleeding wrist, my beautiful young lady," Jondrette went on. "It's the result of an accident that happened while working at a machine to earn 6 sous a day. She may have to have her arm cut off."
"Really?" said the old gentleman in alarm.
Taking what had been said seriously, the little girl started bawling again even louder.
"Alas!" "Yes, my charitable friend," replied the father. For several moments now Jondrette had been looking at the philanthropist in a bizarre way.
As he spoke he seemed to be studying the other man closely as if trying to summon up memories. Taking advantage of a moment when the newcomers were engrossed in questioning the child about her injured hand, he suddenly moved close to his wife, who lay in bed looking crushed and stupid, and said to her sharply and very quietly, "Take a good look at that man." Then turning to Monsieur Leblanc, he continued his lament.
"You see, monsieur. All I have to cover myself is a chemise belonging to my wife. And all torn, at that. In the middle of winter. I can't go out for lack of a coat.
If I had a coat of any kind I'd go and see Mademoiselle Mars, who knows me and is very fond of me."
"Isn't she still living in Rue de la Tour de Dames?"
"You know, monsieur, we played together in the provinces.
I shared her laurels. Celimene would come to my assistance, monsieur. Elmire would give alms to Belisarius. But no, nothing. And not a sou in the house. My wife ill, not a sou. My daughter seriously injured, not a sou. My wife suffers from breathlessness. It's her age, and her nervous system has also been affected. She needs help, and my daughter too. But the doctor and the chemist, how am I to pay them? Not a centime.
I'd go down on my knees for 10 centimes, monsieur.
That's what the arts are reduced to. And do you know, my dear young lady, and you, my generous patron, do you know?
You who radiate virtue and goodness and who bring the odor of sanctity to that church where my daughter, who goes there to say her prayers, sees you every day, for I brought up my children religiously, monsieur.
I didn't want them to go on the stage. Ah! The little minxes. If I catch them stepping out of line. It's no joke as far as I'm concerned. I give them an earful about honor, morality, virtue. Ask them. They've got to keep to the straight and narrow. They have a father. They're not like those poor girls who start out with no family and end up married to the public. The ones that are Mamselle Nobody and turn into Madame Everybody. Good Lord! None of that in the Fabanta family.
I mean to bring them up virtuously, and for them to be honest and kind and believe in God.
By heaven! Well now, monsieur, my worthy friend, do you know what's going to happen tomorrow? Tomorrow is the 4th of February, the fateful day, the day when my landlord's patience finally runs out.
If by this evening I haven't paid him, tomorrow my oldest daughter, myself, my wife with her fever, my child with her injury, all 4 of us will be evicted from here, cast out onto the street, onto the boulevard, without shelter, in the rain, in the snow. That's the fact of the matter, monsieur.
I owe for 4 quarters, a whole year. That's to say, 60 francs.
Jondrette was lying.
4 quarters would have been only 40 francs, and it could not be 4 he owed because not 6 months earlier Marius had paid for 2. Monsieur Leblanc pulled 5 francs out of his pocket and put them on the table. Jondrette had time to mutter in his eldest daughter's ear, "Bastard! What does he expect me to do with his 5 francs? That won't pay for my chair and window pane. Come on, shell out."
Meanwhile, Monsieur Leblanc had removed the heavy brown greatcoat he was wearing over his blue frock coat, and had thrown it over the back of the chair.
"Monsieur Fabantou," he said, "all I have with me are these 5 francs, but I'm going to take my daughter home and I'll come back this evening." "It's this evening, isn't it, that you must pay by?"
Jondrette's face lit up with a strange expression.
He replied eagerly, "Yes, my respected friend. I must be at my landlord's at 8 o'clock. I'll be here at 6 and I'll bring you the 60 francs. My benefactor!" Jondrette exclaimed with emotion. And he added under his breath, "Take a good look at him, wife."
Monsieur Leblanc took the beautiful girl's arm again and turned towards the door. "Until this evening, my friends," he said.
"6 o'clock," said Jondrette. "6 o'clock sharp." At that moment the overcoat lying on the chair caught the eye of the elder Jondrette girl. "You're forgetting your coat, monsieur," she said. With a fearsome shrug of the shoulders, Jondrette glared at his daughter. Monsieur Leblanc turned back and said with a smile, "I'm not forgetting it, I'm leaving it." "Oh my patron," said Jondrette. "My august benefactor, I'm reduced to tears. Allow me to see you to your carriage." "If you come out," replied Monsieur Leblanc, "wear the coat. It's really very cold." Jondrette did not need to be told twice. He had the brown overcoat on in no time. And all three went out, Jondrette preceding the two strangers. X. Licensed cab fare, 2 francs an hour. Marius had missed nothing of this entire scene, and yet he had actually seen nothing. His eyes had remained fixed on the girl, his heart had, so to speak, alighted on her and completely enveloped her from the moment she first stepped into that garret. The whole time she was there he had been in that state of ecstasy that suspends material perceptions and focuses the soul totally on a single particular. He contemplated not that girl but that luminescence, in a satin cloak and velvet hood. The star Sirius might have entered the room, and he would not have been any the more dazzled. While the girl was opening the package, unfolding the clothing and blankets, questioning the sick mother with kindness and the injured child with sympathy, he watched her every movement, he tried to catch her words. He was familiar with her eyes, her brow, her beauty, her figure, the way she moved. He was not familiar with the sound of her voice. He thought he had once caught a few words in the Luxembourg Gardens but was not absolutely sure. He would have given 10 years of his life to hear it, to be able to carry away in his heart a little of that music. But everything was drowned out by Jondrette's trumpetings and maudlin demonstrations. This brought genuine anger to Marius's rapture. He gazed longingly at her. He could not believe it really was that divine creature he was seeing among these vile beings in this monstrous slum. It was like seeing a hummingbird among toads. When she left the room he had only one thought, to follow her, to remain on her trail, not to leave her without knowing where she lived, at least not to lose her again after having so miraculously found her. He jumped down from the chest of drawers and grabbed his hat. As he laid his hand on the door latch and was about to go out, something occurred to him that stopped him. The corridor was long, the staircase steep, Jondrette talkative, Monsieur Leblanc probably not yet in his carriage. If he were to turn round in the corridor or on the staircase or on the doorstep, and were to catch sight of Marius in that house, obviously he would be alarmed and contrive to elude him once more, and that would be the end all over again. What was he to do? Wait a while? But in the meantime the carriage might drive off. Marius was in a quandary. At last he took the risk of emerging from his room. There was no one in the corridor. He hurried to the staircase. There was no one on the stairs. He raced down and reached the boulevard in time to see a cab turning the corner of Rue du Petit Banquier and heading back into Paris. Marius ran in that direction. When he reached the corner of the boulevard he saw the cab speeding along Rue Mouffetard. The cab was already very distant, impossible to catch up with. What? Run after it? Out of the question. And besides, someone running after a cab as fast as his legs could carry him would certainly be noticed by those inside it, and the father would recognize him. At that moment, by an unbelievable stroke of wonderful good fortune, Marius saw a two-wheeled cab for hire passing along the boulevard. There was only one thing to do, take the lighter cab and follow the other. It was reliable, efficient, safe. Marius waved to the cabman to stop and called out to him, by the hour. Marius was without a cravat, he had on his old work coat which had buttons missing, his shirt was torn along one of the folds across the chest. The cabman stopped, winked, and extended his left hand towards Marius, gently rubbing his forefinger with his thumb. "What is it?" said Marius. Pay in advance, said the cabman.
Marius remembered he had only 16 sous on him.
How much? He asked. 40 sous.
I'll pay when we get back. The driver's sole response was to whistle the tune of La Police and whip his horse on.
Distraught, Marius watched the cab drive off.
For the sake of 24 sous that he did not have, his joy, his happiness, his love were lost to him. He was plunged back into darkness. He had regained his sight, and now he was to be blind again. He thought bitterly and, it must be said, with deep regret of the 5 francs he had given away to that wretched girl that same morning. With those 5 francs he would have been saved, born again. He would have emerged from limbo and from darkness, escaped isolation and angst and bereavement for his lost love. He would have retied the black thread of his destiny to the beautiful gold thread that had just floated before his eyes and had broken once again. He returned to the house in despair. He might have told himself that Monsieur Leblanc had promised to return that evening, and that he need only be better prepared this time to follow him, but so wrapped in contemplation had he been that he barely heard this. As he was about to climb the stairs, he noticed on the other side of the boulevard, in a lonely spot by the wall on Rue de la Barrière de Gobelins, Jondrette, wrapped in the philanthropist's overcoat, talking to one of those unnerving-looking fellows commonly called prowlers at the gates, shifty-looking characters whose talk is louche, who appear ill-intentioned and who fairly regularly sleep during the day, which suggests they work by night. Those 2 men, standing there motionless, chatting together under flurries of falling snow, formed a pair that would surely have drawn a policeman's attention but that Marius scarcely noticed. Still, sadly preoccupied as he was, he could not help noticing that the prowler at the gates whom Jondrette was talking to looked like a certain Panchaud, alias Printanier, alias Begrenale, that Courfeyrac had once pointed out to him and who was regarded locally as a pretty dangerous night stalker.
We have come across this man's name in the preceding book.
This Panchaud, alias Printanier, alias Begrenale, featured later in several criminal trials and has since become a celebrated scoundrel. At the time he was merely a notorious scoundrel.
Today he is something of a legend among villains and cutthroats.
He gained a following towards the end of the last reign. And in the evening, at nightfall, when groups would form and talk in whispers, he was the topic of conversation in the Lion's Den at La Force. In that prison, at the exact spot where the latrine sewer, used in 1843 in the unprecedented breakout in broad daylight of 30 prisoners, passes under the guard's patrol path, you may even read his name, Panchaud, audaciously carved by his own hand into the patrol path wall above the latrine cover slab during one of his attempted escapes. In 1832, the police already had their eye on him, but his career had not yet seriously begun.
11. Destitution offers to help misery.
Marius plodded up the stairs of the old house. Just as he was about to go back into his cell, he became aware of the elder Jondrette girl behind him, following him down the corridor. The girl was a detestable sight to him. She was the one who had his 5 francs. It was too late to ask for them back. The 2-wheeled cab was gone, the other was far away. She would not have given them back to him anyway. As for questioning her about where the people who had just been there lived, that was pointless. It was obvious she did not know, since the letter signed Fabantou was addressed to the charitable gentleman at the church of Estijac du Haut-Pas. Marius went into his room and pushed the door to behind him. It did not close. He turned round and saw a hand holding the door open. "What is it?" he asked. "Who's there?" It was the Jondrette girl. "So it's you again," said Marius almost harshly. "What do you want with me?" She looked pensive and did not reply. She no longer had the self-assurance of that morning. She had not entered the room, remaining in the shadows of the corridor, where Marius could see her through the half-open door. "Come on now, won't you give me an answer?" said Marius. "What do you want with me?" She looked up at him with her dull eyes, a brightness of some sort seeming dimly to kindle in them, and said, "Monsieur Marius, you look sad.
What's the matter with you?" "With me," said Marius.
"Yes, you."
"There's nothing the matter with me."
"Yes, there is."
"No, there isn't." "I know there is. Leave me alone."
Marius pushed the door again, but she continued to hold it open. "Listen," said she, "you shouldn't be like this.
Even though you're not rich, you were a good sort this morning. Be a good sort again now.
You gave me something to eat, now tell me what's wrong."
"It's clear you're unhappy." "I don't want you to be unhappy."
"What's to be done about it?"
"Can I be of help? Give me something to do."
"You needn't tell me your secrets, I'm not asking you to, but all the same perhaps I can be of use."
"I'm sure I can help you, because I help my father."
"If someone's needed to take letters, to go inside houses, to make inquiries door to door, to find out an address, to follow a person, that's what I can do.
So you can tell me what's wrong, and I'll go and speak to somebody."
"Sometimes if someone speaks to somebody, that's all it takes to find things out, and everything's put right."
"Let me help you."
An idea flashed through Marius's mind.
What straw will a man not clutch at to save himself?
He moved nearer to the Jondrette girl. "Listen," he said, using the familiar tu form. She interrupted him with a gleam of joy in her eyes.
"Oh yes, that's better, don't be standoffish."
"Well," he went on, "you brought that old gentleman with his daughter here."
"Yes." "Do you know their address?" "No." "Find out what it is for me."
The Jondrette girl's eyes had turned from dull to joyful, now they darkened.
"That's what you want," she said.
"Yes."
"Do you know them?" "No."
"What you mean is, you don't know her but you want to know her," she retorted. In this switch from them to her there was some sort of insinuation and bitterness.
"Well, can you," said Marius, "get you the lovely young lady's address?"
Again in those words, "the lovely young lady," there was an implication that irritated Marius.
"Put it any way you like," he said. "The father and daughter's address."
"Their address, full stop." She stared at him intently.
"What will you give me?" "Whatever you want." "Whatever I want?"
"Yes."
"You'll have the address."
She bowed her head, then with an abrupt gesture she pulled the door and it closed.
Marius was left on his own.
He collapsed onto a chair, his head and both elbows on his bed, almost dizzy, overwhelmed by thoughts he could not grasp. Everything that had happened since that morning, the angel's appearance, her disappearance, what this creature had just said to him, a wavering glimmer of hope amid immense despair, this is what confusedly filled his brain. All at once he was jolted from his reverie. He heard Jondrette's harsh raised voice utter these words full of the strangest interest to him. "I tell you, I'm sure of it, I recognized him."
Of whom was Jondrette speaking? He had recognized whom? Monsieur Leblanc? The father of his Ursule? What? Did Jondrette know him? Was Marius about to obtain in this sudden and unexpected manner all the information without which his life was darkness to him? Was he about to learn at last who it was he loved? Who that girl was? Who her father was? Was the great obscurity that hid them about to be dispelled? Was the truth about to be unveiled? Oh! Heavens above! He leapt rather than climbed on to the chest of drawers and took up his position again at the little peephole in the partition wall. He was looking once more into the Jondrette's miserable lodgings. 12. The use made of Monsieur Leblanc's 5-franc piece. Nothing in the family's appearance had changed,
except that the wife and daughters had been through the parcel and had put on the woolen stockings and sleeved vests. The 2 new blankets were thrown over the 2 beds. Jondrette had evidently just returned. He was still breathless from being out of doors. His daughters were sitting on the floor by the fireplace, the older girl bandaging the younger one's hand. His wife was somehow slumped on the pallet close to the fireplace with an expression of amazement on her face. Jondrette was pacing the garret, striding back and forth. There was an extraordinary look in his eyes. The woman, who seemed apprehensive and astounded by her husband, ventured to say to him, "Really now? Are you sure?" "I'm sure. It was 8 years ago. But I recognize him." "Ah. I recognize him. I knew him at once." "You mean, it didn't leap out at you?" "No. But I told you, look closely. But it's that build, it's that face, scarcely any older looking. There are some people who don't age, I don't know how they manage it, it's the sound of that voice. He's better dressed, that's all." "Ah. You mysterious old devil, I've got you now." He stopped and said to his daughters, "You two, clear out of here. Strange that it didn't leap out at you." They got up to obey. The mother stammered out, "With that bad hand of hers?" "The air will do it good," said Jondrette. "Get going." It was clear this was a man you did not argue with. The 2 girls took themselves off. Just as they were crossing the threshold, the father caught the elder one by the arm, and said to her in a peculiar tone of voice, "You be back here at 5 o'clock sharp. Both of you. I'll be needing you." Marius became even more attentive. Left alone with his wife, Jondrette began to pace the room again and walked round it 2 or 3 times in silence. Then he spent a few minutes tucking into his trousers the bottom of the woman's chemise he was wearing. Suddenly, he turned to the Jondrette woman, folded his arms and cried out, "And shall I tell you something? The young lady." "Well," retorted his wife. "What about the young lady?" Marius could be in no doubt, she was the one they were talking about. He listened with a burning anxiety. He was all ears, as if his life depended on it. But Jondrette bent over and spoke to his wife in a whisper. Then he straightened up and concluded out loud, "That's her." "Her," said the wife. "Her," said the husband. No expression could convey what was contained in the mother's "her." It was a mixture of surprise, rage, hatred and anger, and all in an appalling tone of voice. All it took was a few words, the name no doubt, that her husband had whispered in her ear, for this big dozy woman to wake up, and from repulsive to become dreadful. "Impossible," she cried. "To think that my girls are going barefoot and haven't got a single dress to wear." "What? A satin cloak trimmed with fur, a velvet hood, ankle boots and everything, more than 200 francs worth of clothes. So that anyone would think she was a lady. No, you've got it wrong. Why, in the first place the other one was a fright, and this one isn't bad looking. She really isn't bad looking. It can't be her. I tell you it's her. You'll see." At such a categorical assertion, the Jondrette woman turned her broad red pale-skinned face towards the ceiling and gazed up at it with a twisted expression. At that moment she seemed to Marius even more fearsome than her husband. A sow with the eyes of a tigress. "What?" she said. "If that horrible fine young lady who looked at my girls with pity in her eyes were that brat. Oh! If only I could give her a good kick in the guts wearing my clogs." She leapt from the bed and stood there for a moment, disheveled, her nostrils flaring, her mouth half open, her clenched fists flung behind her. Then she slumped back onto the pallet. The man paced to and fro without paying any attention to his mate. After several moments' silence, he moved towards the Jondrette woman and stopped in front of her, his arms folded, as before.
And shall I tell you something else?
What? She asked.
He answered in a low, curt voice, my fortune's made. The Jondrette woman stared at him with that look that says, could the person talking to me be going mad? He went on, by heaven. It wasn't so very long ago I was a parishioner of the die of hunger if you have a fire, die of cold if you have bread, perish. I've had enough of misery. Mine and other people's. I'm not joking anymore, I don't see anything funny about it anymore, enough of this farce, for God's sake. No more messing about, Father Almighty. I want to eat my fill. I want to drink my fill. Make a pig of myself. Sleep. Do nothing. I just want my turn. Before I drop dead, I want to be a bit of a millionaire. He took a turn round the hovel and added, like some others. What do you mean? Asked the woman. He shook his head, winked, then raised his voice like some street corner quack about to give a demonstration. What do I mean? Listen. Shoo, muttered the woman. Not so loud. These are things that no one else should hear. Bah! Who's going to hear? Our next door neighbor? I saw him go out a little while ago. Besides, does he hear anything, that great numbskull? In any case, I saw him go out, I tell you. Nevertheless, by a kind of instinct Jondrette lowered his voice, yet not enough for his words to escape Marius. One favorable circumstance, which had made it possible for Marius not to miss anything of this conversation, was the snow that had fallen, deadening the sound of the carriages on the boulevard. This is what Marius heard. Listen carefully. This Croesus is caught. All but. It's as good as done. Everything's fixed. I've seen some people. He'll come this evening at 6 o'clock. To bring his 60 francs, the bastard. Did you see how I came out with all that, my 60 francs, my landlord, my 4th of February? It's not even a quarter day. Isn't that stupid? So he'll come at 6. The time when our neighbor will be gone for his meal. Mayor Bergen is in town washing dishes. There's no one in the house. The neighbor never comes home before 11. The girls will keep a lookout. You'll give us a hand. He'll do as he's told. And what if he doesn't? Asked his wife. Jondrette made a sinister gesture and said, we'll do him in. And he burst out laughing. This was the first time Marius had seen him laugh. The laughter was cold and quiet and chilling. Jondrette opened a cupboard by the fireplace and took out an old cap, which he put on his head after brushing it with his sleeve. I'm going out now, he said, I've some more people to see. The best. You'll see how well it goes. I won't stay out any longer than I have to. It's a great stunt to pull. Stay inside. And with both hands thrust into the pockets of his trousers, he stood there for a moment thinking, then cried, you know, it's a great stroke of luck, after all, that he didn't recognize me. If he had, he wouldn't be coming back. He'd have slipped through our fingers. It's my beard that saved me. My romantic beard. My nice little romantic beard. And again he laughed. He went to the window. The snow was still falling and cutting across the gray of the sky. What filthy weather, he said. Then wrapping the greatcoat across his chest, this thing's too big for me. Never mind, he added, it was a damn good thing he left it for me, the old crook. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to go out and everything would have come to nothing again. When you think what things can turn on. And pulling his cap down over his eyes, he left the room.
He had scarcely had time to take a few steps outside when the door opened again and his intelligent, feral face reappeared in the opening. "I nearly forgot," he said. "Have a charcoal brazier burning." And he threw into his wife's apron the 5-franc coin the philanthropist had left with him. "A charcoal brazier?" his wife queried. "Yes." "How much charcoal?" "2 good bushels." "That will come to 30 sous. With what's left over, I'll buy something to eat." "No, damn it." "Why not?" "Don't go and spend the whole 5 francs. "Why not?" "Because there's something I need to buy." "What?" "Something." "How much will you need?" "Where's the nearest ironmonger's?" "Rue Mouffetard." "Ah. Yes, I can picture it. The shop on the street corner." "Well, tell me how much you'll need for what you want to buy." 50 sous, 3 francs. "There won't be much left for dinner. Today's not the day for eating. There's something better to do." "Whatever you say, love." At this remark from his wife, Jondrette closed the door again, and this time Marius heard his footsteps receding along the corridor of the old house and hurrying down the staircase. Just at that moment the church of St. Médard struck 1 o'clock. 13. Solus cum solo, in loco remoto, non cogitabantur orare pater noster asterisk. For all that he was a dreamer, Marius, as we have said, was a resolute and active kind of person. His habits of solitary meditation, while developing in him sympathy and compassion, had perhaps diminished his capacity for annoyance but had left intact his capacity for indignation. He had the kindliness of a Brahmin and the severity of a judge. He would take pity on a toad, but crush a viper. Now, it was a nest of vipers he had just been peering at, it was a coven of monsters he had right in front of him. "These wretches must be stamped underfoot," he said. Not one of the enigmas he had hoped to see cleared up had been elucidated. On the contrary, they had all perhaps intensified. He knew nothing more about the lovely young girl of the Luxembourg Gardens and the man he called Monsieur Leblanc except that Jondrette recognized them. From the mysterious words that had been said only one thing was clear to him, the fact that an ambush was being laid, some obscure but terrible trap. That they were both in great danger, she probably, her father certainly. That they must be saved. That the Jondrette's hideous machinations must be thwarted and this spider's web of theirs destroyed. He observed the Jondrette woman for a moment. She had pulled out of a corner an old sheet metal brazier and was rummaging in the heap of old iron. He climbed down from the chest of drawers as carefully as possible, taking care to make no noise. In his dread of what was brewing and in the horror instilled in him by the Jondrettes, he felt a kind of joy at the idea that he might have the privilege of doing the one he loved such a service. But how to go about it? Warn the individuals who were in danger. He did not know their address. They had momentarily reappeared before his eyes, then had been swallowed up again in the immense depths of Paris. Wait at the door for Monsieur Leblanc at 6 o'clock that evening when he was due to arrive, and alert him to the trap? But Jondrette and his men would see him waiting, it was a lonely spot, they would be stronger than him, they would find some way of seizing him or driving him away, and the man Marius was trying to save would be doomed. 1 o'clock had just struck. The trap was to be sprung at 6. Marius had 5 hours. There was only one thing to do. He put on his decent coat, tied a neckerchief round his neck, took his hat and went out, making no greater sound than if he had been walking barefoot on moss. In any case the Jondrette woman was still poking about among her old bits of iron. Once out of the house, he made for Rue du Petit Banquier. He was about halfway along this street, near a very low wall that could be easily stepped over at certain points, running alongside waste ground. Given what was on his mind, he was walking slowly. The snow deadened the sound of his footsteps. All of a sudden he heard voices talking very close to him. He looked round. The street was deserted. Not a soul in sight. It was broad daylight. And yet he distinctly heard voices. It occurred to him to look over the wall next to him. Sure enough, there were two men sitting in the snow, with their backs to the wall, talking in low voices. He did not recognize these two individuals. One was a bearded man in an overall, and the other a long-haired fellow in rags. The bearded man wore a tasseled cap, the other was bareheaded and had snow in his hair. By sticking his head out above them, Marius was able to hear. The long-haired one nudged the other with his elbow and said, with patron manette, "It can't fail." "You think so?" said the bearded man. "It's worth 500 francs each, and the worst that can happen, 5 years, 6 years, 10 years at most." The other replied with some hesitation, scratching under his cap, "That's a fact, that is. You can't argue with something like that." "I tell you, this job can't fail," replied the long-haired man. "Old man what's his name's gig will be ready and waiting." Then they began to discuss a melodrama they had seen the night before at the Gaieté Theatre. Marius continued on his way. He had the feeling that the mysterious words of those men crouching in the snow and so strangely hidden behind that wall were perhaps not unconnected with Jondrette's heinous plot. That must be what this job was. He made for Faubourg St. Marceau and asked at the first shop he came to where there was a police station. He was directed to Rue de Pontoise, number 14. Marius headed off towards it. Passing a baker's shop, he bought a roll for 2 sous and ate it, anticipating that he would not be getting his evening meal. On his way he gave credit to Providence. He realized that if he had not given his 5 francs to the Jondrette girl in the morning, he would have followed Monsieur Leblanc's cab and in consequence would have known nothing, and nothing would have stood in the way of the Jondrette's felony. Monsieur Leblanc would have been doomed, and no doubt his daughter along with him. 14. In which a policeman gives a lawyer 2 punches. When he got to number 14 Rue de Pontoise he went upstairs and asked for the police commissioner. "Monsieur le commissaire de police isn't here," some sort of office boy told him, "but there's an inspector standing in for him." "Would you like to speak to him? Is it urgent?" "Yes," said Marius. The office boy showed him into the commissioner's office. A tall man was standing there behind a grill, leaning against a stove and holding up with both hands the flaps of a huge triple-caped garret coat. He had a square face, a thin, firm mouth, thick, very bushy graying whiskers, and a gaze capable of turning your pockets inside out. That gaze, it might well have been said, was not penetrating but searching. In appearance, this man was not much less ferocious or fearsome than Jondrette. Sometimes the guard dog is no less terrible to encounter than the wolf. "What do you want?" he said to Marius, omitting to add Monsieur. "Monsieur le commissaire de police?" "He's not here. I'm standing in for him. It's about a very confidential matter." "Then speak." "And very urgent." "Then speak quickly." Calm and brusque, this man was both terrifying and reassuring. He inspired fear and he inspired confidence. Marius told him the story. That a person he knew only by sight was to be led into an ambush that very evening. That living in the room next door to the thieves' den, he Marius Pontmercy, a lawyer, had overheard the whole plot through the partition wall. That the villain who had devised the trap was a certain Jondrette. That he would have accomplices, probably marauders, among others a certain Panchaud, alias Printanier, alias Bigrenail. That Jondrette's daughters were to keep a lookout. That there was no way of warning the man in danger,
given that not even his name was known. And finally, that all this was to be carried out at 6 o'clock that evening in the most deserted part of Boulevard de El Hospital, in the house numbered 50-52. At the mention of this number, the inspector raised his head and said coldly, "So it's the room at the end of the corridor?" "Precisely," answered Marius. And he added, "Are you familiar with the house?" The inspector remained silent for a moment. Then, warming the heel of his boot at the open stove, he replied, "Apparently." He went on murmuring indistinctly, talking not so much to Marius as to his cravat. "Patron Manette must have a hand in this." This caught Marius's attention. "Patron Manette," he said. "I did hear that word mentioned." And he recounted to the inspector the conversation between the long-haired man and the bearded man in the snow behind the wall on Rue du Petit Banquier. The inspector muttered, "The long-haired one must be Pigeon, and the bearded one must be Demi-Liard, alias Dumilliards." He had lowered his eyes again, and was thinking. "As for old man what's his name, I have an idea who he might be. Look, now I've scorched my coat. They always make these damn stoves burn too hot. Number 50-52. The old Gorbeau place." Then he looked at Marius. "You saw only the bearded fellow and the long-haired man? And Panchard. You didn't see some damned little fop hanging around?" "No." "Or a huge towering hulk who looks like an elephant from the Jardin des Plantes?" "No." "Or a sly one with something of the old clown about him?" "No." "As for the fourth, no one ever sees him, not even his lieutenants or his agents or his henchmen." "It's hardly surprising that you've not seen him." "No." "And who are all these people?" asked Marius. The inspector said in response, "In any case, it's too early in the day for them." He relapsed into silence, then went on, "Number 50-52. I know the place. No way of hiding inside without our cast realizing it. Then all they have to do is cancel the show. They're so modest. They don't feel comfortable with an audience. None of that, none of that. I want to hear them sing, make them dance." Ending this monologue, he turned to Marius, and eyeing him intently asked, "Are you afraid?" "Of what?" said Marius. "Of these men?" "No more than you are," retorted Marius brusquely. He had begun to notice he had not yet had the courtesy of a monsieur from this bloodhound. The inspector eyed Marius even more intently, and went on with a kind of sententious solemnity, spoken like a brave man and an honest man. "Courage has no fear of crime, and honesty no fear of authority." Marius cut him short. "That's all very well, but what do you intend to do?" The inspector confined himself to saying, "The lodgers in that house have passkeys to let themselves in when they come home at night." "You must have one." "Yes," said Marius. "Have you got it with you?" "Yes." "Give it to me," said the inspector. Marius extracted the key from his waistcoat, handed it to the inspector and added, "If you take my advice, you'll come in force." The inspector gave Marius the kind of look that Voltaire would have given a provincial litterateur who might have suggested a rhyme to him. In a single movement he plunged both hands, which were enormous, into the two huge pockets of his Garrick coat and pulled out two small steel pistols of the sort called Punch's star. He handed them to Marius, saying rapidly and curtly, "Take these. Go home. Hide in your room. So that you're assumed to be out. They're loaded. Each with 2 bullets. Keep an eye on them. There's a hole in the wall, you told me. The men will arrive. Let them carry on undisturbed for a while. When you think everything's gone as far as it should and it's time to put a stop to it, you fire a shot. Not too soon. The rest is my responsibility. A shot in the air, up into the ceiling, wherever you like. Above all, not too soon. Wait until the action has started. You're a lawyer, you know what that means.
Marius took the pistols and put them in the side pocket of his coat.
They bulge like that, it's too obvious, said the inspector. Put them in your trouser pockets. Marius hid the pistols in his trouser pockets.
Now, said the inspector, nobody can afford to waste a minute.
What time is it? 2:30. 7 o'clock, was it? 6, said Marius. That gives me time enough, said the inspector, but only just. Don't forget anything I've said to you. Bang! 1 pistol shot.
Rest assured, said Marius. And as Marius was reaching for the door handle to leave the room, the inspector called out to him, by the way, if you need me between now and then, come here or send a message.
Ask for Inspector Javert. 15. Jondrette goes shopping.
A few moments later, at about 3 o'clock, Courfeyrac happened to be walking along Rue Mouffetard with Bossuet. The snow was falling more heavily than ever, filling the skies.
Bossuet was just saying to Courfeyrac,
seeing all these snowflakes coming down, you'd think there was a plague of white butterflies in the heavens. All at once Bossuet caught sight of Marius walking up the street towards the tollgate with a peculiar air about him.
Look, exclaimed Bossuet. Marius.
I saw him, said Courfeyrac.
Let's not speak to him. Why not? He's busy. With what? Can't you see the way he's behaving? What way? Like someone who's following someone.
You're right, said Bossuet.
Just look at the expression on his face, said Courfeyrac. But who the devil is he following? Some flowery bonnet sweetheart minx. He's in love.
But I see no sweetheart or minx or flowery bonnet in the street, remarked Bossuet.
There are no women.
Courfeyrac looked and exclaimed, he's following a man. A man in a grey cap, and whose grey beard was discernible even from behind, was indeed walking about 20 paces ahead of Marius. This man was dressed in a brand new overcoat that was too big for him and an awful pair of ragged trousers all filthy with mud.
Bossuet burst out laughing. Who on earth is that man? That, said Courfeyrac, is a poet. Poets are quite happy to go around wearing rabbit-skin dealer's trousers with a peer of the realm's overcoat. Let's see where Marius is going, said Bossuet. Let's see where this man's going, let's follow them, eh?
Bossuet, cried Courfeyrac.
Aigle de Meaux.
You're a dreadful beast.
Follow a man who's following a man. They turned and went on their way. Sure enough, Marius had seen Jondrette walking along Rue Mouffetard, and was spying on him. Jondrette walked on without any inkling that he was already under observation.
He left Rue Mouffetard, and Marius saw him go inside one of the most dreadful hovels on Rue Gracieuse. He remained there about a quarter of an hour, then returned to Rue Mouffetard. He stopped at an ironmonger's that there used to be in those days on the corner of Rue Pierre Lombard, and a few minutes later Marius saw him emerge from the shop, holding in his hand a big cold chisel with a plain wooden handle, which he secreted under his overcoat.
When he came to Rue Petit Gentilly he turned left and quickly reached Rue du Petit Banquier. Daylight was fading.
The snow, which had let up for a while, had just started falling again. Right at the corner of Rue du Petit Banquier, which was deserted as usual, Marius held back out of sight and did not follow Jondrette down the street. Just as well, because when Jondrette came alongside the low wall where Marius had heard the long-haired man and the bearded man talking, he turned round to make sure no one was following him, and he did not see Marius. He then leapt over the wall and disappeared. The wasteland that lay behind this wall gave on to a backyard belonging to a fellow of ill repute who had once had a carriage hire business and who, having gone bankrupt, still had a few old rattletraps in his sheds. Marius thought it would be wise to take advantage of Jondrette's absence to return home. Besides, it was getting late. Every evening when Mame Bergen left to go and wash dishes in town, she had the habit of locking the door to the house, which was always shut at dusk. Marius had given his key to the police inspector. It was therefore important that he should hurry back. Evening had descended. Darkness had almost closed in. There was, on the horizon and in the vastness of space, only one spot left that was still lit by the sun, and that was the moon. It was rising, red, behind the low dome of La Salpêtrière. Marius strode back to number 50 to 52. The door was still open when he arrived. He climbed the stairs on tiptoe and, hugging the wall, crept down the corridor to his room. This corridor, remember, was lined on both sides with garrets, all at present to let and empty. Mame Bergen usually left the doors open. As he went past one of these doors, Marius thought he glimpsed in the unoccupied cell the white blur of the faces of 4 motionless men caught in the last of the light coming through a dormer window. Not wanting to be seen, Marius did not try to look closer. He managed to get back to his room without being noticed and without making a sound. Just in time. A moment later he heard Mame Bergen going off and locking the door of the house behind her. 16. Featuring a song sung to an English tune popular in 1832. Marius sat on his bed. It was probably about 5:30. Only half an hour lay between him and whatever was going to take place. He could hear the pounding of his arteries the way you can hear a watch ticking in the dark. He thought of that twofold advance being made in the shadows right then, crime moving forward on one side, justice coming up on the other. He was not afraid, but he could not envisage what was about to happen without a certain trepidation. As is the case with all those suddenly caught up in an amazing adventure, this whole day seemed like a dream to him, and to convince himself he was not in the grip of a nightmare he needed to feel the coldness of the 2 steel pistols in his trouser pockets. It was no longer snowing. The moon emerged ever brighter from the mist, and its rays, combined with the white reflection of the snow that had fallen, gave the room a twilight appearance. There was light in the Jondrette hovel. Marius saw the hole in the wall gleaming with a reddish brightness that was seemingly bloody to him. The fact was, this brightness could not have been produced by a candle. Moreover, not a sound came from the Jondrette's place, where no one stirred, no one spoke a word, not a whisper. The silence was chill and profound, and but for that light you might have thought you were next door to a tomb. Marius quietly took off his boots and pushed them under his bed. Several minutes went by. Marius heard the door downstairs swing open. A quick, heavy footstep climbed the staircase and went down the corridor. The door latch to the hovel lifted with a clatter. It was Jondrette coming home. All at once several voices were raised. The whole family was in the garret. Only, in the master's absence they were silent, like wolf cubs when the wolf is away. "It's me," he said. "Hello, Pa," yapped the girls. "Well," said the mother. "It's all going to plan," replied Jondrette, "but my feet are devilish cold." "So you've got yourself dressed up. Well done. You need to inspire trust. All ready to go out. You won't forget anything I told you. You'll remember what to do? Don't fret." "Because," said Jondrette. And he did not finish his sentence. Marius heard him lay something heavy on the table, probably the chisel he had bought. "Now then," said Jondrette, "have you eaten?" "Yes," said the mother. "I had 3 big potatoes and some salt. I took advantage of the fire to cook them." "Good," said Jondrette.
Tomorrow I'll take you out to dinner. We'll have duck and all the trimmings. You'll dine like Charles X, every one of you. It's all going well."
Then lowering his voice, he added, "The mousetrap's open.
The cats are in place."
He lowered his voice even more and said, "Put that on the fire."
Marius heard the clinking of tongs or some other iron utensil knocking against charcoal, and Jondrette went on, "Have you greased the hinges of the door so they don't squeak?"
"Yes," replied the mother.
"What time is it?"
"Nearly 6.
The half-hour just struck at estimated."
"Hell," said Jondrette.
"The girls must go and keep a lookout. Come here, you two, and listen."
There was some whispering.
Jondrette raised his voice again, "Has old Bergen left?"
"Yes," said the mother.
"You're sure there's no one next door?"
"He hasn't been in all day, and you know very well now's the time he has his evening meal."
"You're sure?"
"Yes." "All the same," said Jondrette, "there's no harm in going to see whether he's there.
My girl, take the candle and have a look."
Marius dropped onto his hands and knees and crawled silently under his bed. Hardly had he got himself tucked away when he saw a light through the cracks in his door.
"PPA," cried a voice, "he's out." He recognized the older girl's voice. "Did you go in?" asked her father.
"No," replied the girl, "but his key's in the door, so he must be out."
The father called out, "Well, go in anyway."
The door opened and Marius saw the older Jondrette girl come in with a candle in her hand. She looked just the same as that morning, only even more of a fright in this light. She came straight up to the bed. Marius had a moment of unspeakable anxiety, but there was a mirror nailed to the wall by the bed, and that was what she came for.
She stood on tiptoe and looked at herself in it. The sound of iron objects being moved around could be heard from the room next door.
She smoothed her hair with the palm of her hand and smiled in the mirror, singing quietly to herself in her cracked and sepulchral voice.
"A whole week of love we had together. Though happiness is so fleeting. How could I regret our meeting? The days of love should last forever. Last forever, last forever." All the while, Marius was trembling.
It seemed impossible to him that she could not hear his breathing. She went over to the window and looked out, talking aloud in that half-crazed way she had. "How ugly Paris is when it's dressed in a white shirt," she said. She came back to the mirror and again adopted affected poses, gazing at herself, alternately full in the face and in three-quarters profile. "Hey there," cried her father.
"What's keeping you?"
"I'm looking under the bed and under the furniture," she replied, continuing to arrange her hair.
"There's no one here." "You ninny," yelled her father. "Get back here right now. And stop wasting time." "Coming. Coming," said she.
"You get no time to yourself in this house," she sang under her breath. "You're leaving me in search of glory where'er you go, my sad heart follows." She cast a parting glance at the mirror and went out, shutting the door behind her. A moment later Marius heard the two young girls going barefoot down the corridor, and Jondrette's voice shouting after them, "Keep a sharp eye. One of you by the gate, the other on the corner of Rue du Petit Banquier. Don't let the door of this house out of your sight for a moment, and as soon as you see something, get back here straight away. Quick as you can. You've got a key to let yourselves in." The older girl grumbled, standing guard barefoot in the snow. "You shall have jasper green silk ankle boots tomorrow," said the father. They descended the staircase and a few seconds later the front door slammed shut, announcing that they were outside. The only people left in the house now were Marius, the Jondrettes, and probably also the mysterious individuals glimpsed by Marius in the twilight behind the door of the unoccupied garret.
17. The use made of Marius's 5-franc piece.
Marius decided the moment had come to return to his observation post. In the twinkling of an eye and with the agility of his age, he was back at the hole in the partition wall. He peered through it. The interior of the Jondrette lodgings presented a peculiar sight, and Marius found an explanation for the strange brightness he had noticed. A candle was burning in a verdigrised candlestick, but that was not what really lit the room. The entire hovel was completely illuminated, as it were, by the reflection from a rather large sheet metal brazier standing in the fireplace and filled with burning charcoal, the brazier the Jondrette woman had prepared that morning. The charcoal was glowing and the brazier was red-hot. A dancing blue flame enabled him to distinguish the shape of the chisel, bought by Jondrette in Rue Pierre Lombard, that had been thrust into the burning embers and was turning red. In a corner by the door, and as if laid out for some intended purpose, 2 piles were to be seen, one of what looked like old iron, the other a heap of ropes. All this would have left anyone who did not know what was in store undecided between a very sinister interpretation and a very simple interpretation. Illuminated in this way, the hovel looked more like a smithy than the mouth of hell, but
Jondrette in this light looked more like a demon than a blacksmith.
The heat from the brazier was such that the candle on the table was melting on that side and burning unevenly. An old copper dark lantern, worthy of a Diogenes turned cartouche, had been placed on the mantelpiece. Standing in the hearth beside some half-burned logs, the brazier sent its smoke up the chimney, giving off no smell. The moonlight entering through the 4 window panes cast its whiteness into the blazing crimson garret, and to the poetic mind of Marius, a dreamer even at a time of action, it was like some heavenly notion mingling with the earth's monstrous dreams. A draught of air blowing through the broken pane helped to dispel the smell of charcoal and obscure the presence of the brazier. The Jondrette den, if the reader can recall what we have said about the Gorbeau tenement, was very well appointed to serve as the scene of a black and violent deed, as the setting for a crime. It was the room set furthest back in the most isolated house on the loneliest boulevard in Paris. Had the ambush not yet existed, it would have been invented here. The whole depth of a house and a great many uninhabited rooms separated this hovel from the boulevard, and its only window looked out on extensive undeveloped plots enclosed behind walls and fences. Jondrette had lighted his pipe, seated himself on the broken chair, and was smoking. His wife was talking to him in an undertone. If Marius had been Courfeyrac, that is to say, one of those men who laugh at every opportunity in life, he would have burst out laughing when his gaze fell on the Jondrette woman. She wore a black feathered hat not unlike the herald's hats at the coronation of Charles X, an immense tartan shawl over her knitted skirt, and the men's shoes that her daughter had scorned that morning. It was this outfit that had prompted Jondrette's exclamation, "So you've got yourself dressed up. Well done. You need to inspire trust." As for Jondrette, he had not taken off the new overcoat Monsieur Leblanc had given him, which was too big for him, and his outfit continued to present that contrast between coat and trousers that in Courfeyrac's eyes constituted the archetypal poet. Suddenly Jondrette raised his voice. "Now that I think about it, in this weather he'll come in a carriage. Light the lantern, take it with you and go downstairs. Stand behind the front door. The moment you hear the carriage stop, open the door at once. He'll come upstairs, you light the way for him up the staircase and along the corridor, and while he's coming in, you get down there again as quick as you can, pay the coachman and send him away." "What about money?" said the woman. Jondrette fumbled in his trouser pocket and handed her 5 francs. "What's this?" she cried. Jondrette replied with dignity, "That's the monarch our neighbor gave us this morning." And he added, "You know what? We need another 2 chairs in here." "What for?" "To sit on." Marius felt a shiver run down his spine when he heard the Jondrette woman giving this placid reply, "Well, for God's sake, I'll go and fetch the ones our neighbor has." And moving swiftly, she opened the door of the hovel and went out into the corridor. Marius just did not have time to climb down from the chest of drawers, cross over to his bed and hide under it. "Take the candle," called Jondrette. "No," she said, "that would be a nuisance, I've the 2 chairs to carry. The moon's bright." Marius heard the heavy hand of Mère Jondrette fumbling for his key in the dark. The door opened. He remained rooted to the spot with shock and amazement. The Jondrette woman entered the room. The dormer window let in a shaft of moonlight that fell between 2 big patches of shadow. One of these patches of shadow completely obscured the wall that Marius was backed against, so that he disappeared. "Mère." Jondrette looked up, did not see Marius, took the 2 chairs, the only ones Marius possessed, and went out, letting the door slam behind her. She reappeared in the den. "Here are the 2 chairs. And here's the lantern," said her husband. "Get yourself down there quick." She hurried to obey, and Jondrette was left alone. He arranged the 2 chairs on either side of the table, turned the chisel over in the burning coals, placed an old screen before the hearth, concealing the brazier, then went over to the corner where the pile of rope lay, and bent down as if to examine something. Marius then realized that what he had taken for a shapeless heap was a very well-made rope ladder, with wooden rungs and 2 hooks for attaching it. This ladder, and some large tools, really massive iron implements, jumbled up with the heap of old metal piled behind the door, had not been in the Jondrette hovel that morning and had evidently been brought there that afternoon during Marius's absence. "Those are edge tools," thought Marius. Had Marius been a little more expert in this area, he would have recognized, in what he took to be edge tools of some sort, certain implements capable of forcing a lock or jemmying a door and others capable of cutting or slicing, the 2 categories of sinister tool that burglars call claws and clippers. The fireplace and the 2 chairs were right opposite Marius. With the brazier now screened, the room was lit only by the candle. The least crock on the table or on the mantelpiece cast a huge shadow. A sort of frightful and ominous calm prevailed in this room. There was a sense of anticipation, of something dreadful about to happen. Jondrette had let his pipe go out, a serious sign of distraction, and had sat down again. The candlelight brought out the fierce, sharp angularity of his face. He kept scowling and brusquely gesturing with his right hand outspread, as if in response to some last words of advice in a grim interior monologue. In the course of one of these obscure responses to himself, he jerked the drawer of the table towards him, took out a long-bladed kitchen knife concealed inside it, and tested the edge on his fingernail. That done, he put the knife back in the drawer, which he pushed shut again. As for Marius, he took hold of the pistol in his right-hand pocket, drew it out and cocked it. The pistol gave a clear, sharp click. Jondrette started and half rose from his chair. "Who's there?" he cried. Marius held his breath. Jondrette listened for a moment, then began to laugh and said, "What a fool I am. It's the partition creaking." Marius kept the pistol in his hand. 18. Marius's 2 chairs are set facing each other. All of a sudden, the distant and melancholy vibration of a church bell made the window panes rattle. 6 o'clock was striking at St. Méthode. Jondrette counted off each stroke with a nod of his head. After the 6th stroke he snuffed the candle with his fingers. Then he began to walk around the room, listened for sound in the corridor, walked a little more, listened again. "He'd better come," he muttered. Then he returned to his chair. He had hardly sat down again when the door opened. It was the Jondrette woman who opened it, and she stood in the corridor making a horrible ingratiating grimace, illuminated from below by one of the holes in the dark lantern. "Come in, monsieur," she said. "Come in, my benefactor," said Jondrette, jumping to his feet.
Monsieur Leblanc appeared.
He had an air of serenity that made him look peculiarly venerable.
He laid 4 gold coins on the table. "Monsieur Fabantou," he said, "this is for your rent and your immediate needs. After that, we'll see."
"God bless you, my generous benefactor," said Jondrette.
And swiftly approaching his wife he said, "Send the carriage away."
She slipped out while her husband greeted Monsieur Leblanc profusely and offered him a chair. A moment later she was back, and whispered in his ear, "It's done." The snow that had been falling non-stop since that morning was so deep, the cab had arrived without being heard, and it was not heard leaving.
Meanwhile, Monsieur Leblanc had sat down. Jondrette had taken the other chair, opposite Monsieur Leblanc.
Now, to picture to himself the scene that is to follow, the reader should bear in mind the icy darkness, the lonely, snow-covered wastes of La Salpêtrière that lay white in the moonlight like vast shrouds, the dim light from the street lamps casting their red glow here and there on those bleak boulevards, and the long rows of black elms, not a soul to be seen for perhaps more than a half a mile around, the Gorbeau tenement, its silence and horror and darkness never so great. In the midst of those lonely wastes, in the midst of those shadows, the vast Jondrette den lighted by a single candle, and in that miserable room 2 men seated. At a table, Monsieur Leblanc placid, Jondrette smiling and terrible, and the Jondrette woman, the she-wolf, in a corner, and invisible behind the partition wall, Marius, standing there, missing not one word, not one movement, watching, pistol in hand. In fact, Marius had no fear, only a sense of horror. He clutched the pistol butt, and felt reassured. "I can put a stop to this wretch whenever I want to," he thought. He was aware of the police somewhere out there, in hiding, waiting for the agreed signal and ready to leap into action. He hoped, moreover, that this violent encounter between Jondrette and Monsieur Leblanc would result in some light being shed on all the things it was in his interest to know.
19.
Beware the dark fringes.
No sooner had Monsieur Leblanc sat down than he looked towards the pallets, which were unoccupied. "How's the poor little girl who was hurt?" he inquired.
"In a bad way," replied Jondrette with a heartbroken and grateful smile, "very bad, my good monsieur. Her big sister has taken her to the Bourbe to be treated."
"You'll be seeing them, they'll be back soon." "Madame Fabantou seems to be better?"
Monsieur Leblanc went on, glancing at the bizarre attire of the Jondrette woman, standing between him and the door as if already guarding the exit, and staring at him, her posture threatening, almost combatant. "She's dying," said Jondrette.
"But it can't be helped, monsieur.
She has so much courage, that woman."
"She's not a woman, she's an ox."
Touched by this compliment, simpering like some gratified monster, Jondrette's wife protested, "You're always too good to me, Monsieur Jondrette."
"Jondrette," said Monsieur Leblanc. "I thought your name was Fabantou." "Fabantou, alias Jondrette," the husband came back quickly. "A stage name."
And directing a shrug at his wife, which Monsieur Leblanc did not see, he went on in an emphatic and wheedling tone of voice, "Ah. The fact is, we've always got along so well together, this poor dear and myself. What would we be left with if we hadn't got that? It's so hard on us, my esteemed friend. We're willing and able, but there's no work. I don't know how the government contrives it, but on my word of honor, monsieur, I'm no Jacobin, monsieur, I'm no anarchist. I don't wish anybody ill, but if I were the ministers, on my most solemn word, things be different. To take an example, I wanted my girls to be taught the trade of box making. You'll say to me, what? A trade? Yes. A trade. A simple trade. A livelihood. What a come down, my benefactor. What degradation when you've been what we once were. Alas! We're left with nothing of our days of prosperity. Apart from just one thing,
a picture that means a lot to me, but all the same I'm willing to part with it, for a man has to stay alive. Indeed, a man has to stay alive. While Jondrette was talking, with an apparent incoherence of sorts that in no way detracted from the shrewd and thoughtful expression of his physiognomy, Marius looked up and noticed at the far end of the room someone he had not seen before. A man had just entered so quietly, there had been no sound of the door opening. This man wore a purple knitted waistcoat, old, threadbare, stained, torn and gaping at every fold, white velveteen trousers, wooden clogs on his feet, and no shirt. He was bare-necked, with bare tattooed arms and black-smeared face. He had sat down, in silence and with his arms folded, on the nearest bed, and since he was behind Jondrette he could be seen only indistinctly. That, as it were, magnetic instinct that alerts the eye prompted Monsieur Leblanc to look about almost at the same moment as Marius did. He could not help but give a start of surprise, which did not escape Jondrette. "Ah! I see," exclaimed Jondrette, buttoning up his coat with an air of satisfaction. "You're looking at your overcoat? It fits me, indeed it does." "Who is that man?" said Monsieur Leblanc. "Pay no attention to him," said Jondrette. "He's a neighbor." The neighbor was a peculiar-looking individual. However, there are numerous chemical factories in the Este-Marceau district. Many of the factory workers might have blackened faces. As it was, Monsieur Leblanc's entire being radiated a frank and fearless trust. He went on, "Forgive me, now what were you saying, Monsieur Fabantou?" "I was telling you, monsieur, my dear patron," replied Jondrette, placing his elbows on the table and gazing at Monsieur Leblanc with steady and commiserating eyes, rather like those of a boa constrictor, "I was telling you that I have a picture to sell." There was a faint sound at the door. A second man had just entered and sat on the bed behind Jondrette. Like the first, he had bare arms and a mask of ink or soot. Although this man had literally slipped into the room, he was unable to do so without Monsieur Leblanc noticing. "Don't mind them," said Jondrette. "They're part of the household. As I was saying, I still have a painting, a valuable painting. Here, take a look, monsieur." He got up and went over to the wall where the panel we have already mentioned was propped up. He turned the panel round, leaving it resting against the wall. It was indeed something that looked like a painting, and it was more or less visible by the light of the candle. Marius could see nothing of it clearly, as Jondrette was standing between the picture and him. He could only half discern a crude daub and some sort of central figure depicted with the garish vulgarity of illustrations on fairground canvases and draft screens. "What's that?" asked Monsieur Leblanc. Jondrette exclaimed, "The work of a master, a painting of great value, my benefactor. It means as much to me as my 2 daughters, it holds such memories for me. But I told you, and I won't go back on it, I'm so poor that I'd part with it." Either by chance or because he had begun to feel some incipient unease, while examining the picture Monsieur Leblanc's glance returned to the far end of the room. There were now 4 men, 3 seated on the bed, 1 standing by the doorpost, all 4 bare-armed, motionless, their faces smeared with black. One of the 3 on the bed was leaning back against the wall with his eyes closed, and appeared to be sleeping. This man was old, and his white hair with that blackened face was a ghastly sight. The other 2 looked young. One was bearded, the other had long hair. None of them wore shoes. Those without socks were barefoot. Jondrette noticed that Monsieur Leblanc's eyes were fixed on these men. "They're friends. Neighbors," he said. "Their faces are black because it's sooty work they do. They're sweeps and stove menders. Don't trouble yourself about them, my benefactor, but buy my picture. Take pity on my penury. I'll sell it to you for a reasonable price. How much do you think it's worth?" "Well," said Monsieur Leblanc, looking Jondrette straight in the eye and like a man put on his guard, "it's some tavern sign. It's worth all of 3 francs. Jondrette replied smoothly, "Have you got your wallet with you? I'd settle for 3,000 francs.
Monsieur Leblanc rose, stood with his back to the wall, and ran his eye around the room. He had Jondrette and the window on his left, and the
Jondrette woman with the 4 men and the door on his right.
The 4 men did not stir and seemed not even to notice him. Jondrette had begun to whine again, and with so vacant a look in his eye and in such a mournful tone that Monsieur Leblanc might have thought the person in front of him was quite simply a man driven mad with distress. "If you don't buy my picture, dear benefactor," said Jondrette, "I'm destitute, there's nothing left for me but to throw myself in the river.
When I think that I wanted my 2 girls to be taught middle-grade box-making for New Year gifts. Well, you need a table with a backboard so the glasses don't fall on the floor, you need a special stove, a pot with 3 compartments for the different strengths of glue needed, depending on whether it's to be used on wood, paper, or cloth, a cardboard cutter, a mold for shaping the cardboard, a hammer to fix the tacks, pincers, damn it, how should I know what else? And all that just to earn 4 sous a day. Working a 14-hour day.
And every box handled by the boxmaker 13 times.
And the paper to wet. And no marks to be made. And the glue to keep heated. Damn it, I tell you. 4 sous a day. How is anyone expected to making a living?" Jondrette spoke without looking at Monsieur Leblanc, who was watching him. Monsieur Leblanc's gaze was fixed on Jondrette, and Jondrette's gaze was fixed on the door. Marius's breathless attention went from one to the other. Monsieur Leblanc seemed to be wondering if this man was an imbecile.
Jondrette repeated 2 or 3 times, with all sorts of variations of tone in the wheedling and whining range, "There's nothing left for me but to throw myself in the river. I climbed down 3 steps by the Pont d'Austerlitz the other day with that in mind." All at once his lackluster eyes lit up with a hideous blaze. This runtish man drew himself up, and became frightening. He took a step towards Monsieur Leblanc and thundered, "All that's beside the point. Do you recognize me? XX. The trap." The door of the garret had just flown open to reveal 3 men in blue overalls and wearing black paper masks. The first was thin and had a long iron-tipped cudgel. The second, who was a kind of colossus, was carrying a butcher's poleaxe for slaughtering cattle, which he held by the middle of the handle with the axe head down. The third, a man with thick-set shoulders, not as thin as the first, not as massive as the second, was clutching in his fist an enormous key stolen from the door of some prison. It appeared that the arrival of these men was what Jondrette had been waiting for. A rapid dialogue ensued between him and the man with the cudgel, the thin one.
"Is everything ready?" said Jondrette. "Yes," replied the thin man. "Where's Montparnasse, then?"
The leading man stopped to chat with your daughter.
"Which one?" "The eldest."
"Is there a carriage at the door?"
"Yes." "Has the gig been got ready?"
"Yes."
"With 2 good horses?"
"Excellent horses."
"Is it waiting where I said it should wait?"
"Yes."
"Good," said Jondrette. Monsieur Leblanc was very pale.
He was looking at everything around him in that wretched place like a man who realizes full well his predicament, and his head, turning to all the faces surrounding him one by one, moved on his neck with an attentive and wondering slowness, but there was nothing in his manner resembling fear. He had improvised for himself a defense wall out of the table, and the man who only a moment ago had seemed just a kindly old gent had suddenly turned into some sort of athlete, laying his robust fist on the back of his chair in a gesture that was fearsome and unexpected. So resolute and so brave in the face of such danger, this old man seemed to be one of those people who are courageous in the same way as they are kind, easily and simply. The father of a woman we love is never a stranger to us. Marius felt proud of this man he did not know.
3 of the bare-armed men, of whom Jondrette had said they're sweeps and stove menders, had helped themselves from the pile of old iron, one, to a pair of heavy shears, another, to a crowbar, the third, to a hammer, and had without uttering a word taken up a position barring the door. The old man remained on the bed, and had merely opened his eyes. The Jondrette woman had sat down beside him. Marius decided that within a few seconds it would be time to intervene, and he raised his right hand towards the ceiling in the direction of the corridor, ready to fire his pistol. Having concluded his exchange with the man carrying the cudgel, Jondrette turned back to Monsieur Leblanc and repeated his question, accompanying it with that terrible, low-suppressed laugh of his, "So you don't recognize me?" Monsieur Leblanc looked him straight in the face, and replied, "No." Then Jondrette came up to the table. He leaned over the candle, folding his arms, thrusting his fierce angular jaw towards Monsieur Leblanc's calm face, advancing as far as he could without Monsieur Leblanc backing away, and in this attitude of wild beast about to bite he cried, "My name isn't Fabantou, my name isn't Jondrette, my name is Thénardier. I'm the innkeeper at Montfermeil. Do you hear? Thénardier. Now do you recognize me?" An almost imperceptible flush passed across Monsieur Leblanc's brow, and with not a tremor in his voice, without raising it he replied with his customary serenity, "No more than before." Marius did not hear this reply. Anyone who had seen him at that moment in that darkness would have seen that he was aghast, stupefied, thunderstruck. At that moment when Jondrette said, "My name is Thénardier," Marius had trembled in every limb and collapsed against the wall as if he felt the cold blade of a sword run through his heart. Then his right arm, ready to fire the signal, had slowly dropped, and when Jondrette repeated, "Do you hear? Thénardier?" Marius's wilting fingers had almost let the pistol fall. By revealing who he was, Jondrette had left Monsieur Leblanc unmoved, but he had thrown Marius into turmoil. That name Thénardier, which seemed unknown to Monsieur Leblanc, was known to Marius. Remember what that name meant to him. That name he had worn on his heart, written in his father's will. He bore it in the depths of his mind, in the depths of his memory, in that sacred injunction, "A man by the name of Thénardier saved my life. If my son ever meets him, he will do the best he can for him." That name, remember, was one that his soul held in veneration, that in his filial devotion was associated with his father's name. What? This was Thénardier, this was the innkeeper of Montfermeil he had for so long sought in vain. He had found him at last, and how could this be? His father's savior was a villain. That man, to whom Marius had a burning desire to dedicate himself, was a monster. The man to whom Colonel Pontmercy owed his deliverance was engaged in a crime whose precise nature Marius did not yet clearly apprehend but which looked like murder. And God Almighty! Who was his victim? What a twist of fate! What a bitter irony! His father had commanded him from where he lay in his coffin to do the best he could for this Thénardier, and for 4 years. Marius had had but one thought in mind, to honor this debt of his father's, and just as he was about to ensure that a villain would be seized in flagrante delicto to face justice, destiny cried out to him, "This is Thénardier." At last he was going to repay this man for saving his father's life amid a hail of grapeshot on the heroic battlefield of Waterloo, and he was going to repay him with the scaffold. He had sworn to himself that if ever he found this Thénardier he would approach him only by throwing himself at his feet. And now he had actually found him, but he was delivering him to the executioner. His father had said to him, "Help Thénardier." And he was responding to that adored and sainted voice by destroying Thénardier. Treating his father, in his tomb, to the spectacle of the execution on Place Estigeac of the man who at the risk of his own life had wrested him from death. Executed because of his son, because of this same Marius to whom he had commended that man. And what a mockery for so long to have worn on his breast his father's last wishes, written in his own hand, and then, appallingly, to have done exactly the opposite. But on the other hand, to be witness to an ambush and not prevent it. What? Condemn the victim and spare the assassin. Could a person be bound by any debt of gratitude to such a wretch? Every notion Marius had entertained for the last 4 years was as it were shot to pieces by this unexpected turn of events. He shuddered. Everything depended on him. He held in his hand the fate of these unwitting individuals playing out their parts beneath his gaze. If he fired his pistol, Monsieur Leblanc was saved and Thénardier doomed. If he did not fire it, Monsieur Leblanc would be sacrificed and, who knows, Thénardier would escape. Be the undoing of one, or the downfall of the other. Remorse, either way. What should he do? What should he choose? Disregard the most pressing memories, so many solemn vows made to himself, the most sacred duty, the most venerated document. Disregard his father's will or allow a crime to be committed. It seemed to him that he could hear his Ursule on the one hand, beseeching him for her father's sake, and the colonel on the other commending Thénardier to him. He felt as if he had gone mad. His knees were giving way beneath him. And he had not even time to think, so relentlessly fast was the scene before his eyes unfolding. It was like a whirlwind that he had thought was under his control and that he was now at the mercy of. He was on the verge of fainting. Meanwhile, Thénardier, we shall refer to him by no other name from now on, was pacing up and down in front of the table in a kind of frenzied, crazed triumph. He seized the candle in his fist and slammed it down on the mantelpiece so violently that the flame almost went out and the candle grease spattered on the wall. Then, terrible in his fury, he turned to Monsieur Leblanc and spat out, "Cooked, roasted, skewered, done to a turn." And he started pacing again, in full flood. "Ah," he cried. "At last I've found you, Monsieur the philanthropist. Monsieur the threadbare millionaire. Monsieur who gives away dolls. Old fool. Ah. You don't recognize me. No, it wasn't you who came to Montfermeil, to my inn, 8 years ago, on Christmas night of 1823. It wasn't you who carried away from my house Fantine's child, Alouette. It wasn't you who had a yellow coat. No. And a bundle of clothes in your hand like the one you brought to my house this morning. Fancy that now, wife. It seems he's always taking packages full of woolen stockings to people's houses. You old do-gooder. Are you a haberdasher, Monsieur the millionaire? You saintly man, giving away your stock in trade to the poor. What a slippery customer. Ah. You don't recognize me? Well, I recognize you. I recognized you straight away, the minute you poked your nose in here. And now you're about to find out it isn't all roses, going into people's houses like that, on the grounds that they're inns, dressed all shabby, looking that much of a pauper anyone would have given you a sou, deceiving people, acting bountiful, taking away their livelihood, threatening them in the woods. And you don't get away with it just because later, when people are ruined, you bring them a coat that's too big and 2 miserable hospital blankets, you old scoundrel, you child stealer. He stopped, and seemed to be talking to himself for a moment. It was as though his rage, like the Rhone, had disappeared down some hole. Then, as though he were concluding aloud things he had been saying to himself, he struck the table with his fist and shouted, with that innocent look of his. And he continued to harangue Monsieur Leblanc. Damn it! You made a fool of me in the past. You're the cause of all my woes. For 1,500 francs you got yourself a girl I had, from a rich family for sure, one who'd already brought me a lot of cash and would have kept me going for the rest of my life. A girl who would have compensated for all I lost on that vile watering hole where some serious carousing went on and that, like a fool, I squandered everything I owned on. Oh! I wish all the wine that was drunk on my premises had poisoned those that drank it. Well, never mind. So you must have thought me a laughingstock when you went off with Alouette. You had your cudgel in the forest. You had the advantage. My turn now. I'm the one who's got the upper hand today. The game's up, old man. Oh, am I laughing? Of course I'm laughing. He walked straight into the trap. I told him I was an actor, that my name was Fabantu, that I'd been on stage with Mamselle Mars, with Mamselle Mush, that my landlord insisted on being paid tomorrow, the 4th of February, and he didn't even notice that it's the 8th of January and not the 4th of February. That's a payment date. Daft idiot. And those 4 wretched coins he brings me. The bastard. He didn't even have the decency to go as high as 100 francs. And how he fell for my fawning. That did amuse me. The old fool. I said to myself. Now I've got you. I was licking your boots this morning, but I'll be sinking my teeth into you this evening. Thénardier stopped. He was out of breath. His scrawny chest was puffing and blowing like a blacksmith's bellows. His eyes were full of that base delight of a weak, cruel, and cowardly creature finally able to overcome what it had feared and insult what it had flattered, the glee of a dwarf that might place his foot on Goliath's head, the glee of a jackal beginning to tear to pieces a sick bull sufficiently moribund to be incapable of defending itself anymore but sufficiently alive still to suffer. Monsieur Leblanc did not interrupt him, but when he paused said, I don't know what you mean. You're mistaken. I'm a very poor man and anything but a millionaire. I don't know you. You're getting me mixed up with someone else. Ah, growled Thénardier. What humbug! You're sticking to that story. You're floundering, old man. Ah! You don't remember. You can't see who I am. Forgive me, monsieur, said Monsieur Leblanc in a polite tone of voice that was strangely powerful at such a moment. I see that you're a villain. Who has not noticed that hateful individuals have their own sensitivity, that monsters are ticklish? At this word villain, the Thénardier woman sprang from the bed. Thénardier grabbed his chair as if he was going to smash it to pieces. You stay where you are, he shouted to his wife. And turning to Monsieur Leblanc he went on, villain. Yes, I know that's what you call us, you rich folk. Well, it's true my business went bust, I'm in hiding, I've no food, I've no money, I'm a villain. I've not eaten for 3 days, I'm a villain. Ah! You lot keep your feet warm, you have shoes made by Sikorsky, you have padded overcoats like archbishops, you live on the first floor in houses with caretakers, you eat truffles, you eat asparagus at 40 francs a bunch in the month of January, and green peas, you gorge yourselves, and when you want to know whether it's cold you look in the newspaper to see what Engineer Chevalier's thermometer says. We're our own thermometers, we are. We don't need to go down to the embankment and look on the corner of the Tour de l'Horloge to find out how many degrees below zero it is. We feel the blood freezing in our veins and the ice reaching into our hearts, and we say, there is no God. And you come into our dens, yes, our dens, and call us villains. But we shall eat you, poor things. We'll devour you. Monsieur the millionaire, I'll have you know this, I had my own business, I was licensed, I was entitled to vote, I'm a respectable citizen, I am. And you may very well not be. Here Thénardier took a step towards the men who were standing by the door and added with a shudder, when I think that he dares come here and talk to me as if I were the lowest of the low. Then, addressing Monsieur Leblanc with renewed frenzy, and this too I'll have you know, Monsieur the philanthropist. I'm not some shady customer. I'm not some nameless individual who comes along and abducts children from people's houses. I'm a French veteran, I should have been decorated. I was at Waterloo, I was. And in the battle I saved a general called Comte somebody or other. He told me his name but his damned voice was so weak I didn't hear. All I heard was merci. I'd sooner have had his name than his thanks. It would have helped me to find him again. This picture you see here, it was painted by David in Brussels. You know what it represents? It represents me. David wanted to immortalize that feat of valor. I have that general on my back, and I'm carrying him through the grapeshot. That's the story. And he never did a thing for me, that general, he was no better than the others. But all the same I saved his life at the risk of my own, and I have pockets full of documents to prove it. I was a soldier at Waterloo, for God's sake. And now I've been good enough to tell you all that, let's get on with it. I want cash, I want a great deal of cash, I want enormous quantities of cash, or I'll kill you, God damn it. Marius had regained some control over his feelings of anguish and was listening. The last possibility of any remaining uncertainty had just vanished. This was, for sure, the Thénardier of the will. Marius shuddered at this accusation of ingratitude directed against his father and which he was so perniciously about to justify. It worsened his predicament. Besides, in all these words of Thénardier's, in his tone, in his gestures, in his eyes that set every word ablaze, in this eruption of an evil nature revealing all, in this mixture of swagger and abjectness, pride and pettiness, rage and stupidity, in this chaos of real grievances and false sentiment, in this malicious man's shameless relish of the pleasure of violence, in this brazen nakedness of an ugly soul, in this conflagration of every suffering combined with every hatred, there was something hideously evil and heartbreakingly true. The picture by a master, the painting by David that he wanted Monsieur Leblanc to buy, was, as the reader will have surmised, none other than the sign from his tavern, painted, remember, by himself, the only relic he had preserved from the wreckage of Montfermeil. Since he had stopped blocking Marius's field of vision, Marius could now observe this object, and in the daub he actually recognized a battle, a smoky background and a man carrying another man. This was the Thénardier in Pont Mercy composition, the Savior Sergeant and the Colonel saved. Marius felt as if drunk. This picture in some way brought his father back to life. It was no longer the signboard of the tavern at Montfermeil, it was a resurrection, in which a tomb opened and a ghost arose from it. Marius heard his heart pounding at his temples, he had the cannon of Waterloo in his ears, his bleeding father indistinctly depicted on that sinister panel scared him, and it seemed to him this shapeless figure was staring at him. Once Thénardier had caught his breath, he fixed his bloodshot eyes on Monsieur Leblanc and said to him in a low, curt voice, "What have you to say before we knock the stuffing out of you?" Monsieur Leblanc remained silent. In the midst of this silence a throaty voice delivered this ominous jibe from the corridor, "If there's heavy work needs doing, I'm your man." It was the man with the poleaxe, who was looking forward to some fun. At the same time an enormous face, bristling and grubby, with a frightful laugh that revealed not teeth but fangs, appeared in the doorway. It was the face of the man with the poleaxe. "Yve you taking your mask off?" Thénardier shouted angrily. "For a laugh," replied the man. For some moments Monsieur Leblanc had appeared to be following and watching every move made by Thénardier, who, blinded and dazzled by his own rage, paced about the den in the confidence of knowing that the door was guarded, that he was holding an unarmed man while armed himself and that they were 9 against 1, assuming the Thénardier woman counted for only one man. While rebuking the man with the poleaxe, he turned his back on Monsieur Leblanc. Monsieur Leblanc seized this moment. He kicked the chair over, shoved the table back, then, before Thénardier had time to turn round, with amazing agility and in one bound he was at the window. To open it, to clamber onto the sill and climb over it, took a second. He was half out when 6 strong hands grabbed hold of him and forcibly dragged him back into the den. It was the 3 sweeps who had pounced on him. At the same time, the Thénardier woman gripped him by the hair. Hearing the scuffle, the other ruffians came running in from the corridor. The old man on the bed, who seemed befuddled with wine, got off the pallet and came staggering over with a roadmender's hammer in his hand. One of the sweeps, on whose begrimed face the candle shed its light and whom Marius recognized in spite of the grime as Panchaud, alias Printanier, alias Bigrenail, raised above Monsieur Leblanc's head some kind of bludgeon consisting of an iron bar with a leaden knob at either end. Marius could not hold out against this spectacle. Father, he thought, forgive me. And his finger sought the trigger of his pistol. The shot was about to go off when Thénardier's voice shouted, "Don't harm him!" The victim's desperate attempt, far from exasperating Thénardier, had calmed him. Inside him were two men, the vicious one and the crafty one. Up to that moment, in his overweening triumph, with his captured prey making no move, the vicious man had been dominant. When the victim struggled and seemed to want to fight back, the crafty man resurfaced and gained the upper hand. "Don't harm him," he repeated. And unwittingly, his first achievement was to stop the pistol going off and to paralyze Marius, for whom all urgency disappeared and who, faced with this new development, saw no harm in further delay. Who could tell? Something might turn up that would deliver him from the horrible alternatives of either letting Ursul's father perish or sealing the doom of the colonel's savior. A Herculean struggle was underway. With a punch full in the chest, Monsieur Leblanc had sent the old drunk flying into the middle of the room, then with two backhanders had downed two more assailants and had one pinned under each knee. The wretches groaned under this pressure as if under a millstone of granite. But the other four had seized the formidable old man by both arms and the scruff of the neck, and held him crouched over the two floored sweeps. Thus, overpowering some and overpowered by the others, crushing those below, smothered by those on top, vainly trying to shake off all the constraints piled on top of him, Monsieur Leblanc disappeared beneath the heinous band of ruffians like a wild boar beneath a howling pack of mastiffs and bloodhounds. They succeeded in throwing him back on the bed nearest the window, and kept him at bay there. The Thénardier woman had not let go of his hair. "You keep out of this," said Thénardier. "You'll tear your shawl." The Thénardier woman obeyed, as the she-wolf obeys the male, with a growl. "The rest of you," said Thénardier, "search him." Monsieur Leblanc seemed to have given up resisting. He was searched. He had nothing on him except a leather purse containing 6 francs, and his handkerchief. Thénardier put the handkerchief into his own pocket. "What?" "No wallet," he said. "And no watch," replied one of the sweeps. All the same, the masked man who carried the big key murmured in a ventriloquist's voice, "He's a tough old bastard." Thénardier went over to the corner by the door and picked up a bundle of ropes, which he threw at them. "Tie him to the foot of the bed," he said. And noticing the old man who had been left sprawled across the room by the punch from Monsieur Leblanc and was not stirring, he asked, "Is Boulatruelle dead?" "No," replied Bigrenaille, "he's drunk." "Sweep him into a corner," said Thénardier. Two of the sweeps shoved the inebriate with their feet over to the heap of old iron. "Babet," Thénardier said quietly to the man with the cudgel, "why did you bring so many? They weren't needed." "What can you do?" replied the man with the cudgel. "They all wanted to be in on it. It's a bad time. There's nothing doing." The pallet Monsieur Leblanc had been thrown back on was a kind of hospital bed supported by 4 crude posts of barely finished wood. Monsieur Leblanc offered no resistance. The ruffians bound him securely to the bedpost furthest from the window and closest to the fireplace, upright, with his feet on the ground. When the last knot had been tied, Thénardier took a chair and came and sat almost facing Monsieur Leblanc. Thénardier was not like himself anymore. Within a few moments his features had recomposed themselves, switching from unbridled violence to a calm and cunning mildness. Marius hardly recognized in that polite smile of the bureaucrat the almost bestial, foaming mouth of a moment ago. He viewed with amazement this extraordinary and unnerving metamorphosis, and he felt what a man would feel who saw a tiger turn into a lawyer. "Monsieur," said Thénardier, and dismissing with a gesture the ruffians who still had their hands on Monsieur Leblanc, "back off a bit and let me have a chat with Monsieur." They all retreated towards the door. He resumed, "Monsieur, you shouldn't have tried to jump out of the window. You might have broken your leg." Now, if you don't mind, we're going to have a quiet chat. First of all, I have to tell you something I've noticed, which is that we've not yet heard so much as a peep out of you. Thénardier was right. True as it was, though, this detail had in his agitation escaped Marius. Monsieur Leblanc had uttered no more than a few words, without raising his voice. Even in his struggle with the 6 blackguards by the window he had maintained the most profound and peculiar silence. Thénardier went on, "My God! You might have cried thief and I wouldn't have thought it improper. Or murder. People do on occasion, and I wouldn't have taken it amiss. It's perfectly normal to create a bit of a rumpus when you find yourself with individuals that don't inspire enough trust. If you had, no one would have stopped you. You wouldn't even have been gagged. And I'll tell you why. This room's very out of the way. That's the only thing in its favor, but it has got that. It's like a cellar. You might let a bomb off inside it, and at the nearest guardhouse it'd sound like the snoring of a drunk. Here a cannon would make a pop and thunder a whisper. It's a handy place to live. But anyhow, you didn't cry out, and so much the better. I congratulate you on that, and I'll tell you what conclusion I draw. My dear monsieur, when you cry out, who comes? The police. And after the police? Justice. Well, you didn't cry out. That's because you're no keener than we are to have the police and justice turn up. That's because I've long suspected it, you've an interest in hiding something. We ourselves have the same interest. So we can come to an understanding. As he went on in this way, it seemed as though Thénardier, his gaze fixed on Monsieur Leblanc, was trying to plunge the daggers darting from his eyes into his prisoner's conscience. Moreover, his language, characterized by a kind of restrained, sly insolence, was guarded and almost considered, and in this wretch, who was no more than a ruffian just a moment ago, you were now aware of the man who studied for the priesthood. The silence the prisoner had maintained, that caution that extended even to the point of being oblivious to any concern for his own life, that resistance against the first impulse of nature, which is to cry out, all this, it has to be said, now that it had been remarked on, troubled Marius and came as a painful surprise to him. Thénardier's very reasonable observation further intensified for Marius the mysterious obscurity shrouding that strange, grave character whom Courfeyrac had nicknamed Monsieur Leblanc. But whoever he might be, trussed up, surrounded by thugs, half buried, as it were, in a hole that every moment deepened beneath him inch by inch, in the face of Thénardier's fury as in the face of his suaveness, this man remained impassive. And Marius could not helping admiring, at such a time as this, that magnificently melancholy countenance. This was obviously a person incapable of being scared and with no notion of what it was to feel panic-stricken. He was one of those men who in desperate circumstances overcome their bewilderment. No matter how dire his predicament, no matter how inescapable his doom, there was nothing here of the drowning man's anguish, with those ghastly eyes, open underwater. Thénardier stood up in a matter-of-fact way, went to the fireplace, moved aside the screen, which he rested against the nearby pallet, and thus exposed the brazier full of glowing embers in which the prisoner could plainly see the white-hot chisel, spangled here and there with little flecks of scarlet. Thénardier then returned to his seat beside Monsieur Leblanc. To continue, he said, we can come to an understanding. Let's settle this amicably. I was wrong to lose my temper just now. I don't know what I was thinking of. I went much too far. I was talking wildly. For example, because you're a millionaire, I told you I was demanding money, a lot of money, a huge amount of money. That would be unreasonable. Good God, for all that you're rich, you have your expenses, who hasn't? I don't want to ruin you, after all I'm no bloodsucker. I'm not one of those people who, because they're in a stronger position, take advantage of it to be ridiculous. Listen, I'll take a cut and make a sacrifice on my side. All I want is 200,000 francs. Monsieur Leblanc said not a word. Thénardier went on, "As you see, I take my wine with a fair amount of water. I don't know what your fortune stands at, but I do know that money's no object to you, and a charitable man like yourself can well afford to give 200,000 francs to a family man down on his luck. You two are surely reasonable. You don't imagine I'd go to all this trouble and organize this evening, a well-planned operation as all these gentlemen will agree, to end up asking you for enough to go and drink red at 15 sous a glass and eat veal at Desnoyers's. 200,000 francs, that's what it's worth. Once that little trifle is out of your pocket, I assure you, that'll be that, and you need have no fear anyone will lay a finger on you. You'll say, but I haven't got 200,000 francs on me. Oh. I'm not unrealistic. I'm not expecting that. I ask only one thing of you. Be good enough to write down what I am about to dictate to you." Here Thénardier paused, then lingering on his words and casting a smile towards the brazier, he added, "I warn you, I won't accept that you don't know how to write." A Grand Inquisitor might have envied that smile. Thénardier pushed the table right up to Monsieur Leblanc and took the ink pot, a pen and a sheet of paper out of the drawer, which he left slightly open, with the long blade of the knife gleaming there. He placed the sheet of paper in front of Monsieur Leblanc. "Write," said he. The prisoner finally spoke. "How do you expect me to write? I'm tied up." "That's true," said Thénardier, "you're right, forgive me." And turning to Bigrenaille, "Untie the gentleman's right arm." Panchaud, alias Printanier, alias Bigrenaille, carried out Thénardier's order. When the prisoner's right arm was free, Thénardier dipped the pen in the ink and handed it to him. "Bear in mind, monsieur, that you're at our power, at our mercy, that no human strength can get you out of this, and we'd really hate to be compelled to resort to the unpleasantness of extreme measures. I don't know your name or your address, but I warn you that you'll stay tied up until the person sent to deliver the letter that you're about to write has returned. Now kindly write." "What?" said the prisoner. "I'll dictate." Monsieur Leblanc took up the pen. Thénardier began to dictate. "My daughter." The prisoner shuddered and looked up at Thénardier. "Put 'my dear daughter,'" said Thénardier. Monsieur Leblanc obeyed. Thénardier continued, "Come immediately," he interrupted himself. "You use to when you address her, don't you?" "Who?" asked Monsieur Leblanc. "Damn it," cried Thénardier. "The child, Alouette." Monsieur Leblanc replied without showing the slightest emotion, "I don't know what you mean." "Just carry on," said Thénardier, and he went on dictating, "Come immediately. I need you urgently. The person who delivers this note is instructed to bring you to me. I'm depending on you. Come without any misgiving." Monsieur Leblanc had written all of this down. Thénardier reconsidered. Cross out "come without any misgiving." That might suggest everything was not quite straightforward and that there might be room for misgivings. Monsieur Leblanc crossed out the last 4 words. "Now," said Thénardier, "sign it. What's your name?" The prisoner laid down the pen and asked, "Who's this letter for?" "You know full well," replied Thénardier. "For the child. I just told you so." It was obvious that Thénardier was being evasive about naming the young girl in question. He said Alouette, he said the child, but he did not say her name. A cunning man's ploy to keep his secret from his accomplices. To say her name would have been to let them in on the whole story, and to tell them more than they needed to know. He went on, "Sign. What's your name?" "Urbain Fabre," said the prisoner. Thénardier, with a cat-like movement, stuck his hand in his pocket and drew out the handkerchief that had been taken from Monsieur Leblanc. He held it up to the candlelight, looking for the initials on it. UF. That's right. Urbain Fabre. Well, sign it UF. The prisoner signed. As it takes 2 hands to fold the letter, give it to me, I'll fold it. That done, Thénardier said, write the address. Mademoiselle Fabre, at your house. I know you live not very far from here, somewhere near Street Jacques du Hautpas, because that's where you go to mass every day, but I don't know what street it is. I see that you understand your situation. As you haven't lied about your name, you won't lie about your address. Write it yourself. The prisoner remained thoughtful for a moment, then he took up the pen and wrote, Mademoiselle Fabre, care of Monsieur Urbain Fabre, Rue Saint-Dominique d'Offre, number 17. Thénardier seized the letter with a kind of feverish spasm. Wife, he cried. The Thénardier woman came rushing over. Here's the letter. You know what you have to do. There's a carriage downstairs. Get going, and be back as quick as you can. And addressing the man with the poleaxe, you. Seeing as you've taken your mask off, go along with the missus. You can ride on the back of the cab. You know where you left the gig? Yes, said the man. And leaving his poleaxe in a corner, he followed after the Thénardier woman. As they were going off, Thénardier poked his head out of the door, which was standing ajar, and shouted down the corridor, whatever you do, don't lose that letter. Think of it as 200,000 francs you have on you. The Thénardier woman's rasping voice replied, you needn't fret. I've put it down my front. Not a minute had gone by when the crack of a whip was to be heard, the sound growing faint and rapidly dying away. Good, growled Thénardier. They're off at a fair old pace. At that speed the missis'll be back in 3/4 of an hour. He pulled a chair up to the fireplace and sat down, folding his arms and presenting his muddy boots to the brazier. My feet are cold, he said. There were only 5 ruffians left in the den with Thénardier and the prisoner. Behind their black masks, or through the blacking smeared over their faces that turned them into colliers or negroes or demons, as fear dictated, these men looked sluggish and spiritless and gave the impression of carrying out a crime as if it were a chore, stolidly, without anger and without pity, with a kind of boredom. They huddled together in a corner like brute beasts, and remained silent. Thénardier warmed his feet. The prisoner had fallen back into taciturnity. A somber calm had succeeded the furious uproar that had filled the garret a few moments before. The candle, which had formed a lump of snuff on the end of the wick, barely lit the vast den, the brazier had lost its glow, and all those monstrous heads cast misshapen shadows on the walls and ceiling. No sound was to be heard except the quiet breathing of the drunken old man, who was fast asleep. Marius waited, with everything adding to his anxiety. The mystery was more impenetrable than ever. Who was this child that Thénardier had called Alouette? Was she his Ursule? The prisoner had seemed unresponsive to that word Alouette, and had replied as naturally as could be, I don't know what you mean. On the other hand, the 2 letters UF were explained, they stood for Urbain Fabre, and Ursule was no longer called Ursule. It was this that Marius saw most clearly. Some sort of ghastly fascination kept him nailed to the spot, where he was able to observe this whole scene from a commanding viewpoint. There he stood, almost incapable of thought or movement, as though overwhelmed by such dreadful things seen at close hand. He waited, hoping for something to happen, no matter what, unable to collect his wits and not knowing what to do. In any case, he said, if she is Alouette, I'm sure to find out, for the Thénardier woman is going to bring her here. Then there are no 2 ways about it, I shall lay down my life if necessary, but I shall save her. Nothing will stop me. Nearly half an hour went by like this. Thénardier seemed absorbed in dark thoughts. The prisoner did not stir. Yet every now and then for some while Marius thought he heard a little faint sound coming from the prisoner's direction. Suddenly Thénardier addressed the prisoner. Listen, Monsieur Fabre, I might as well tell you this now. These few words seemed to prelude some explanation. Marius strained to hear. Thénardier went on, "Be patient, my wife will be back shortly. I think Alouette is in fact your daughter, and it seems to me quite right you should keep her. Now pay attention. My wife's going to fetch her with your letter. I told my wife to dress up, as you saw, so that your young lady would go along with her without any fuss. They'll both get into the carriage with my colleague behind. Somewhere beyond the gate there's a gig with 2 very good horses harnessed to it. Your young lady will be taken there. She'll get out of the carriage. My colleague will get into the gig with her, and my wife will come back here to tell us it's done. As for the young lady, no harm will come to her. The gig will take her somewhere safe, and just as soon as you've given me the small sum of 200,000 francs she'll be returned to you. If you have me arrested, my colleague will take care of Alouette. There you have it." The prisoner did not utter a word. After a pause, Thénardier continued, "It's simple, as you see. No one's going to get hurt if you don't want anyone to get hurt. I'm giving it to you straight. I'm telling you so you know." He paused. The prisoner did not break the silence, and Thénardier went on, "As soon as my wife gets back and tells me Alouette's on her way, we'll release you and you'll be free to go home to bed. As you see, our intention was not to cause harm." Frightful images went through Marius's mind. What? That young girl they were abducting was not going to be brought back? One of those monsters was going to carry her off into the dark? Where to? And what if it was her? And it was all too clear that it was. Marius felt his heart stop beating. What was he to do? Fire the pistol? Put all these wretches in the hands of the law? But that dreadful man with the poleaxe would still be completely beyond reach with the young girl, and Marius thought about those words of Thénardier's, suspecting their deadly meaning, "If you have me arrested, my colleague will take care of Alouette." Now, it was not just the colonel's written will that held him back, it was love itself, the danger to the one he loved. This appalling situation, which had already been going on for more than an hour, changed in complexion every moment. Marius had sufficient strength of mind to review in succession all the most distressing conjectures, seeking hope and finding none. The tumult of his thoughts contrasted with the funereal silence of that den. In the midst of this silence came the sound of the door downstairs opening, then closing again. The bound prisoner stirred. "Here comes the missus," said Thénardier. And no sooner had he spoken than the Thénardier woman rushed into the room, red-faced, breathless, panting, eyes ablaze, and slapping her huge hands on both thighs simultaneously she cried out, "False address!" The blackguard she had taken with her appeared behind her and came in to retrieve his axe. She went on, "Not a soul. Rue St. Dominique, number 17, no Monsieur Urbain Fabre. The name means nothing to anyone there." Choked, she paused, then continued, "Monsieur Thénardier. That gaffer's been stringing you along. You're too good, you see. If it had been me I'd carved his face up to begin with. And if he'd fought back I'd have roasted him alive. He'd have had to talk, and tell us where the girl is and where he keeps his hoard. That's the way I'd have handled this. There's good reason for saying men are more foolish than women. Not a soul. Number 17. It's just a big carriage gate. No Monsieur Fabre in Rue St. Dominique. And not sparing the horses and tipping the coachman and all. I spoke to the porter and his wife, who's a thoroughly reliable woman, and they've never heard of him." Marius breathed again. Ursule or Alouette, the girl he no longer knew what to call, she was safe. While his fuming wife ranted, Thénardier sat on the table. For several moments he uttered not a word, swinging his right foot, which dangled, and staring at the brazier with a look of vicious rumination. Finally he said to the prisoner in a measured and particularly ferocious tone of voice, "A false address? What did you expect to gain by that?" "Time," cried the prisoner in a ringing voice. And in the same instant he shook off his bonds. They had been cut. The prisoner was now tied to the bed by only one leg. Before the 7 men had time to gather their wits and throw themselves at him, he leaned over to the hearth, reached out his hand to the brazier, then straightened up again. And now Thénardier, the Thénardier woman and the ruffians, huddled in shock at the far end of the hovel, stared at him dumbfounded as he stood there, almost free, and striking a fearsome attitude with the red-hot chisel raised above his head, casting a sinister glow. The subsequent judicial investigation into the ambush at the Gorbeau tenement recorded that a 10-centime coin, cut and worked in a special way, was found in the garret when the police raided it. This 10-centime coin was one of those marvels of ingenuity produced in the shadows, and for the shadows, by patience learned in the prison hulks, marvels that are nothing less than instruments of escape. These abominable yet delicate products of amazing skill are to the jeweler's work what the metaphors of Argot are to poetry. There are the Benvenuto Cellinis of the prison hulks, just as there are the Villons of the language. The poor wretch who aspires to free himself contrives, sometimes without any tools, with just a pocket knife or any old blade, to saw a coin into 2 thin discs, to hollow out these discs without damaging the impression stamped on the coin, and to work a thread into the rim of the coin so that the discs can be put back together again. To be screwed and unscrewed at will. The thing is a box. In this box he hides a watch spring, and this watch spring, adeptly handled, cuts heavy shackles and iron bars. This wretched convict is believed to have only a coin in his possession. No! He has freedom! It was a 10-centime coin of this kind that during the later police search was found on the premises, open, in 2 pieces, under the bed near the window. They also found a tiny blue steel saw that could be hidden inside the coin. It is likely that when the villains searched him the prisoner had this coin on him, which he managed to conceal in his hand, and then with his free right hand he unscrewed it and used the saw to cut the cords that tied him, which would explain the faint sound and the almost imperceptible movements that Marius had noticed. Unable to bend down for fear of betraying himself, he had not cut the bonds on his left leg. The villains had recovered from their initial surprise. Not to worry. Bigrenelle said to Thénardier, "He's still held by one leg and he won't get away. I guarantee that. I'm the one that lashed that trotter of his." Nevertheless the prisoner spoke out. "You're miserable wretches, but my life isn't that much worth protecting. As for thinking that you'll make me talk, that you'll make me write what I don't want to write, that you'll make me say what I don't want to say," he rolled up his left sleeve. "Look." At the same time he stretched out his arm and laid on his bare flesh the glowing chisel that he held by the wooden handle in his right hand. The sizzle of burning flesh could be heard and the smell that belongs to torture chambers spread through the hovel. Marius reeled, horror-stricken, the villains themselves shuddered, the strange old man's features barely contracted, and while the red-hot irons sank into the steaming wound, impassive and almost sublime he fixed on Thénardier his splendid gaze bearing no hatred, in which suffering dissolved into serene majesty. When the flesh and the senses revolt against being subjected to physical pain, in those of a great and noble disposition this brings out the soul, to be seen on the brow, just as rebellions among the soldiery forced the captain to show himself. "Wretches," he said, "have no more fear of me than I have of you." And drawing the chisel away from the wound he hurled it through the window, which had been left open. The horrible blowing implement disappeared, spinning into the darkness and falling to the ground far off, where it was quenched by the snow. The prisoner said, "Do what you will with me." He was unarmed. "Seize him," said Thénardier. 2 of the villains laid their hands on his shoulders and the masked man with the ventriloquist's voice stood in front of him, ready to smash his skull with his key at the slightest move. At the same time Marius heard below him, at the foot of the partition but so close he could not see who was speaking, the following discussion conducted in low voices. There's only one thing left to do. Finish him off. That's right. It was the husband and wife conferring. Thénardier slowly walked over to the table, opened the drawer and took out the knife.
Marius worried the handle of his pistol.
In an agony of indecision.
For the last hour there had been two voices in his conscience, one telling him to respect his father's will, the other calling on him to rescue the prisoner. These two conflicting voices kept up an uninterrupted battle that was torture to him. Right up until then he had been vaguely hoping to find some way of reconciling these two duties, but no possible solution had emerged. However, the danger was now urgent, there was no more time to delay. A few paces from the prisoner was Thénardier, considering, knife in hand.
Marius looked round in panic, the automatic last resort of despair.
Suddenly he gave a start. At his feet, on the table, a beam of bright light cast by the full moon illuminated and seemed to point out to him a sheet of paper, on which he read the following line, written in big letters by the older Thénardier girl that very morning: "The Bashers are here."
An idea flashed into Marius's mind.
This was what he was looking for, the solution to the dreadful problem that was torturing him: how to spare the assassin and save the victim. He knelt down on the chest of drawers, reached out his arm, grabbed the sheet of paper, quietly detached a chunk of plaster from the partition wall, wrapped the paper round it, and threw them both together through the hole in the wall into the middle of the den.
Just in time.
Thénardier had conquered his last fears, or last scruples, and was advancing on the prisoner. "Something fell," cried the Thénardier woman.
"What is it?" asked her husband.
The woman darted forward and picked up the chunk of plaster wrapped in paper. She handed it to her husband.
"How did that get in here?" asked Thénardier. "Honestly," said the woman. "How do you think it got in?"
"It came in through the window, of course."
"I saw it come in," said Pigeon.
Thénardier rapidly unfolded the paper and held it up to the candle.
"It's Éponine's handwriting. Damn it!"
He signaled to his wife, who hurried over. He showed her the line written on the sheet of paper, then added in a lowered voice, "Quick!
The ladder! Leave the bacon in the mousetrap and let's get out of here." "Without cutting the man's throat?" asked the Thénardier woman. "We haven't time."
"Which way?" said Pigeon. "Through the window," replied Thénardier. "Since Éponine threw the stone through the window, that means the house isn't blocked off on that side." The masked man with the ventriloquist's voice put his huge key down on the floor, raised both arms in the air and opened and clenched his fists rapidly 3 times, without saying a word. It was like the signal for a ship's crew to clear the decks. The villains who were holding the prisoner let go of him. In the twinkling of an eye the rope ladder was unrolled out of the window and securely attached to the sill by the 2 iron hooks. The prisoner paid no attention to what was going on around him. He seemed to be daydreaming or praying. As soon as the ladder was fixed in place, Thénardier cried, "Come on, wife!" And he rushed to the window. But just as he was about to climb through it, Pigeon seized him roughly by the collar. "Not so fast, old man. After us." "After us," yelled the villains. "You're behaving like children," said Thénardier. "We're wasting time. We've got the law at our heels." "Well," said one of the villains, "let's draw lots for who goes first." "Are you mad?" Thénardier exclaimed. "Are you crazy? What a bunch of idiots! You want to waste time, do you? Draw lots? By choosing the wet finger? Or the short straw? By writing down our names and putting them in a hat." "Would you like my hat?" a voice called out from the doorway. Everyone turned round. It was Javert. He had his hat in his hand and was holding it out to them with a smile.
XXI. You should always begin by arresting the victims. At dusk Javert had positioned his men and hidden himself behind the trees on Rue de la Barrière de Gobelins, which is directly opposite the Gorbeau tenement on the other side of the boulevard. He had begun by opening his bag to bundle into it the two young girls detailed to keep watch on the approaches to the den. But he had only bagged Azelma. As for Eponine, she was not at her post, she had disappeared, and he had not been able to round her up. Then Javert had settled down to wait, listening out for the agreed signal. The coming and going of the carriage had greatly disturbed him. At last he had grown impatient and, sure there was a criminal's den here, sure of having struck lucky, having recognized many of the villains who had gone inside, he had finally decided to go on up without waiting for the pistol shot. Remember, he had Marius's passkey. He arrived at just the right moment. Dismayed, the villains scrambled for the weapons they had abandoned all over the place in the interests of escape. In less than a second these 7 men, dreadful to behold, had grouped together and adopted a defensive stance, one with his poleaxe, another with his key, another with his cudgel, the rest with shears, crowbars, and hammers. Thénardier had his knife in his hand. The Thénardier woman took up an enormous paving stone that stood in the corner by the window and served her daughters as a stool. Javert put his hat back on his head and took a couple of steps into the room, with his arms folded, his cane under one arm, his sword in its scabbard. "Stop right there," he said. "You won't exit by the window, you'll exit by the door. It's less dangerous that way. There are 7 of you, there are 15 of us. Let's not descend to brawling like a bunch of Auvergne peasants. Let's have some cooperation." Bigrenaille drew out a pistol he had concealed under his overall and placed it in Thénardier's hand, whispering in his ear, "It's Javert. I daren't fire at that man. What about you?" "God damn it," replied Thénardier. "Well, you shoot then." Thénardier took the pistol and aimed at Javert. Only 3 paces away, Javert gazed steadily at him and merely said, "Now then, don't shoot. You'll miss." Thénardier pulled the trigger. He missed. "Didn't I tell you?" said Javert. Bigrenaille threw his bludgeon at Javert's feet. "You're the devil supreme. I surrender." "And the rest of you?" Javert asked the other villains. They responded, "Us too." Javert went on calmly, "That's it, well done, as I said, we're cooperating." "I have just one request," said Bigrenaille, "that I won't have to go without tobacco while I'm in solitary." "Granted," said Javert. And he turned and called out behind him, "Come in now." A squad of police officers, swords in hand, and policemen armed with truncheons and clubs, poured in at Javert's summons. They pinioned the villains. Dimly lit by the single candle, this throng filled the den with shadows. "Handcuff the lot of them," shouted Javert. "Just you try," yelled a voice, which was not the voice of a man, but no one would ever have been able to tell it was a woman's. The Thénardier woman had entrenched herself in one of the corners by the window, and it was she who had just let out this bellow. The policemen and agents fell back. She had thrown off her shawl but kept her hat on. Her husband, crouching behind her, was almost hidden under the discarded shawl. She was shielding him with her body, the paving stone raised above her head, poised like a giantess about to hurl a rock. "Keep away," she shouted. Everyone retreated towards the corridor. An empty space opened up in the middle of the garret. The Thénardier woman cast a glance at the ruffians who had let themselves be pinioned, and muttered in a hoarse, throaty voice, "Cowards." Javert smiled and stepped forward into the empty space that the Thénardier woman kept under her smoldering gaze. "Don't come any closer," she shouted, "or I'll flatten you." "What a fighter," said Javert. "You've got the beard of a man, missus, but I've got the claws of a woman." And he continued to advance on her. Disheveled and terrifying, the Thénardier woman, legs apart, leaned back and furiously hurled the paving stone at Javert's head. Javert ducked, the stone flew over him, struck the wall behind, knocked off a huge piece of plaster and, ricocheting from one corner to another across the luckily almost empty hovel, eventually came to rest at Javert's heels. At the same moment Javert reached the Thénardier couple. One of his big hands clamped on the woman's shoulder, the other on her husband's head. "Cuffs," he shouted. The policeman crowded back in and within a few seconds Javert's order had been carried out. Defeated, the Thénardier woman stared at her shackled hands and at those of her husband, dropped to the floor and cried out, weeping, "My daughters!" "They're in the clink," said Javert. Meanwhile, the police had spotted the drunk asleep behind the door, and were shaking him. He woke up, mumbling, "Is it all over, Jondrette?" "Yes," replied Javert. The 6 handcuffed ruffians were on their feet. They were still in their spectral guise, 3 of them with blackened faces, 3 masked. "Keep your masks on," said Javert. And inspecting them with the eye of a Frederick II reviewing a Potsdam parade, he said to the 3 sweeps, "Good evening, Bigrenaille." "Good evening, Brujon." "Good evening, Du Milliards." Then turning to the 3 masked men, he said to the man with the poleaxe, "Good evening, Gueulemer." And to the man with the cudgel, "Good evening, Babet." And to the ventriloquist, "Greetings, Claquous." At that moment he caught sight of the villain's prisoner, who, keeping his head down, had not uttered a word since the police came in. "Untie the gentleman," said Javert. "And no one's to leave." That said, in the manner of one whose authority is beyond question, he sat at the table that still had the candle and writing materials on it, drew a stamped sheet of paper from his pocket and began to write his report. When he had written the first lines, which were just the standard wording, he looked up. "Bring forward the gentleman whom these gentlemen here had tied up." The policeman looked round. "Well," said Javert, "where is he?" The villain's prisoner, Monsieur Leblanc, Monsieur Urbain Fabre, the father of Ursule or Alouette, had disappeared. The door was guarded, but not the window. As soon as he was left untied and while Javert was drawing up his report, he had taken advantage of the confusion, the commotion, the crush, the darkness, and of a moment when attention was not fixed on him, to make a dash for the window. An agent ran to the casement and looked out. There was no one to be seen outside. The rope ladder was still swaying. "Damn it!" Javert said to himself. He must have been the real prize. XXII. The baby boy who was crying in Part 2. The day after these events took place in the house on Boulevard de l'Hôpital, a child who seemed to be coming from the direction of the Pont d'Austerlitz was walking up the right-hand side lane in the direction of the Fontainebleau tollgate. Darkness had fallen. This child was pale, thin, dressed in rags, wearing cotton trousers in the month of February, and he was singing at the top of his voice. At the corner of Rue du Petit Banquier, a bent old woman was rummaging in a pile of rubbish by the light of a street lantern. The child bumped into her as he went by, then backed away, crying out, "Hey! There was me thinking that was a huge, huge dog." He pronounced the word huge the second time with a swell of his jeering voice that might be fairly well represented by capital letters, "A huge, huge dog." The old woman straightened up in a fury. "Cheeky brat," she grumbled. "If I hadn't been bending over, I can tell you where you'd have felt the end of my foot." The boy was already some way off. "KSS. KSS," he goaded her. "And you know what? Maybe I was right." Choking with indignation, the old woman drew herself up to her full height, and the red gleam of the lantern fell directly on her ghastly pale face, all sharp angles and wrinkles thrown into relief, crow's feet down to the corners of her mouth. Her body disappeared into the shadows and only her head was visible. She looked like a mask of decrepitude carved out by a light in the dark. The boy considered her. "Madam's is not my kind of beauty," he said. He went on his way and resumed his song. King Kicker went a-hunting after crow. On stilts he went a-hunting. At the end of these 3 lines he paused. He had arrived outside number 50 to 52, and finding the door closed he began to kick it, delivering resounding and heroic kicks more indicative of the man's shoes he wore than the child's feet he had. Meanwhile, the same old woman he had encountered at the corner of Rue du Petit Banquier came hurrying up behind him, shouting and gesticulating wildly. "What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing? God Almighty! Battering the door! Knocking the house down!" The kicking continued. The old woman was shouting herself hoarse. Is that how buildings are treated these days? All of a sudden she stopped. She had recognized the lad. "Why, it's that little devil." "Well, if it isn't the old biddy," said the boy. "Good evening, Bergenmuch. I've come to see my kin." With a composite grimace, unfortunately lost in the dark, in which hatred admirably contrived to make the most of decrepitude and ugliness, the old woman responded, "There's no one here, ragamuffin." "Bah," retorted the boy. "Where's my father, then?" "Ad la force." "You don't say." "And my mother?" "Ad estilazare." "Oh well." "And my sisters?" "Ad les madelinettes." The lad scratched behind his ear, stared at Mame Bergen and said, "Ah." Then he twirled on his heels, and a moment later the old woman, still standing on the doorstep, heard him singing in his clear young voice as he headed off under the elm trees, shivering in the winter wind. King Kicker went a-hunting after crow. On stilts he went a-hunting. And under you could go. And then to let you through, tra-la, the payment was 2 sous, tra-la. Part 4. The Rue Plumet Idol and the Rue St. Denis Epic. Book 1. A few pages of history. Well caught. The 2 years immediately following the July Revolution, 1831 and 1832, stand out as one of history's most distinctive and striking moments. Between the years that precede them and those that follow, these 2 years are like 2 mountains. They have a revolutionary grandeur. Precipitous faces can be discerned. The social masses, the very foundations of civilization, the solid grouping of overlapping and tenacious interests, the age-old contours of the previous French landscape keep appearing and disappearing through storm clouds of systems, passions, and theories. These continual appearances and disappearances have been named resistance and movement. At intervals can be seen a glimmer of truth, that daylight of the human soul. This remarkable period is quite a limited one and is already beginning to be far enough away from us that it might now be possible to determine its broad outlines. That is what we shall try to do. The Restoration had been one of those transitional periods hard to define, when exhaustion, rumblings and murmurings, dormancy and tumult prevail, periods that are nothing other than a great nation coming to the end of one stage in its progress before embarking on the next. These periods are singular, and they mislead the politicians who want to exploit them. At first the nation wants nothing but rest. Its only thirst is for peace, its only ambition, to be small. Which is a translation of, to keep quiet. Of great events, great dangers, great adventures, great men, people have had enough, thank you very much, they have had more than enough. They would trade Caesar for Prussias and Napoleon for the King of Yvetot. What a good little king was he! They have marched since daybreak. It is now evening after what has been for them a long, hard day. The first part of the way they went with Mirabeau, the second with Robespierre, the third with Bonaparte. They are worn out. Everybody is asking for a bed. Self-sacrifice grown weary, heroism grown old, ambitions sated, fortunes made, all seek, crave, implore, beg, for what? A place to rest. They have it. Peace, tranquility, leisure, are theirs. And they are happy. Yet at the same time certain realities surface, they present their credentials, and they too come knocking at the door. These realities are the result of revolutions and wars, they exist, they are entitled to take their place in society, and they do. And most of the time these realities are just the quartermasters and foragers sent in advance to make ready the accommodation of principles. So this is how it appears to political philosophers. As weary men demand rest, new realities demand guarantees. Guarantees are to new realities what rest is to men. This is what England demanded of the Stuarts after the Protector. This is what France demanded of the Bourbons after the Empire. These guarantees are a necessity of the times. They must be provided. Princes grant them, but in fact it is force of circumstance that supplies them. A profound truth, and useful to know, one the Stuarts were unaware of in 1660, and that the Bourbons had not even an inkling of in 1814. The predestined family that returned to France when Napoleon fell had the fatal naivety to believe it was the family that was giving, and that what it had given it could take back again. That the House of Bourbon had divine right, France had nothing. And that the political right conceded in Louis XVIII's charter was no more than a branch of that divine right lopped off by the House of Bourbon and graciously bestowed on the people until the day when it might please the king to have his gift back again. Still, from the offense caused by the gift, the Bourbons should have sensed it was not theirs to give. This house was churlish towards the 19th century. It took every enhancement of the nation with a bad grace. To use the common expression, that is to say a popular and truthful expression, it pulled a long face. The people saw this. It thought it had power because the empire had been swept away before it, like a stage set. It did not notice that it had itself been established in the same way. It did not see that it was the work of the same hand that had removed Napoleon. It thought it had roots because it identified itself with the past. It was wrong. It was part of the past, but the whole past was France. The roots of French society lay not in the Bourbons, but in the nation. These strong and hidden roots constituted not the right of a family but the history of a people. They were everywhere except beneath the throne. The House of Bourbon was for France the illustrious and bloody nub of her history, but no longer the principal element in her destiny or the necessary foundation of her politics. People could do without the Bourbons. They had done without them for 22 years. There had been a break in continuity. Of this the Bourbons were oblivious. And how could they have suspected it? They who deluded themselves that Louis XVII reigned on the 9th of Thermidor and that Louis XVIII reigned on the day of the Battle of Marengo. Never, since the beginning of history, had princes been so blind to reality and to that element of divine authority contained in reality and promulgated by it. Never had that earthly pretension called the right of kings so denied the right of a higher authority. A great mistake, which led this family to withdraw the guarantees granted in 1814, the concessions, as it called them. Deplorably, what it called its concessions were our conquests. What it called our infringements were our rights. When it thought the time was ripe, the Restoration, imagining itself to be victorious over Bonaparte and well rooted in the country, that is to say, believing itself to be strong and deeply entrenched, took a gamble and abruptly declared itself. One morning it confronted France and, raising its voice, contested the collective right of the nation to sovereignty and the individual right of the citizen to liberty. In other words, it denied to the nation what made it a nation and to the citizen what made him a citizen. This is the foundation of those famous decrees called the July Ordinances. The Restoration fell. It deserved to fall. Yet, to tell the truth, it had not been totally hostile to all forms of progress. Great things had been accomplished with the Restoration standing by. Under the Restoration, the nation had grown used to calm discussion, in which the Republic had been wanting, and to greatness and peace, in which the Empire had been wanting. A free and strong France had been an encouraging sight to the other peoples of Europe. The Revolution had spoken under Robespierre. The cannon had spoken under Bonaparte. Under Louis XVIII and Charles X came the turn of intelligence to speak. The wind dropped, the torch blazed again. The pure light of intellect could be seen flickering on the serene summits. A spectacle magnificent, useful, and delightful to behold. For 15 years these great principles, so old to the thinker, so new to the statesman, could be seen at work in full peacetime, in full public view: equality before the law, freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, the accessibility of every office to all who had the capacity to hold it. So it went on until 1830. The Bourbons were an instrument of civilization that broke in the hands of Providence. The fall of the Bourbons was full of grandeur, not on their side but on the side of the nation. They stepped down from the throne with gravity but without authority. Their descent into darkness was not one of those solemn disappearances whose legacy to history is a somber emotion. It was neither the spectral calm of Charles I nor the eagle cry of Napoleon. They went, that is all. They laid down the crown and kept no aura. They were dignified, but they were not august. To some degree they fell short of the majesty of their misfortune. Charles X, who on the journey to Cherbourg had a round table cut down into a square one, appeared to be more anxious about the threat to etiquette than about the collapsing monarchy. This decline saddened both loyal men who loved them for themselves and serious men who honored their ancestry. The people behaved admirably. Attacked one morning with armed force by a kind of royal insurrection, the nation sensed its strength was so great that it felt no anger. It defended itself, controlled itself, put things back in their place, government within the law, the Bourbons in exile, alas! And stopped there. It removed old King Charles X from beneath the canopy that had sheltered Louis XIV and set him gently on the ground. Only with sadness and care did it lay hands on the royal personages. It was not one man, it was not a few men, it was France, all of France, France victorious and elated by her victory, who seemed to remember, and before the eyes of the whole world to act on, these solemn words of Guillaume Duvert after the day of the barricades: "It is easy for those used to gleaning favors from the great and to hopping like a bird from bough to bough, from a blighted fortune to a flourishing one, to be disrespectful towards their prince in his adversity. But for myself, the fortune of my kings will always command respect, and especially that of the blighted ones." The Bourbons took with them respect but not regret. As we have just said, their misfortune was greater than they were. They disappeared over the horizon. At once, the July Revolution had friends and enemies throughout the world. Some swooped on it with joy and enthusiasm, others turned their back on it, each according to his nature. In the first instance the princes of Europe, night owls in this dawning light, shut their eyes, hurt and bewildered, and opened them again only to intimidate. Understandable fear, forgivable anger. This strange revolution was not much of a clash. Overthrown royalty had not even the honor of being treated as the enemy and having its blood spilled. In the eyes of despotic governments, always keen that freedom should blacken its own name, the July Revolution committed the crime of being momentous and remaining nonviolent. In fact, nothing was attempted or plotted against it. The most discontented, the most vexed, the most agitated welcomed it. Whatever our self-interests and grudges may be, a mysterious respect is attendant on events wherein people sense the collaboration of someone working on a higher plane than man. The July Revolution is the triumph of right in the overthrow of reality. A splendid thing. Right overthrowing reality. Hence the magnitude of the 1830 revolution, hence also its mildness.
Right that triumphs has no need to be violent.
Right is that which is just and true. Characteristic of what is right is to remain eternally beautiful and pure.
Reality, even the most apparently inexorable, even the best accepted by its contemporaries, if it exists only as reality and contains but too little right or none at all, is surely destined to become in the course of time distorted, squalid, perhaps even monstrous. Anyone wanting to take in at a glance how ugly reality can be, seen from a distance centuries later, should consider
Machiavelli.
Machiavelli is not an evil genius, or a demon, or a wretched and cowardly writer.
He is simply the reality.
And he is not just the Italian reality. He is the European reality, the reality of the 16th century. He seems hideous, and so he is, when confronted with the 19th century moral conception. This conflict between right and reality has been going on ever since societies came into being. To end this duel, to marry purity of concept with human actuality, to instill right in reality and reality in right, that is the work of the wise.
2. Stitched together.
But the work of the wise is one thing, the work of the astute, another. The revolution of 1830 quickly came to a halt. As soon as a revolution runs aground, the astute break up the beached vessel. The astute in our century have conferred on themselves the title of statesman, with the result that this word statesman has ended up becoming something of a slang word. After all, let us not forget that where there is only astuteness there is inevitably pettiness.
To say the astute is another way of saying the mediocre.
Similarly, to say statesman is sometimes tantamount to saying traitors. According to the astute, then, revolutions like the July Revolution are severed arteries.
Prompt ligature is needed.
Too grandly proclaimed, right destabilizes.
So, once right has been asserted, the state must be strengthened. After freedom is secured, thoughts must turn to authority.
At this point, the wise have not as yet parted company with the astute, but they are beginning to be wary.
Authority, agreed.
But firstly, what is authority?
Secondly, where does it come from?
The astute do not seem to hear this murmured objection, and press on with their scheme. According to those politicians expert at putting the mask of necessity on advantageous fictions, the first requirement of a nation after a revolution, when that nation belongs to a monarchic continent, is to acquire a dynasty. That way, they say, it can have peace after its revolution, in other words, time to dress its wounds and rebuild its house. A dynasty hides the scaffolding and shields the ambulance. Now, it is not always easy to acquire a dynasty. If need be, any man of genius or even any self-made adventurer will make a king.
In the first case you have Napoleon, in the second, Iturbide. But not just any family will make a dynasty.
There is of necessity a certain element of antiquity in a lineage, and the stamp of centuries cannot be improvised. If you put yourself, with all due reservations, of course, in the position of statesman, after a revolution, what are the attributes of the king who emerges from it? He may be, and it is an advantage if he is, a revolutionary, that is to say, he personally took part in that revolution, he had a hand in it, he committed himself to it or distinguished himself in it, he handled the axe or wielded the sword of revolution.
What are the attributes of a dynasty?
It must be national, that is to say, revolutionary at a distance, not through deeds done but ideas accepted. It must consist of the past and be historic, consist of the future and be sympathetic. All this explains why first revolutions are satisfied with finding a man, Cromwell or Napoleon, and why second revolutions are absolutely determined to find a family, the House of Brunswick or the House of Orleans. Royal houses are like those Indian fig trees whose every branch, bending down to the earth, takes root and becomes another fig tree. Each branch may grow into a dynasty.
on the sole condition that it bends down to the people. That is the theory of the astute.
So the great art is this, to give success the ring of catastrophe so that those who profit by it may tremble also, to season with fear every step forward, to prolong the transition curve, thereby delaying progress, to dull the brightness of that dawn, to denounce and suppress the asperities of enthusiasm, to cut corners and trim claws, to stifle triumph and muffle right, to wrap the giant nation in flannel and very quickly put it to bed, to impose a diet on that exuberant health, to put Hercules on a convalescence regime, to dilute the event with expediency, to offer to spirits thirsting for the ideal that nectar diluted with tisane, to take precautions against undue success, to furnish the revolution with a sunblind. 1830 put into practice this theory, which 1688 had already applied to England. 1830 is a revolution stopped in mid-course.
Semi-progress. Quasi-right.
Well, logic takes absolutely no account of the more or less, as the sun takes no account of the candle.
Who stops revolutions in mid-course? The bourgeoisie. Why? Because the bourgeoisie is satisfied self-interest. Yesterday it represented appetite, today it represents repletion, tomorrow it will represent surfeit. The phenomenon of 1814 after Napoleon recurred in 1830 after Charles X. Some people have wanted wrongly to identify the bourgeoisie as a class. The bourgeoisie is simply the contented section of the people.
The bourgeois is the man who now has time to sit down. A chair is not a caste. But the very progress of the human race may be halted because of a desire to sit down too soon.
This has often been the failing of the bourgeoisie. A class is not made up of those with a failing. Selfishness is not one of the divisions of the social order. Besides, we must be fair, even to selfishness, the state to which that part of the nation, the bourgeoisie, aspired after the upheaval of 1830 was not inertia, which involves indifference and laziness and includes a little shame.
It was not sleep, which implies a momentary forgetfulness accessible to dreams.
It was a state of pause, a halt.
Halt is a word that peculiarly combines a dual and almost contradictory meaning: troops on the march, that is to say, movement, and inaction, that is to say, rest. A halt is the restoration of strength. It is armed rest in a state of alert. It is the new reality that posts sentinels and remains on guard. A halt implies fighting yesterday and fighting tomorrow. It is the interval between 1830 and 1848. What we here call fighting may also be called progress. So the bourgeoisie as well as the statesman needed a man who would represent that word halt. And although, because a composite individual, signifying both revolution and stability, in other words, consolidating the present through the obvious compatibility of the past with the future. This man was ready and waiting. His name was Louis Philippe d'Orléans. The 221 made Louis Philippe king. Lafayette was responsible for the consecration. He called it the best of republics. Paris's Hôtel de Ville replaced Reims Cathedral. This substitution of a half-throne for the whole throne was the achievement of 1830. When the astute were done, the great iniquity of their solution became apparent. Absolute right was left out of the whole thing. Absolute right cried, "I protest." Then, ominously, it fell back into the shadows. 3. Louis Philippe. Revolutions have a strong arm and a good hand, they strike hard and have the luck of the draw. Even incomplete, even bastardized and mongrelized and reduced to the state of minor revolution like the 1830 revolution, they are nearly always left with enough providential far-sightedness to make it impossible they should ever come amiss. Their eclipse is never an abdication. Yet we must not crow too loudly. Revolutions, too, make mistakes, and serious blunders have been known. Let us return to 1830.
In its aberration 1830 was lucky.
In the institution that called itself order after the truncated revolution, the king proved better than royalty.
Louis Philippe was a rare man.
Son of a father to whom history will surely grant extenuating circumstances, but as worthy of esteem as that father had been worthy of blame. Possessing all the private virtues and several of the public ones. Mindful of his health, his fortune, his own person, his affairs, knowing the value of a minute and not always the value of a year.
Sober, serene, peaceable, patient. A good fellow and a good prince.
One who slept with his own wife and had footmen in his palace detailed to show respectable citizens the conjugal bed, a regular display of his private life that proved useful after the extra-conjugal spectacles of the senior branch in the past. Who had a command of all European languages, and rarer still all languages of all interest groups, and spoke them. An admirable representative of the middle class, but surpassing it and in every way superior to it. While appreciating his ancestry, having the extremely good sense to set greatest store by his own intrinsic worth, and on the actual question of his lineage being most particular to declare himself Orleans and not Bourbon. Very much the first prince of the blood while still only his most serene highness, but ordinary citizen from the day he became his majesty. Long-winded in public, succinct in private. Alleged, but not proven, to be a miser. Basically, one of those thrifty types with a readiness to be unsparing when the fancy takes them or when it is expected of them. Well read, but with little feeling for literature.
A gentleman but no cavalier. Unpretentious, calm, strong.
Adored by his family and his household. An engaging conversationalist, a statesman with no illusions, inwardly cold, ruled by immediate priorities, governing always in the short term, incapable of resentment or of gratitude, ruthless in deploying superiority against mediocrity, clever at getting parliamentary majorities to condemn those mysterious unanimities grumbling darkly beneath thrones. Expansive, sometimes imprudent in his expansiveness, but with marvelous adroitness in that imprudence.
Rich in resourcefulness, with many faces and many masks.
Instilling a fear of Europe in France and a fear of France in Europe. A man who undeniably loved his country but preferred his family. Valuing domination more than authority and authority more than dignity, a pernicious tendency in this respect, that in the interests of success, it sanctions guile and does not absolutely repudiate baseness. But advantageous in this, that it protects politics from violent upheaval, the state from fracturing, and society from catastrophe. Meticulous, punctilious, vigilant, careful, shrewd, indefatigable. Sometimes inconsistent and contradicting himself. Bold against Austria at Ancona, determined against England in Spain, bombarding Antwerp and paying off Pritchard. Singing the Marseillaise with conviction. Incapable of despondency or lassitude, of any sense of the beautiful or the ideal, of reckless generosity, utopianism, illusion, anger, vanity, fear. Possessing all manner of personal fearlessness, a general at Valmy, a soldier at Jemappes. 8 times targeted by regicides, and always smiling. Brave as a grenadier, courageous as a thinker, anxious only at the prospect of European turmoil, and unsuited for great political adventures. Always ready to risk his life, never his work. Disguising his will as influence so as to be obeyed for what he thought rather than as king. With a gift for observation but not for anticipation. Not much interested in people in the abstract but a good judge of men, that is to say, he relied on what he saw to make a judgment. A fluent speaker, of quick and discerning good sense, practical wisdom and prodigious memory. Drawing incessantly on this memory, his sole point of resemblance to Caesar, Alexander and Napoleon. Knowing facts, details, dates, proper names, ignorant of tendencies, passions, the various moods of the crowd, inward aspirations, the hidden and obscure stirrings within souls, in a word, everything that could be called the invisible currents of consciousness. Accepted at a superficial level, but not much in sympathy with the underlying France. managing to survive through cunning.
Governing too much and not ruling enough.
His own first minister. Singularly successful at forging out of the pettiness of reality an obstacle to the greatness of ideas. Combining with a real creative capacity for civilization, order and organization a kind of bureaucratic and pettifogging attitude. Founder and promoter of a dynasty. With something of a Charlemagne and something of a lawyer about him. In short, a distinguished and exceptional individual, a prince who managed to exert authority despite France's misgivings and to show strength in spite of Europe's distrust. Louis Philippe will be classed among the eminent men of his age, and would be ranked among the most illustrious rulers in history if he had cared a little for glory, and if his sense of what was great had been equal to his sense of what was useful. Louis Philippe had once been handsome, and in old age he remained personable. Not always winning the nation's approval, but always the crowd's. He was liked. He had that gift, charm. He lacked majesty. Although a king, he wore no crown, and although elderly, his hair was not white. He had the manners of the old regime and the habits of the new, a mixture of the aristocratic and the bourgeois that suited 1830. Louis Philippe was the reign of transition. He kept to the old-style pronunciation and the old-style spelling, using them to express modern opinions. He loved Poland and Hungary, but he wrote less Polonois and he said less Hongrais. He wore the uniform of the National Guard, like Charles X, and the Legion of Honor sash, like Napoleon. He was not much of a churchgoer, no huntsman, and never went to the opera. Incorruptible by the religious lobby, dog handlers, or ballet dancers. This had something to do with his bourgeois popularity. He had no court. He would go out with his umbrella under his arm, and this umbrella for a long time contributed to his aura. He was a bit of a builder, a bit of a gardener, a bit of a doctor. He bled a postilion who fell off his horse. Louis Philippe went nowhere without his surgical knife, any more than Henri III without his dagger. The royalists jeered at this ridiculous king, the first ever to shed blood as a cure. Louis Philippe cannot be held responsible for all the charges history lays against him. For some of these charges royalty is to blame, for some, the reign, and for some, the king. 3 columns that each give a different total. Democratic rights suspended, progress reduced to a matter of secondary importance, street protests violently suppressed, insurrections quelled by military force, rioters fired on, rue Transnonain, courts-martial, the takeover of the whole population by the enfranchised population, government by the privileged 300,000, this is royalty's doing. Belgium refused, Algeria too harshly conquered and, like India by the English, with more barbarity than civilization, the breach of faith with Abd al-Qadir, Blay. Deutz bribed, Pritchard compensated, this is the regime's doing. A policy more family-based than national, this is the king's doing. As we see, on balance, the king has less to answer for. His great failing was this, he was modest in the name of France. What was the reason for this failing? We can explain it. Louis Philippe was a king who let fatherhood get the better of him. This incubation of a family intended to develop into a dynasty is fearful of everything and has no wish to be disturbed. Hence the inordinate want of courage, offensive to a people who have the 14th of July in their civilian history and Austerlitz in their military history. Leaving aside those public duties that claim priority, it has to be said that his family deserved the deep affection Louis Philippe had for them. They were an admirable bunch, the members of that family. Their virtues matched their talents. One of Louis Philippe's daughters, Marie d'Orleans, won for her distinguished family's name a place among artists, as Charles d'Orleans had won for it a place among poets. She carved a statue of her soul and named it Joan of Arc. 2 of Louis Philippe's sons drew from Metternich this demagogic praise, few such young men are to be seen, and no such princes. This is the truth about Louis Philippe, without holding anything back but also without being too critical. To be Prince equality, to carry within himself the contradiction between the Restoration and the Revolution, to have that disquieting revolutionary side that becomes reassuring in the man in power. This was Louis Philippe's good fortune in 1830.
Never was there a man better suited to an event.
One was instilled in the other, and the incarnation came about. Louis Philippe is 1830 made man.
Moreover, he had in his favor that great recommendation for the throne: exile. He was banished, homeless, poor. He had worked for his living.
In Switzerland, this heir to the richest princely domains in France had sold an old horse to buy food.
At Reichenau he gave lessons in mathematics, while his sister Adelaide embroidered and sewed.
A king with such episodes in his past fired the bourgeoisie with enthusiasm. He had with his own hands demolished the last iron cage at Montesquieu-Michel, built by Louis XI and used by Louis XV.
He was Dumouriez's companion, he was Lafayette's friend.
He had belonged to the Jacobin Club, Mirabeau had slapped him on the shoulder, Danton had addressed him as young man. As Monsieur de Chartres in 93 at the age of 24, from the back of a dark booth he had followed the trial of Louis XVI, that poor tyrant, as he was so aptly named. The unseeing visionary revolution, crushing royalty and the king along with royalty, almost without noticing the man and the fierce destruction of the concept, the huge storm of the Assembly Tribunal with public anger as interrogator, Capet not knowing what to reply, the ghastly bewildered swaying of that royal head in that grim blast, the relative innocence of all involved in that catastrophe, those who condemned as well as the one condemned. He had watched these things, he had gazed on this dizzying unfolding of events. He had seen the centuries appear before the court of the Convention, had seen the accused, the monarchy, looming fearsome in the shadows behind Louis XVI, that hapless passerby made to answer for it. And lingering in his soul, a respectful dread of these immense dispensations of justice by the people, almost as impersonal as the justice of God. The impression left on him by the revolution was remarkable. His recollection of it was like a living imprint of those momentous years, minute by minute. One day, in the presence of a witness we cannot doubt, he corrected from memory every entry under the letter A in the alphabetical list of members of the Constituent Assembly. Louis Philippe was a king of total transparency. While he reigned there was press freedom, parliamentary freedom, freedom of conscience and freedom of speech. The September laws are an open book. Although aware of the corrosive power of the light on privileges, he left his throne exposed to the light. History will recognize him for this honesty. Like all historical figures who have left the stage, Louis Philippe now faces judgment before the human conscience. The trial is still in progress. For him, the hour has not yet struck when history speaks in its venerable and impartial voice. The moment has not yet come to deliver the final verdict on this king. The rigorous and illustrious historian Louis Blanc has himself recently tempered his initial assessment. Louis Philippe was the chosen representative of those two approximations, called the 221 in 1830, that is to say a quasi-parliament and a quasi-revolution. And in any case, from the vantage point that philosophy must occupy, our judgment of him now, as indicated above, would have to be subject to certain reservations in respect of the absolute democratic principle. In the eyes of the absolute, everything in disregard of these two rights, firstly the right of man, secondly the right of the people, is usurpation. But with these reservations, what we can say right now is that all in all, whichever way you look at him, Louis Philippe, as a person and from the viewpoint of human kindness, will remain, to use the old language of an earlier history, one of the best princes who ever sat on a throne. What has he against him? That throne. Take away Louis Philippe the king, there remains the man. And the man is good. Sometimes good to the extent of being admirable. Often in the midst of the most serious difficulties, after a day of diplomatic conflict with the entire continent, he would return at night to his apartments and there, drained by exhaustion, shattered for want of sleep, what did he do? He picked up a file and spent the night reviewing a criminal case, believing it was one thing to stand up to Europe but a greater thing yet to save a man from the executioner. He would defy his minister of justice, dispute with the chief prosecutors, those legal windbags, as he called them, every inch of ground to which the guillotine laid claim. Sometimes heaps of files covered his table. He went through all of them. It caused him anguish to give up on those poor doomed wretches. One day he said to the same witness we mentioned earlier, "I saved 7 last night." During the early years of his reign the death penalty was as good as abolished, and the re-erection of the scaffold was a violence done to the king. La Grève having disappeared with the senior branch of the royal family, a bourgeois grève was instituted under the name of Barrière St. Jacques. Pragmatists felt the need of a quasi-legitimate guillotine. And this was one of the victories of Casimir Périer, who represented the reactionary leanings of the bourgeoisie, over Louis Philippe, who represented its liberal leanings. Louis Philippe had annotated Beccaria in own hand. After the Fieschi conspiracy he exclaimed, "What a pity I wasn't wounded! I might have issued a pardon." On another occasion, alluding to the recalcitrance of his ministers, he wrote in connection with a political activist sentenced to death, who was one of the most generous figures of our day, "His pardon is granted. It only remains for me to obtain it." Louis Philippe was as gentle-natured as Louis IX, and as good-hearted as Henri IV. Now, goodness is that rare pearl in history, and for us the good almost take precedence over the great. Louis Philippe has been judged severely by some, perhaps harshly by others, and it is quite natural that a man, himself a phantom at present, who knew that king, should come and testify in his favor before history. This testimony, such as it is obviously and above all else completely disinterested. An epitaph written by a dead man is sincere. One shade may console another. Sharing the same darkness gives one sharer the right to praise his fellow sharer. And there is little fear it will ever be said of 2 tombs in exile, "This one flattered the other." 4. Cracks in the foundations. At this dramatic point in our narrative, which is going to delve deep into one of the tragic clouds that shroud the early reign of Louis Philippe, it was important there should be no misunderstanding, and it was necessary that this book should make known where it stood with regard to this king. Louis Philippe assumed royal authority without violence, without any direct action on his part, by virtue of a revolutionary change of tack, evidently quite at odds with the true goal of revolution, but in which he, the Duc d'Orléans, had personally taken no initiative. He was born a prince and believed that he had been elected king. He had not given himself this mandate, he had not taken it. It had been offered to him and he had accepted it. Convinced, wrongly of course, but convinced, that the offer was rightfully made and dutifully accepted. That authority was therefore held in good faith. Now, with Louis Philippe holding his authority in good faith, and democracy going on the offensive in good faith, we say in all conscience that whatever terror results from social conflict is not to be blamed either on the king or on democracy. A clash of principles is like a clash of elements. The ocean defends the water, the hurricane defends the wind, the king defends royalty, democracy defends the people. The monarchy, being relative, resists the absolute, which is the republic. Society bleeds in this conflict, but what it suffers today will later be its salvation. And in any case, what we are not going to do here is incriminate the combatants. One of the two sides is obviously mistaken. Right does not stand like the Colossus of Rhodes on 2 shores at once, with 1 foot in the republic and 1 foot in royalty. It is indivisible and all on one side. But those who are mistaken are sincere in their mistake. A blind man is no more culpable for his blindness than a Vendéan is a bandit. So let us not blame these terrible clashes on anything other than the fatality of things. Whatever these storms may be, they are not entirely a matter of human responsibility. Let us conclude this introduction. The government of 1830 had a hard life from the outset. Born only yesterday, today it had to fight. No sooner was it installed than it already felt vague movements of traction in the July contrivance so recently established and still so insecure.
Resistance was born the next day, perhaps it was even born the day before.
Month by month the hostility increased, turning from latent to blatant.
As we have said, little accepted by kings outside France, the July Revolution had been diversely interpreted within France. God makes his will visible to men in events, an obscure text written in a mysterious language. Men produce instant translations, hasty, incorrect translations full of errors, gaps, and misconstructions. Very few minds comprehend the divine language. The most discerning, most calm, most profound, decipher slowly, and by the time they come up with their text the task has long been completed. There are already 20 translations in the public arena. Each translation gives birth to a party and each misconstruction to a faction. And every party thinks it has the only true text, and every faction thinks it possesses the light. Often, even the ruling power is a faction. There are in revolutions those that swim against the tide. These are the old parties. Revolutions deriving from the right to revolt, the old parties who cling to the principle of the God-given right of inheritance see themselves as having the right to revolt against revolution. Wrong.
For in revolutions, it is not the people who are in revolt, it is the king.
Revolution is precisely the opposite of revolt. Every revolution, being a normal occurrence, contains its own legitimacy, one that false revolutionaries sometimes dishonor, but a lasting legitimacy even when sullied, and surviving even when bloodied. Revolutions result not from accident but from necessity.
A revolution is a return from the artificial to the real.
It is because it must be so.
The old legitimist parties nonetheless attacked the 1830 revolution with all the vehemence that springs from false reasoning.
Fallacies make excellent projectiles.
They struck shrewdly where it was vulnerable, finding its weak spot in its lack of logic. They attacked this revolution in its royalty.
Revolution, they cried, why this king? Factions are blind, but their aim is true.
The Republicans too voiced this cry. But coming from them, the cry was logical.
What was blindness in the Legitimists was clear-sightedness in the Democrats.
1830 failed to meet its obligations to the people.
Outraged democracy censured it for this.
Caught between the attack by the past and the attack by the future, the July establishment struggled.
It represented the present moment, grappling with centuries of monarchy on the one hand and eternal right on the other.
Besides, in foreign affairs, now that it was revolution no longer and had become a monarchy, 1830 had to kowtow to Europe. Remaining at peace, that was an increased complication.
A harmony that goes against the grain is often more onerous than a war.
Out of this muted hostility, always kept muzzled but always growling, was born armed peace, that ruinous expedient of a self-doubting civilization.
Whatever punishment it might incur, the July kingship bucked under the harness of the European governments. Metternich would gladly have hobbled it.
Urged on in France by progress, in Europe it urged on those heel-dragging reactionaries, the monarchies.
In tow, it towed.
Meanwhile at home, poverty, the proletariat, wages, education, the penal system, prostitution, the condition of women, wealth, destitution, production, consumption, distribution, exchange, currency, credit, capital's rights, labor's rights, all these problems multiplied, looming grimly over society. Outside of the political parties properly speaking, another movement developed.
In response to democratic ferment came philosophical ferment. The elite, like the masses, felt troubled differently, but no less so.
Thinkers meditated while the ground, that is to say the people, penetrated by revolutionary currents, shook beneath them with vague epileptic-like tremors. These dreamers, some isolated, others in family gatherings and almost in spiritual fellowship, delved into social issues, peacefully but profoundly, impassive miners calmly extending their tunnels into the depths of a volcano, barely disturbed by the muffled shocks or by the glimpsed furnaces.
This calmness was not the least edifying spectacle of this unsettled period.
These men left to the political parties the question of rights, they occupied themselves with the question of happiness.
The well-being of man, that was what they wanted to extract from society.
They raised the importance of material issues, of agriculture, industry, commerce, almost to the status of religion. In the making of civilization, in a small way by God, largely by man, interests combine, amalgamate and compact to form really hard rock, according to a law of dynamics patiently studied by economists, those geologists of politics. These men who group together under various names but who may all be referred to by the generic term socialists strove to pierce that rock and bring forth the living waters of human happiness.
From the question of the scaffold to the question of war, the work they undertook embraced everything.
To the rights of man, proclaimed by the French Revolution, they added the rights of woman and the rights of the child. It will cause no surprise if for various reasons we do not here deal in depth from the theoretical viewpoint with the issues raised by socialism. We confine ourselves to outlining them. Leaving aside cosmogonic visions, dreams and mysticism, all the problems the socialists considered can be reduced to two main problems.
First problem, how to produce wealth. Second problem, how to share it out. The first problem contains the issue of work. The second contains the issue of wages. The first problem is about the use of resources. The second, about the distribution of benefits.
Effective use of resources results in national strength.
Fair distribution of benefits results in individual happiness. Fair distribution should be understood to mean not equal but equitable distribution. The fundamental equality is equity.
These two things combined, national strength externally, individual happiness internally, result in social prosperity. Social prosperity means the happiness of man, the freedom of the citizen, the greatness of the nation.
England solves the first of these two problems. She creates wealth admirably, she shares it out badly. This solution, which is only partial, leads inevitably to these two extremes: monstrous wealth, monstrous penury. All the benefits going to a few, all the hardship to the rest, that is to say, the people. Privilege, distinction, monopoly, feudalism are actually the fruits of labor. A false and dangerous situation, which bases national strength on private misery, which roots the greatness of the state in the sufferings of the individual. A badly constituted grandeur consisting of all the material elements but no moral element. Communism and agrarian law think they are the solution to the second problem. They are wrong. Their distribution kills production. Equal allocation puts an end to competition. And consequently to work. It is a distribution carried out by a butcher who kills what he carves up. So these supposed solutions cannot be taken seriously. Killing wealth is not distributing it. The two problems need to be solved together if they are to be solved properly. The two solutions need to be combined to provide a single solution. Solve only the first of the two problems, and you will be Venice or England. Like Venice, you will have artificial strength, or like England, material strength. You will be the villainous rich. You will perish under physical attack, as Venice has died, or through bankruptcy, as England will come to grief. And the world will let you come to grief and die because the world allows everything that is mere selfishness, everything that does not represent for humankind a virtue or an idea, to come to grief and die. Of course, these words Venice and England are used here to refer not to peoples but to social structures, the oligarchies superimposed on nations, not the nations themselves. Nations have our respect and our sympathy, always. Venice as a people will be reborn. England as an aristocracy will come to grief, but England as a nation is immortal. That said, let us continue.
Solve the two problems, encourage the rich and protect the poor, eliminate destitution, put an end to the unjust exploitation of the weak by the strong, curb the iniquitous envy, in the one who is making his way up, of the one who has arrived, set the wages for a job fairly and in the spirit of fellowship, foster the development of childhood with free compulsory education and make knowledge the foundation of manliness, develop minds while keeping hands busy, be at once a powerful nation and a family of happy individuals, democratize property not by abolishing it but by making it universal, so that every citizen without exception may be a property owner, something easier to achieve than people think. In short, learn how to produce wealth and how to distribute it, and you will have both material greatness and moral greatness.
And you will be worthy of calling yourself France. This is what socialism, apart from a few misguided sects, said.
This is what it sought to achieve, this is the idea it forged in people's minds.
Admirable efforts. Inspired endeavors.
These doctrines, these theories, this kind of opposition, the statesman's unforeseen need to take philosophers into account, partial insights into confused states of affairs, a new system of politics to be created in chime with the old world without being too much out of tune with the revolutionary ideal, a situation in which Lafayette had to be used to defend Polignac, the clear intimation of progress beyond the rioting,
Parliament and the mob, a balance to be maintained between the rivalries
surrounding him, his faith in the revolution, perhaps a kind of ambiguous resignation born of the vague acceptance of some ultimate higher authority, his desire to remain true to his ancestors, his sense of family, his sincere respect for the people, his own honesty, these things exercised Louis Philippe. Almost painfully, and at times, strong and courageous as he was, they overwhelmed him with the difficulty of being king. He felt beneath his feet a dreadful disintegration, not, however, France being more France than ever, a crumbling into dust.
An accumulating darkness shrouded the horizon.
A strange shadow, reaching nearer and nearer, gradually extended over men, things, ideas, a shadow arising out of anger and out of the way things were organized. Everything that had been hastily stifled was astir, in ferment. At times the conscience of the honest man caught its breath, so great was the unrest in the air, with fallacies and truths intermingled. Mentally, people trembled in the social unease like leaves at the approach of a storm. The electric tension was such that at certain moments anyone who came along, any stranger, shed light. Then the twilight gloom closed in again. At intervals, deep rumblings gave an indication of just how much thunder there was in the clouds. Barely 20 months had passed since the July Revolution. The year 1832 had begun in an ominous atmosphere of impending doom. The people suffering hardship, workers going hungry, the last Prince de Condé dying in suspicious circumstances, Brussels getting rid of the Nassaus as Paris had got rid of the Bourbons, Belgium offering herself to a French prince and giving herself to an English prince, Nicholas's Russian hatred, two demons of the south at our back, Ferdinand in Spain, Miguel in Portugal, the earth trembling in Italy, Metternich extending his reach over Bologna, France defying Austria at Ancona, from the north. The somehow sinister sound of a hammer nailing Poland back into her coffin, eyes all over Europe watching France with annoyance, England, a dubious ally, ready to give a push to any teetering and to pounce on what should fall, the peerage taking advantage of Beccaria to deny to the law the heads of 4 guilty men, the fleurs de lis erased from the king's carriage, the cross removed from Notre Dame, Lafayette marginalized, Lafitte ruined, Benjamin Constant dying in poverty, Casimir Purier dying from exhaustion in office, political and social disorder breaking out simultaneously in the two capitals of the kingdom, one the city of thought, the other the city of toil, in Paris civil war, in Lyon servile war, in both cities the same blazing furnace, the crater's crimson glow on the brow of the people, the south turned fanatic, the west unsettled, the Duchesse de Berry and the Vade, plots, conspiracies, uprisings, cholera, to the grim clamor of ideas was added the grim turmoil of events. V. Facts behind history of which history is unaware. By the end of April the whole situation had deteriorated. The unrest was coming to a head. Ever since 1830 there had been the odd little riot, which was quickly suppressed only to erupt again, indicating a vast smoldering conflagration.
Something terrible was brewing. Glimpses emerged of a possible revolution, its features still blurred and ill-lit. France eyed Paris. Paris eyed Faubourg St-Antoine. Faubourg St-Antoine, having slowly heated up, was coming to the boil.
The wine shops of Rue de Charonne were sober and agitated, although, applied to wine shops, this combination of adjectives seems odd. Here, the government was purely and simply being called into question. There was open discussion of whether to fight or to keep the peace. There were back rooms of shops where working men were made to swear that they would be on the street at the first cry of alarm, and they would fight regardless of how many the enemy numbered. Once the oath had been taken, a man seated in the corner of the wine shop spoke in a resonant voice, saying, "Now, understand, you're sworn to it." Sometimes people went upstairs to a private room on the first floor and there scenes that were almost Masonic took place. The initiate was made to swear to serve the cause and likewise fathers of families.
That was the formula.
Subversive pamphlets, they were very critical of the government, says a secret report of that time, were read in the public rooms. Such comments as this were to be heard, "I don't know the names of the leaders.
The likes of us won't know the day until 2 hours beforehand."
One workman said, "There are 300 of us, if we each contribute 10 sous that'll be 150 francs for making powder and shot."
Another said, "I'm not asking for 6 months, I'm not even asking for 2. We'll be a match for the government in less than a fortnight. With 25,000 men we can take them on."
Another said, "I don't go to bed because I'm making cartridges all night." From time to time well-dressed men in civilian clothes, apparently in charge, came swaggering along, and shook hands with the ringleaders, and then went away again. They never stayed more than 10 minutes. Meaningful remarks were exchanged in low voices, "The moment's ripe, it's about to happen." Everyone there was buzzing with it, to borrow the expression actually used by one of those present. The excitement was such that one day, in the middle of the wine shop, a worker exclaimed,
"We have no weapons." In an unwitting travesty of Bonaparte's proclamation to the army in Italy, one of his comrades replied, "The soldiers have."
Anything more secret, adds one report, they did not communicate to each other. It is hard to understand what else they could be hiding after having said what they said. These meetings were sometimes regular. Some were attended by never more than 8 or 10 individuals, and always the same ones. Other meetings, anyone who wanted to could attend, and the place was so full there was standing room only. Some came to them out of enthusiasm and passion, others because it was on their way to work.
As during the Revolution, there were in these wine shops patriotic women who embraced newcomers.
Other telling facts came to light. A man would enter a shop, drink, and leave with the remark, "Wine merchant, what's owing, the revolution will pay."
In a wine shop opposite Rue de Charonne revolutionary representatives were appointed. Their names were drawn out of a hat.
Some workers met at the house of a fencing master who fought bouts at Rue des Cottes, where there was a trophy of arms formed of wooden broadswords, singlesticks, batons and foils.
One day the buttons were removed from the foils. One worker said, "There are 25 of us, but I don't count because I'm regarded as a mindless automaton."
This mindless automaton turned out later to be Knesset. Whatever was being planned gradually acquired some strange notoriety. One woman sweeping her doorstep said to another, "For a long time a lot of work's been going into making cartridges."
Proclamations addressed to the
National Guard in the departments were out there on the street for the public to read. One of these proclamations was signed, "Burdett, wine merchant." One day outside the door of a wine and spirits merchant in Lenore Market, a man with a fringed beard and an Italian accent climbed onto a stone post and read aloud a peculiar document that seemed to emanate from some occult power.
Groups formed around him and applauded. The passages that most stirred the crowd were collected and noted down. Our views are suppressed, our proclamations torn up, our bill stickers ambushed and thrown into prison. The recent collapse in the cotton trade has won many moderates over to us. The future of nations is being forged within our humble ranks. We have to think in these terms: action or reaction, revolution or counter-revolution. For in these times no one believes in inertia or immobility anymore. For the people, or against the people, that is the question. There is no other. The day when we're no good to you anymore, send us packing, but until that day help us to march on. And all this in broad daylight. Other yet more audacious things that happened were by reason of their very audacity suspect to the people. On the 4th of April 1832, a man in the street climbed onto a cornerstone on Rue St. Marguerite and shouted, "I'm a baboofist." But behind baboof the people thought they detected Gisket. Among other things this man said, "Abolish private property. The left-wing opposition is cowardly and treacherous. It preaches revolution when it's convenient. It's democratic to avoid defeat and royalist to avoid a fight. The Republicans are fair-weather friends. Distrust the Republicans, citizen workers." "Shut up, citizen spy," yelled one worker. This cry put an end to his speech. Mysterious incidents occurred. One day as the light was fading, over by the canal, a worker came across a well-dressed man who said to him, "Where are you going, citizen?" "Monsieur," replied the worker, "I haven't had the honor of making your acquaintance." "I know very well who you are," said the man, adding, "Don't be alarmed, I'm the committee representative. You're suspected of not being entirely reliable. You know, if you were to give anything away, we have our eye on you." Then he shook hands with the worker and went off, saying, "We'll meet again soon." The police, who were keeping their ears open, overheard some peculiar exchanges, not only in the wine shops but in the street. "Get yourself recruited as quick as you can," said a weaver to a cabinet maker. "Why?" "There's some shooting to be done." Two individuals in tattered clothing exchanged these extraordinary remarks fraught with apparent jackery. "Who rules us?" "Monsieur Philippe." "No, it's the bourgeoisie." The reader is mistaken if he thinks we use the word jackery disapprovingly. The Jacques were the poor. On another occasion, one man was heard to say to another as they passed by, "We have a good plan of attack." All that was caught of a private conversation between four men crouching in a ditch at the Tron Tollgate Circus was this: "We'll do what we can to see he doesn't go walking around Paris anymore." Who was he? Ominous obscurity. The chief leaders, as they were referred to locally, remained in the background. It was believed they met for consultation in a wine shop near St. Eustache Corner. A man by the name of Auguste, head of the Tailors' Benevolent Society, Rue Mondétour, was supposed to be the chief intermediary between the leaders and Faubourg St. Antoine. All the same, these leaders always remained very much in the shadows, and no firm evidence could dent the extraordinary pride inherent in this reply later made by a defendant before the Court of Lords: "Who was your leader?" "I knew of none and I recognized none." So far this was a matter of not much more than words, transparent but vague words, sometimes idle talk, rumors, hearsay. Other evidence started turning up. While nailing some wooden fencing round a plot on which a house was being built in Rue de Rivoli, a carpenter found on the ground a piece of a torn-up letter on which the following lines were still legible: "The committee must take measures to prevent recruitment from the sections by different societies, and as a postscript, we have learned of guns in Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière, number 5B, totaling some 5 or 6,000, in a courtyard at a gunsmith's. The section has no weapons." What excited the carpenter and made him show the thing to his neighbors was the fact that a few paces away he picked up another piece of paper, also torn, and even more significant. Because of the historical interest of these strange documents, we reproduce below the way it was laid out. It was only later that the people who at the time were let into the secret of this find learned what those 4 capital letters stood for: quinturions, centurions, decurions and scouts, and the meaning of those letters UOGA1 Fe, which represented a date and translated as the 15th of April 1832. Under each capital letter were inscribed names followed by very distinctive notes. Like this. Question Bannerel. 8 guns, 83 cartridges. Trustworthy. C. Boubière. 1 pistol, 40 cartridges. D. Rollet. 1 foil, 1 pistol, 1 pound of explosive. S. Tissier. 1 sword, 1 cartridge box. Meticulous. Tarare. 8 guns. Brave, etc. Finally, still within that same enclosure, the carpenter found a third piece of paper on which was penciled, but very legibly, this enigmatic list of sorts.
Unity. Blanchard. Arbre Ece. Szóste bere. Sołajs. Salle Aukomte. Kościuszko. Obry de Butcher.
JJOR. Caius Gracchus. Right of appeal. Du Fond. Bakery. Fall of the Girondists. Durbach. Maubuée. Washington. Pinson. 1 pist. 86 cart. Marseillaise. SOV. Of the people. Michel. Quincampoix. Sword. Hoche. Marceau. Plato. Arbre Sec. Warsaw. Tilly, street seller of the Populaire. The honest bourgeois in whose keeping this list had remained knew its significance. It would seem the list was a complete roster of the Society of the Rights of Man sections in the 4th arrondissement, with the names and addresses of the section leaders. Now that all these shadowy details are no more than history, they can be published. It should be added that the Society of the Rights of Man seems to have been set up after the date when this piece of paper was found. Perhaps this was just an early draft. However, after the talk and the things overheard, after the written indicators, material evidence began to appear. At an old curiosity shop in Rue Popincourt, 7 sheets of grey paper, all folded in 4 lengthwise, were found in a chest of drawers and seized. These sheets lay on top of 26 squares of the same grey paper folded into cartridge shapes, and a card on which was to be read the following: Saltpetre 12 ounces. Sulfur 2 ounces. Charcoal 2½ ounces. Water 2 ounces. The police report of the seizure stated that the drawer gave off a strong smell of gunpowder. A mason returning home after his day's work left a small package on a bench near the Pont d'Austerlitz. This package was taken to the police station. It was opened and in it were found 2 printed pamphlets signed La Hatière, a song entitled Workmen, Join Forces, and a tin full of cartridges. One worker drinking with a comrade made the latter feel how hot he was, the other man felt a pistol under his waistcoat. In the loneliest part of the boulevard between Père Lachaise and the Tron tollgate, some children playing in a ditch found, under a pile of wood shavings and vegetable peelings, a bag containing a bullet mold, a wooden cartridge roll, a wooden bowl with gunpowder residue in it, and a little cast iron pot with clear traces of molten lead on the inside. A police raid at 5 o'clock in the morning on the home of a certain Pardon, later a member of the Barricade Mary section, who was killed in the April 1834 uprising, found him standing by his bed, holding in his hand some cartridges he was making. Around the time when workers take their break, 2 men were seen meeting between the Picpus Gate and the Charenton Gate on a little patrol path running between 2 walls, near a wine shop with a Siamese Skittles pitch in front of it. One drew a pistol from beneath his overall and handed it to the other. As he was handing it over, he noticed some damp had got into the powder from the sweat on his chest. He primed the gun and added more powder to what was already in the pan. Then the two men parted. A certain Gaules, later killed in Rue Beaubourg during the April disturbances, boasted of having in his house 700 cartridges and 24 flints. The government one day received a warning that there had just been an issue of weapons to the neighborhood along with 200,000 cartridges. The next week, 30,000 cartridges were distributed. Strangely enough, the police were unable to seize any of them. An intercepted letter read, "The day is not far off when 80,000 patriots will be under arms within the space of 4 hours." All this unrest was overt, you might almost say peaceful. The impending insurrection was calmly readying for the storm, right there in front of the government. There was no lack of oddity about this still underground but already perceptible crisis. Bourgeois citizens were talking to workers about what was afoot. People said, "How's the uprising?" in the same tone of voice in which they might have said, "How's your wife?" A furniture dealer on Rue Moreau asked, "Well, when are you going to attack?" Another shopkeeper said, "The attack will be launched soon." "I know. A month ago there were 15,000 of you, now there are 25,000. He offered his gun, and a neighbor offered a small pistol that he wanted to sell for 7 francs. In fact, revolutionary excitement was mounting. No corner of Paris, or of France, was free of it. Everywhere the artery was throbbing. Like those membranes that result from certain inflammations and develop in the human body, the network of secret societies began to spread all over the country. From the Friends of the People, an association both public and secret, sprang the Society of the Rights of Man, which dated one of its bulletins Pluvios, year 40 of the Republican era, and which was destined to survive even assize court rulings that it should be dissolved, and did not hesitate to give its sections telling names such as these: Pikes, Alarm Bell, Signal Cannon, Phrygian Cap, January 21st, Beggars, Vagrants, Onward March, Robespierre, Level, Ca Ira. Out of the Society of the Rights of Man came the Society of Action. These were impatient individuals who broke away and went racing ahead. Other associations sought to recruit members from the main original societies. Section members complained they were being torn apart. So there was the Gallic Society and the Municipalities Organization Committee. There were the associations for the freedom of the press, for individual freedom, for the education of the people, against indirect taxation. Then there was the Society of Egalitarian Workers, which was divided into 3 factions, the egalitarians, the communists, the reformers. Then the Army of the Bastilles, a kind of militarily organized cohort, for men commanded by a corporal, 10 by a sergeant, 20 by a sublieutenant, 40 by a lieutenant. There were never more than 5 men who knew each other. A creation combining caution with audacity, and seemingly stamped with the genius of Venice. The Central Committee, which was at the head of the organization, had 2 limbs, the Society of Action and the Army of the Bastilles. Among these republican bodies there were stirrings of a legitimist association, the Knights of Faithful Allegiance. It was denounced and repudiated. The Parisian societies branched out into the main cities. Lyon, Nantes, Lille and Marseille had their own Society of the Rights of Man, the Carbonarists, and the Free Men. Aix had a revolutionary society called the Cougourde. We have already mentioned this name. In Paris, Faubourg St-Marceau was hardly any less febrile than Faubourg St-Antoine, and the schools were no less restless than the faubourgs. A café in Rue St. Hyacinthe and the 7 Billiards wine shop in Rue des Mathurins. St. Jacques served as meeting places for students. The Society of the Friends of the ABC, affiliated with the Friendly Society of Angers and the Cougourde of Aix, met as we have seen in Café Musain. These same young men also gathered, as we have already mentioned, at the tavern called Corinth near Rue Mondétour. These meetings were secret. Others were as public as could be, and their audacity may be judged by this extract from an interrogation conducted during one of the later trials. Where was this meeting held? In Rue de la Paix. At whose house? In the street. Which sections were at this meeting? Only one. Which one? Manuel. Who was the section leader? I was. You are too young to have taken that grave decision to attack the government on your own authority. Where did your instructions come from? The Central Committee. The army was mined at the same time as the population, as uprisings at Belfort, Luneville and Epinal later proved. The 52nd Regiment, the 5th, the 8th, the 37th, and the 20th Light Cavalry were to be counted on for support. In Burgundy and the southern towns liberty trees were planted, that is to say, poles with red caps on top of them. Such was the situation. And, as we said at the outset, this situation was more intense and felt more acutely in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine neighborhood than in any other section of the population. This was the sore spot. A seething mass of people, a hive of plucky, angry industry, this old neighborhood was quivering with anticipation and yearning for upheaval. Everything was in turmoil, not that that was any excuse to stop working. It would be impossible to convey any idea of that characteristic energy and grimness. Hidden under the attic roofs of this neighborhood are heartbreaking miseries. There are, too, exceptional and fiery intellects. It is particularly dangerous in respect of hardship and intellect for extremes to meet. Faubourg Saint-Antoine had yet other reasons for unrest, being adversely affected by the commercial crises, bankruptcies, strikes, the unemployment inherent in great political disturbances. In times of revolution, poverty is both cause and effect. The blow it strikes rebounds on it. Full of proud courage, with the highest capacity for latent heat, always ready to take up arms, prone to violent outbursts, volatile, intense, mind, this population seemed to be just waiting for a spark to fall. Whenever certain fiery particles drift across the horizon driven by the wind of events, it is impossible not to think of Faubourg Saint-Antoine and the extraordinary accident of fate that has placed at the gates of Paris this powder keg of suffering and ideas. The wine shops of Faubourg Saint-Antoine, which have cropped up more than once in the brief description the reader has just encountered, have a historic notoriety. Here, in troubled times, people get more drunk on words than on wine. There is a sort of prophetic spirit and an emanation of the future in the air, swelling hearts and exulting souls. The wine shops of Faubourg Saint-Antoine are like those taverns on Mount Aventine built above the Sibyl's cave and communicating with the sacred effusions from the deep, taverns whose tables were almost tripods and where what Ennius calls the Sibylline wine was drunk. Faubourg Saint-Antoine is a proletarian reservoir. Revolutionary upheaval creates cracks in it from which the sovereignty of the people flows. This sovereignty may do harm, it makes mistakes like any other, but even when misled it remains great. It could be described, like the blind Cyclops, as Injun's star. Depending on whether the idea in the air was good or bad, whether it was a day of fanaticism or of enthusiasm, in '93 it was sometimes savage hordes, sometimes heroic bands, that set out from Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Savage. Let us explain what we mean by this word. These ragged, roaring, ferocious, irate men, with clubs raised and pikes held high, who in those Genesis days of revolutionary chaos hurled themselves on the old Paris turned upside down. What did they want? They wanted an end to oppression, an end to tyranny, an end to strife, work for men, education for children, social goodwill towards women, liberty, equality, fraternity, bread for all, an idea for all, a paradise made of this world, progress. And that good, sweet blessed thing, progress, they demanded fearsomely, driven to extremity, to utter distraction, half-naked,
with bludgeon in hand and a roar in their throats. They were savages, yes, but savages of civilization. They asserted rightfulness, with a fury. They wanted, through fear and trembling if need be, to force the human race towards paradise. They seemed barbarians, and they were saviors. Wearing the mask of darkness, they clamored for light. Facing these men, ferocious men admittedly, and terrifying, but ferocious and terrifying for the sake of good, are other men, smiling, braided, gilded, beribboned, star-spangled, in silk stockings, white plumes, yellow gloves and shiny shoes, who with their elbows resting on a velvet table beside a marble chimneypiece gently insist on the preservation and perpetuation of the past, of the Middle Ages, of divine right, of fanaticism, of ignorance, of slavery, of the death penalty, of war. Glorifying quietly and politely the sword, the stake, and the scaffold. As for us, if we had to make a choice between the barbarians of civilization and the civilized representatives of barbarism, we would opt for the barbarians. But, thank heavens, another choice is possible. A sheer drop is no more unavoidable ahead of us than behind. Neither despotism nor terrorism. We want the gentle incline towards progress. God sees to that. Making slopes gentler, that is the whole principle on which God operates. 6. Enjolras and his lieutenants. Around this time, bearing in mind what was likely to happen, Enjolras carried out a mysterious sort of census. They were all gathered together at Café Musain. Intermingling with his words a few half-puzzling but revealing metaphors, Enjolras said, "We ought to know where we stand and who we can count on. If we want fighters, they need to be prepared. Have something to fight with. That can't do any harm. There is always more chance of passers-by being gored when there are bulls on the road than when there are none. So let's do a little assessment of the herd. How many are we? Not that this is work we're going to put off till tomorrow. Revolutionaries should always feel a sense of urgency. Progress has no time to lose. Let's beware of the unexpected. Don't let's be taken by surprise. We need to review all the alliance building we've done and see whether it's holding up. That's something that needs to be checked today. Courfeyrac, you'll go and see the Polytechnic students. It's their day off. Today being Wednesday. Feuilly, you'll visit our friends at La Glacière, won't you? Combeferre has promised to go over to Picpus. That's quite a lively hotspot over there. Bahorel will pay a visit to Estrapade. Prouvaire, the masons are cooling. You report back to us from the Rue de Grenelle-Estionneret Lodge. Joly will go to Dupuytren's clinical lecture and take the pulse of the medical school. Bossuet will take a little turn around the law courts and chat with the law students. I'll deal with the Cougourde. That's everything taken care of, said Courfeyrac. No. What else is there? Something very important. What's that? Asked Courfeyrac. The main tollgate, replied Enjolras. Enjolras remained for a moment as if deep in thought, then resumed. There are marble workers, painters and sculptors' assistants at the main tollgate. They're an enthusiastic bunch but with a tendency to blow cold. I don't know what's come over them recently. They've something else on their mind. They're losing their spark. They spend their time playing dominoes. It's high time someone went and gave them a bit of a firm talking to. Richefeu's is where they meet. You'll find them there between 12 and 1 o'clock. Those embers need blowing on. For that, I'd been counting on that dreamer Marius, who on the whole is sound, but he no longer comes. I need someone for the main tollgate. I haven't anyone else. What about me? Said Grantaire. I'm here. You? Yes, me. You? Rally Republicans. You?
In defense of principles, fire up hearts that have grown cold. Why not? Are you capable of being good for something? I have the vague ambition to be, said Grantaire. You don't believe in anything. I believe in you. Grantaire, will you do me a favor? Anything. Polish your boots. Well, don't meddle in our affairs. Go and sleep off the effects of your absinthe. You're heartless, Enjolras. As if you'd be the man to send to the main gate. As if you were capable of it. I'm capable of going down Rue de Grèce, crossing Place Saint-Michel, heading off along Rue Monsieur le Prince, taking Rue de Vaugirard, passing the Carmelite convent, turning into Rue d'Asses, proceeding to Rue du Church Midi, leaving the military court behind me, wending my way along Rue de Vieilles Tuileries, striding across the boulevard, following Chaussée du Maine, walking through the toll gate and going into Richefou's. I'm capable of that. My shoes are capable of that. Do you know them at all, those comrades who meet at Richefou's? Not very well. But we're on friendly terms. What will you say to them? I'll talk to them about Robespierre, of course. And about Danton. About principles. You? Yes, me. But I'm not being given the credit I deserve. When I put my mind to it, I'm terrific. I've read Proudhon, I'm familiar with the social contract, I know by heart my Constitution of the year too. The liberty of the citizen ends where the liberty of another citizen begins. Do you take me for a brute beast? I have in my drawer an old promissory note from the time of the Revolution. The rights of man, the sovereignty of the people, for God's sake. I'm even a bit of an hybridist. I can keep coming out with some wonderful things, watch in hand, for a whole 6 hours by the clock. Be serious, said Enjolras. I mean it, replied Grantaire. Enjolras thought for a few moments, and with the gesture of a man who had come to a decision, Grantaire, he said gravely, I agree to try you out. You'll go to the main toll gate. Grantaire lived in furnished lodgings very close to Café Musain. He went out, and came back 5 minutes later. He had gone home to put on a Robespierre-style waistcoat. Red, he said as he came in, gazing intently at Enjolras. Then, with an energetic pat of his hand, he pressed the 2 scarlet lapels of the waistcoat to his chest. And stepping close to Enjolras he said in his ear, Don't worry. He resolutely jammed on his hat, and off he went. A quarter of an hour later the back room of Café Musain was deserted. All the friends of the ABC were gone, each his own way, each to his separate task. Enjolras, who had saved the Cougourde for himself, was the last to leave. Members of the Cougourdeviques who were in Paris used to meet on Issy Plain, in one of the many abandoned quarries in that part of the city. As Enjolras headed towards this meeting place he reviewed the whole situation. The gravity of the circumstances was obvious. When events symptomatic of a kind of latent social disease move sluggishly, the slightest complication arrests and obstructs them. A phenomenon resulting in collapse and renewal. Enjolras discerned a revolutionary brightness beneath the overcast reaches of the future. Who knows? Perhaps the moment was at hand. The people reasserting their right, what a glorious spectacle! The revolution was majestically taking hold of France once again and saying to the world. The story continues. Enjolras was pleased. Things were hotting up. He had at that very moment a powder trail of friends scattered all over Paris. With Combeferre's shrewd and philosophical eloquence, Feuilly's cosmopolitan enthusiasm, Courfeyrac's wit, Bahorel's mirth, Jean Prévert's melancholy, Joly's erudition, Bossuet's sarcasm, he mentally orchestrated a kind of explosion of electric sparks that set alight almost everywhere at once. Everyone doing his bit. The result would surely repay the effort. It was going well. This made him think of Grantaire. Well now, said he to himself, the main tollgate doesn't take me far out of my way. Why not go on to Richefou's? Just to see what Grantaire's doing, and how he's getting on. 1 o'clock was striking from the Vaugirard bell tower when Enjolras reached the Richefou smoking den. He pushed open the door, went inside, folded his arms, let the door close again behind him, bumping his shoulders, and viewed the room full of tables, men and smoke. A voice rose out of this haze along with lively interjections from another voice. It was Grantaire engaged in dialogue with some opponent. Grantaire was sitting opposite another person at a table of Estienne marble strewn with sawdust and arrayed with dominoes. He was banging his fist on the marble, and this is what Enjolras heard. 6. 4. You swine. I haven't any left. You're doomed. 2. 6. 3. 1. My turn. 4 points. Hard won. Your turn. I've made a terrible mistake. You're doing fine. 15. Plus 7. That makes 22. Pondering. 22. You weren't expecting that 6. If I'd put it down at the beginning it would have changed the whole game. 2, would you believe? 1. 1. Well now, 5. I haven't any 5s. You're the one that just played, I think. Yes. A blank. If he doesn't have all the luck. Ah. You're a lucky one, you are. Pondering at length. 2. 1. 1. Well then, 5. No 5s, no 1s. That's a problem for you. Domino. Well, I'll be. Book 2 Apennine. I. Alouette's Meadow. Marius was there to see the unexpected outcome of the ambush he had put Javert onto, but Javert had no sooner left the Gorbeau tenement, taking his prisoners away in 3 cabs, than Marius in turn slipped out of the house. It was still only 9 o'clock in the evening. Marius went over to Courfeyrac's. Courfeyrac was no longer the peaceable resident of the Latin Quarter, he had gone to live in Rue de la Verrerie for political reasons. This neighborhood was one of those where insurrection was apt to establish itself in those days. Marius said to Courfeyrac, I've come to sleep at your place. Courfeyrac pulled off one of the 2 mattresses on his bed, laid it on the floor, and said, There you are. The next day, as early as 7 o'clock in the morning, Marius returned to the house, paid his rent and what he owed Mame Bougon, had his books, bed, table, chest of drawers and 2 chairs loaded onto a handcart and went away without leaving his address, so that when Javert came back later that morning to question Marius about what had happened the day before he found only Mame Bougon. Moved out, she told him. Mame Bougon was convinced Marius was some sort of accomplice of the robbers caught during the night. Who'd have thought it, she cried in the company of other caretakers in the neighborhood. A young man as harmless as a girl, by the looks of him. Marius had 2 reasons for doing this sudden flit. Firstly, he now had a horror of this house where he had seen at such close quarters, fully developed, at its most repulsive and most ferocious, a social ugliness perhaps even more dreadful than the villainous rich man, the villainous pauper. Secondly, he did not want to take part in whatever trial would probably ensue and to have to testify against Thénardier. Javert thought the young man whose name he did not remember had taken fright and fled, or might not even have been at home at the time of the ambush. Yet he did make some effort to find him, without success. A month went by, then another. Marius was still staying with Courfeyrac. He had learned from a student lawyer, who spent a lot of time hanging about the law courts, that Thénardier was in solitary confinement. Every Monday Marius had 5 francs paid to the clerk of La Force prison, for Thénardier. Not having any money, Marius borrowed the 5 francs from Courfeyrac. This was the first time in his life he had ever borrowed money. These regular 5 francs were a twofold enigma, to Courfeyrac who lent them and to Thénardier who received them. Who can they be going to, thought Courfeyrac. Where can they be coming from? Thénardier wondered. Marius was in any case devastated. Once again everything was closed to him. He could see nothing in front of him anymore. His life was plunged back into that mystery where he was left groping his way. In that obscurity he had for a moment seen again very close at hand the young girl he loved, the old man who seemed to be her father, those unknown persons who were his sole interest and his sole hope in this world. And just when he thought he had them in his grasp, all these shadows had been blown away. Even the most frightful shock had produced not one spark of certainty or truth. No conceivable explanation. Now he did not even know the name he had thought he knew. Certainly, it was no longer Ursule. An Alouette was a nickname. And what was to be made of the old man? Was he in fact hiding from the police? The white-haired workman Marius had run into near less. Invalids came back to mind. That worker and Monsieur Leblanc, it now seemed likely, were one and the same. So he disguised himself? There were heroic aspects and ambiguous aspects to this individual. Why had he not called for help? Why had he fled? Was he the young girl's father, yes or no? And was he really the man Thénardier thought he had recognized? Could Thénardier have been mistaken? So many insoluble problems. None of this, it is true, detracted in the slightest from the angelic charms of the young girl from the Luxembourg Gardens. A sorry plight, Marius had passion in his heart and darkness before his eyes. He was driven, he was drawn, and he could not move. Everything was gone except love. Even love's instincts and sudden enlightenments he had lost. Ordinarily this flame burning within us also illuminates us a little, and casts some useful light around us. But Marius was no longer even aware of these quiet promptings of passion. He never said to himself, "What if I went there? What if I tried this?" The girl he could no longer call Ursule must be somewhere. Nothing suggested to Marius whereabouts he should look for her. His whole life could now be summed up in a nutshell: total uncertainty and impenetrable obscurity. He still yearned to see her again but had no expectation of doing so. To make matters worse, poverty returned. He felt the chill blast very close to him, at his back. In all his tribulations, and already quite some time ago, he had stopped working, and nothing is more dangerous than to stop working. It is a habit you lose. A habit easy to give up and difficult to resume. A certain amount of daydreaming does you good, like a narcotic in small doses. It sedates the sometimes severe fevers of the toiling intellect and produces in the mind a cool and gentle mist that softens the over-harsh contours of pure thought, fills in the gaps and intervals here and there, creates cohesion and smooths the sharp edges of ideas. But too much daydreaming drags you down and overwhelms you. Woe to the intellectual kind of worker whose thinking completely subsides into daydreaming. He thinks he will easily regain lost ground, and he tells himself that after all they both amount to the same thing. Wrong. Thought is the exertion of the intellect, daydreaming is its indulgence. To replace thought with daydreaming is to mistake a poison for sustenance. Marius, remember, had started out like this. Passion had intervened and given him the final push into flights of fancy without purpose or substance. A person in such a state leaves the house only to go daydreaming. Idle pastime. Stagnant and turbulent abyss. And with less and less work came more and more needs. This is a law. Man, when he is a dreamer, is naturally lavish and lax. The relaxed mind cannot keep a tight grip on life. There is good and bad in this style of life, for while laxity is pernicious, generosity is kind-hearted and wholesome. But the generous and noble pauper who does not work is doomed. Resources run out, necessities arise. An inevitable downhill slope on which the most honest and the most steadfast no less than the weakest and the most depraved are doomed, ending up at one of these two pitfalls, suicide or crime. Keep going out to daydream, and the day comes when you go out to drown yourself. Too much daydreaming results in the likes of Escus and Libras. Marius was slowly walking down this slope with his eyes fixed on the girl he could not see anymore. That sounds strange, what we have just written, and yet it is true. The memory of an absent person lights up the shadows of the heart. The greater the absence, the more radiant it is. The despairing soul in darkness sees this light on its horizon, the star of inner night. She was Marius's only thought. He could think of nothing else. He was vaguely aware that his old coat was becoming unseemly and that his new coat was becoming an old one, that his shirts were wearing out, his hat was wearing out, his boots were wearing out, that is to say his life was wearing out, and he said to himself, if I could only see her before I die. He had one sweet fancy left to him, that she had loved him, that her glance had told him so, that she did not know his name but she knew his soul, and wherever she was, whatever that mysterious place might be, perhaps she still loved him. Who knows whether she was not thinking of him as he was thinking of her? Sometimes, in those inexplicable moments experienced by every loving heart with cause only for sadness and yet feeling an obscure frisson of joy, he would say to himself, those are her thoughts reaching me. Then he would add, perhaps my thoughts are reaching her. This conceit, at which he would shake his head a moment later, managed nevertheless to cast into his soul rays of light at times resembling hope. Now and then, especially at that hour of the evening that dreamers find most melancholic, he would jot down, in a notebook containing nothing else, the purest, most impersonal, most ideal of the musings with which love filled his mind. He called this writing to her. You must not think he was deranged. Quite the contrary. He had lost the ability to work or to direct himself resolutely towards any fixed goal, but he had more perspicacity and integrity than ever. Marius saw in a calm, true, albeit peculiar light what passed before his eyes, even the most unimportant of men and events. He was exactly right in what he said about everything with a kind of honest disconsolation and candid dispassion. Almost detached from hope, his judgment floated aloft. In this state of mind nothing escaped him, nothing deceived him, and he was discovering at every moment the essence of life, humanity, destiny. Blessed is he, even in his suffering, to whom God has given a soul worthy of love and sorrow. He who has not seen the things of this world and the hearts of men by this dual light has seen nothing real and knows nothing. The soul that loves and suffers is in a state of sublimity. Otherwise, the days went by and there were no new developments. It just seemed to him that the dismal interval he had yet to endure grew shorter every moment. He thought he could already clearly discern the brink of the bottomless drop. So will I not see her again before then, he kept saying to himself. When you go up Rue Saint-Jacques, past the toll gate, and follow the old inner boulevard to the left for a while, you come to Rue de la Santé, then La Glacière, and shortly before the little Gobelins River you reach a kind of field, which is the only spot along the whole monotonous length of the boulevards encircling Paris where Royston would be tempted to sit down. There is an indefinable charm about the place, a green meadow with clothes drying in the wind from lines strung out across it, an old market garden farmhouse built in the days of Louis XIII, its large roof quaintly studded with dormer windows, some ramshackle fencing, a small pond lying amid poplar trees, women, laughter, voices. On the horizon the Pantheon, the tree of the deaf-mute school, the Val de Grace, black, squat, fantastical, witty, magnificent, and the severe square tops of the towers of Notre Dame in the background. As it is a place worth seeing, no one goes there.
Scarcely a cart or a carrier once in a quarter hour. It so happened that Marius's solitary walks brought him to this patch of land by this pond. That day, unusually on that boulevard, there was a passerby. Vaguely struck by the attractiveness of this near wilderness, Marius asked this person, "What is this place called?" The person replied, "This is Alouette's meadow." And he added, "It was here that Ulbach killed the shepherdess of Ivry." But after that word Alouette, Marius heard nothing more. There are in the state of daydream these sudden crystallizations that it takes only a single word to produce. All thought suddenly condenses around a single idea and is no longer capable of any other perception. Alouette was the name that in the depths of Marius's melancholy had replaced Ursule. "Well," he said with the kind of unreasoning amazement typical of these mysterious asides, "this is her meadow. I shall learn here where she lives." It was absurd, but not to be resisted. And he came every day to this Alouette's meadow. 2. Prison incubators of embryonic crime. Javert's triumph at the Gorbeau tenement seemed complete, but it was not. In the first place, and this was his main concern, Javert had not taken the prisoner. The murder victim who flees is more suspect than the murderer, and the likelihood was that this individual, so valuable a prize to those ruffians, was no less a good catch to the authorities. Furthermore, Montparnasse had eluded Javert. He would have to wait for another opportunity to lay his hands on that devil's dandy. For having encountered Éponine as she stood watch under the trees on the boulevard, Montparnasse had gone off with her, preferring to be a Nemorin with the daughter rather than a Schinderhannes with the father. Just as well for him. He was free. As for Éponine, Javert had her nicked later. Poor consolation. Éponine had joined Azelma at Les Madeleinettes. Finally, on the way from the Gorbeau tenement to La Force, one of the chief arrests made, Claquous, vanished. No one knew how it had happened. The police who were with him were completely baffled. He had vaporized, slipped out of the thumb cuffs and slithered through chinks in the carriage. The cab was cracked, and it leaked. All they could say was that when they got to the prison, Claquous was gone. It was either a case of magic or the police had something to do with it. Had Claquous melted into the shadows like a snowflake in water? Had there been some unavowed connivance with his custodians? Was this man part of the dual enigma of order and disorder? Was he concentric to both law-breaking and law enforcement? Did this sphinx have his forelimbs in crime and his hind limbs in authority? Javert did not approve of arrangements of this kind and would have taken exception to such a compromise. But his squad included other inspectors besides himself, and they were perhaps, although his subordinates, more initiated than he was into the secrets of the prefecture. And Claquous was such a villain, he might make a very good agent. To feel so much at home in the dark as to be able to elude detection is excellent for robbers and admirable for the police. Such double dealers do exist. All the same, having gone missing, Claquous was not tracked down again. Javert appeared to be more annoyed than surprised by this. As for Marius, that innocent of a lawyer who probably took fright and whose name Javert had forgotten, Javert attached very little importance to him. Besides, you can always track down a lawyer. But was he actually a lawyer? The investigation had begun. The examining magistrate thought it as well not to put one of the men from the Patron Minette gang in solitary confinement, hoping to encourage some loose talk. This man was Pigeon, the long-haired fellow from Rue du Petit Banquier. He was released into the Cour Charlemagne and the warders kept a watchful eye on him. The name Pigeon is one that is remembered at La Force. In that frightful yard known as the Cour du Bâtiment Neuf, which the administration called the Cour Estibernard and the robbers called the Lion's Den, on that scaly, peeling wall rising roof-high on the left, by an old rusty iron door that led to the former chapel of the La Force ducal residence which had become a dormitory for criminals, up to 12 years earlier there could still be seen,
crudely etched into the stone with a nail, a sort of prison fortress, and beneath it this signature: Bruggen, 1811 foot. The Bruggen of 1811 was the father of the Bruggen of 1832. The latter, of whom we were only able to catch a glimpse in the Gorbeau ambush, was a very cunning and extremely crafty young lad with a bewildered and pathetic look about him. It was because of this bewildered look that the magistrate had released him, thinking he would be more useful in the Cours Charlemagne than in solitary confinement. Being in the hands of justice is no obstruction to robbers. A little thing like that is not going to bother them. To be in prison for one crime is no reason not to start on another. These are artists who are already showing one picture at the salon, but even so are working on a new painting in their studios. Bruggen seemed to be dazed by the prison. He was sometimes to be seen standing for hours on end at the canteen hatch in the Cours Charlemagne, staring like an idiot at that grubby canteen price list that began with garlic, 62 centimes, and ended with cigar, 5 centimes. Or else he spent his time shivering, his teeth chattering, saying he had a fever and asking whether one of the 28 beds in the fever ward was vacant. Then out of the blue, in the latter part of February 1832, it was discovered that Numbskull Bruggen had had 3 different messages delivered by the prison's messengers, not in his own name but in the name of 3 of his comrades, which had cost him 50 sous in all, a huge expense that attracted the attention of the chief prison warder. Inquiries were made, and by consulting the price list for the delivery of messages posted in the inmates' visiting room, it was possible to establish that the 50 sous could be broken down as follows: 3 messages, 1 to the Pantheon, 10 sous, 1 to the Val de Grace, 15 sous, and 1 to the Grenelle tollgate, 25 sous. This last was the most expensive category on the whole price list. Now, the Pantheon, the Val de Grace and the Grenelle tollgate just happened to be the home patches of 3 extremely dangerous marauders, Cruidaniers alias Bizarro, Glorieux, a freed felon, and Barracuras, who were brought to the attention of the police by this incident. It was thought likely these men were members of Patron Manette, 2 of whose leaders, Babet and Guillemer, had been put away. It was assumed that in Bruggen's messages, which had been delivered not to addresses of buildings but to people waiting in the street, there must have been instructions about some planned crime. Further evidence was obtained. The 3 prowlers were arrested, and that, it was thought, put paid to whatever Bruggen had been plotting. One night about a week after these measures had been taken, a warder on his rounds, who was checking on the lower dormitory in the Bâtiment Neuf, was just about to drop his tally in the box. This was the method used to make sure the warders did their job properly. Every hour a tally had to be dropped in all the boxes on the dormitory doors, and through a peephole into the dormitory this warder saw Bruggen sitting up in bed writing something by the light of the wall lamp. The warder went in. Bruggen was put in solitary confinement for a month, but what he had written could not be found. The police were unable to find out any more about it. What is certain is that the next day a postilion was thrown from the Cours Charlemagne into the lion's den, over the 5-story building separating the 2 yards. What the prisoners call a postilion is a cleverly kneaded ball of bread that is sent to Ireland, that is to say, over the roofs of a prison, from one courtyard to another. Etymology, over England, from one country to another, to Ireland. This little ball falls in the yard. Whoever picks it up opens it and finds a note inside addressed to some prisoner in the yard. If it is a prisoner that finds it, he delivers the note to its destination. If it is a warder, or one of those prisoners secretly turned traitor who are called sheep in prisons and foxes in the prison hulks, the note is taken to the clerk and handed over to the police. On this occasion the postilion reached its destination, although the person for whom the message was intended was at that moment in solitary. This person was none other than Babet, one of the 4 chiefs of Patron Manette. The postilion contained a rolled-up piece of paper with only these 2 lines on it: Babet. There is a job worth doing in Rue Plumet. A gate with a garden behind it. This is what Bruggen had been writing that night. Notwithstanding searches conducted by male and female prison staff,
Babet managed to send the note from La Force to a good friend of his who was locked up inside La Salpêtrière. This woman in turn passed the note on to someone else she knew, a certain Magnan, who was being closely watched by the police but had not yet been arrested. This Magnan, whose name the reader has already encountered, had some dealings with the Thénardiers about which more will be said later, and by going to see Éponine she could serve as a go-between for La Salpêtrière and Les Madeleines. It just so happened that at that very point, for lack of evidence with regard to his daughters in the Thénardier investigation, Éponine and Azelma were released. When Éponine came out, the woman by the name of Magnan, who was waiting for her at the gate of Les Madeleines, handed her Brujon's note to Babet, telling her to look into it. Éponine went to Rue Plumet, identified the gate and the garden, watched the house, spied, lay in wait, and a few days later brought to the Magnan woman, who lived in Rue Clochepers, a biscuit that she in turn conveyed to Babet's mistress in La Salpêtrière. In the obscure symbolism of prison language, a biscuit means nothing doing. The result was that less than a week later, when Brujon and Babet passed each other on the parapet walk of La Force, one of them on his way to the inquiry, the other on his way back, Brujon asked, "Well, what about Rue P?" And Babet replied, "Biscuit." So it was that this embryonic crime, fathered by Brujon in La Force, was aborted. However, this abortion had consequences completely unconnected with Brujon's plan. As we shall see. Often you think you are tying up a loose end and in doing so you get caught up in something else. 3. Père Mabeuf's visitation. Marius no longer visited anyone, but he sometimes happened to run into Père Mabeuf. As Marius slowly made the dismal descent down what might be called the steps to the cellar leading to lightless depths where those favored by fortune can be heard walking overhead, elsewhere Monsieur Mabeuf was making a similar descent. The Flora of Cauteretz was simply not selling anymore. The experiments with indigo had been unsuccessful in the little garden at Austerlitz, which got no sun. Monsieur Mabeuf could cultivate in it only those few rare plants that like damp and shade. Yet he did not lose heart. He had acquired in the Jardin des Plantes a corner plot with a suitable exposure, to carry out his trials with indigo at his own expense. For this purpose he had pawned the copper plates of his Flora. He had reduced his lunch to 2 eggs, and one of these he would leave for his old servant whose wages he had not paid for the last 15 months. And often, lunch was his only meal of the day. He no longer laughed with his childlike laugh, he had grown morose and he did not receive visitors anymore. It was just as well that Marius no longer thought of calling on him. Sometimes, when Monsieur Mabeuf was on his way to the Jardin des Plantes, the old man and the young man would pass each other on Boulevard de l'Hôpital. They did not speak, and nodded sadly to each other. Heartbreaking that a time should come when poverty creates estrangement. Once 2 friends, now 2 passers-by. The bookseller royal was dead. Monsieur Mabeuf's life was confined to his books, his garden, and his indigo. These were the 3 forms that happiness, pleasure, and hope had taken for him. This was all he needed to survive. He said to himself, "When I've made my balls of blue, I'll be rich, I'll redeem my copper plates from the pawnshop, I'll drum up interest in my Flora again by putting a lot of money into it and advertising in the newspapers, and I'll buy a copy, I know exactly where, of the 1559 edition of Pedro de Medina's Art of Navigation with woodcut illustrations." In the meantime he worked all day at his indigo plot and in the evening he came home to water his garden and read his books. Monsieur Mabeuf was by then very nearly 80. One evening he had a peculiar visitation. He had come home while it was still light. Mère Plutarque, whose health was deteriorating, was ill in bed. He had dined on a bone with a little meat left on it and a piece of bread he had found on the kitchen table, and he had sat down on an overturned boundary stone that served as a bench in his garden. Near this bench rose a big, very dilapidated hut of sorts, a construction of beams and planks, typical of old orchards, with a rabbit hutch below and a fruit loft above. There were no rabbits in the hutch, but there were a few apples in the loft. The Remains of the Winter Supply. Monsieur Mabeuf had started leafing through and reading, with the aid of his glasses, two books that fascinated him and even, a much more serious thing at his age, worried him. His natural timidity made him susceptible to a certain acceptance of superstitions. The first of these books was the famous treatise by Judge de Lancre, of the inconstancy of demons. The other was the quarto volume by Mutter de la Roubaudière, on the devils of Vaubert and the goblins of the Beuvre. This second old book interested him all the more because his garden had been one of the sites haunted by goblins in the past. The twilight had begun to bleach the heights above and darken all below. Even as he read, over the top of the book he held in his hand Père Mabeuf surveyed his plants, a magnificent rhododendron among others, which was one of his consolations. There had been 4 days of dryness, of wind and sunshine, without a drop of rain. Stems were sagging, buds drooping, leaves falling, everything needed watering. The rhododendron looked particularly sad. Père Mabeuf was one of those for whom plants have souls. The old man had labored all day at his indigo plot. He was utterly exhausted, but he stood up, laid his books on the bench, and all stooped and unsteady on his feet he tottered over to the well. But when he had grasped the chain he could not even pull it hard enough to unhook it. Then he turned and looked up in anguish towards the sky, which was filling with stars. The evening had that serenity that overcomes man's woes with an indefinable joy, mournful and eternal. The night promised to be as dry as the day had been. Stars everywhere, thought the old man. Not the tiniest cloud. Not a drop of water. And his head, which had been upturned for a moment, dropped down on his chest. He raised it again and looked once more at the sky, murmuring, "A drop of dew. A little pity." He tried once again to unhook the well chain, and could not. At that moment he heard a voice speaking, "Père Mabeuf, would you like me to water your garden?" At the same time there was a sound as of some creature of the wild moving in the hedge, and he saw emerge from the shrubbery a tall, thin girl who stood before him, staring at him boldly. She looked not so much a human being as some evening flowering manifestation. Before Père Mabeuf, who was easily scared and, as we have said, quick to take fright, could utter a syllable in reply, this being whose movements had in the dusk a kind of bizarre abruptness had unhooked the chain, lowered and retrieved the bucket and filled the watering can, and the old boy saw this apparition, barefoot, in a ragged skirt, darting among the flower beds, distributing life all around her. The sound of the watering can on the leaves filled Père Mabeuf's soul with delight. It seemed to him the rhododendron was happy now. When the first bucketful had been emptied, the girl drew a second, then a third. She watered the whole garden. There was something about the sight of her walking down the paths, where she appeared as a completely black figure with her shawl all in tatters fluttering about her long arms, that resembled a bat. When she was done Père Mabeuf went up to her with tears in his eyes, and laid his hand on her forehead. "God shall bless you," he said, "you're an angel because you care for flowers." "No," she replied, "I'm the devil, but I don't mind." Without waiting for or hearing her reply, the old man exclaimed, "What a pity I'm such a poor wretch and that I can't do anything for you." "You can do something," she said. "What?" "Tell me where Monsieur Marius lives." The old man did not understand. "Who's Monsieur Marius?" He looked up and his glassy eyes seemed to be searching for something that had disappeared. "A young man who used to come here." Meanwhile, Monsieur Mabeuf had been probing his memory. "Ah, yes," he exclaimed. "I know who you mean. Now wait a moment. Monsieur Marius's Baron Marius Pontmercy, for heaven's sake. He lives, or rather, he doesn't live there anymore. Oh well, I don't know." As he was speaking, he bent down to pin back a rhododendron branch. "Listen, I remember now," he went on. "He very often comes along the boulevard and heads off towards La Glacière. Rue Cruelbarbe. Alouette's meadow. Go over in that direction. He's not hard to find." When Monsieur Mabeuf straightened up, there was no one there. The girl had vanished. He was really a little frightened. Truly, he thought, if my garden hadn't been watered, I'd think that was a spirit of some sort. When he was lying in bed an hour later, this came back to him, and as he dozed off, in that uncertain moment when, like the fabulous bird that changes into a fish in order to swim across the sea, thought gradually takes the form of a dream to traverse sleep, he said to himself in confusion, actually, that was very like Roubaudier's account of goblins. Could she have been a goblin? 4. Marius's visitation. One morning a few days after this visitation of a spirit to Père Mabeuf, it was a Monday, the day when Marius would borrow a 5-franc coin from Courfeyrac for Thénardier. Marius had put this 5-franc coin in his pocket, and before taking it to the clerk's office he had gone for a little walk, hoping this would help him settle down to work on his return. In fact, this was ever the way. As soon as he got up in the morning, he would sit down in front of a book and a sheet of paper to dash off some translation. His job at that time was to produce a French version of a celebrated German dispute, the Gans-Savigny controversy. He would take Savigny, he would take Gans, read 4 lines, try to write one, not succeed. He would see a star that came asterisk-like between himself and the page, and he would rise from his chair, saying, "I'll go out. That will get me started." And off he would go to Alouette's meadow. There he would more than ever see the star, and less than ever, Savigny and Gans. He would come home, try to resume his work, and fail. Impossible to repair a single one of the broken threads in his brain. Then he would say to himself, "I shan't go out tomorrow. It stops me working." And he would go out every day. He lived more in Alouette's meadow than in Courfeyrac's lodgings. His real address was Boulevard de la Santé, the 7th tree after Rue Croulebarbe. That morning he had moved away from that 7th tree and sat down on the parapet by the Gobelins River. Cheerful sunlight shone through the bright, glossy, newly unfurled leaves. He was thinking of her. And his wandering thoughts, turning to reproach, came back to himself. He reflected dolefully on the idleness, paralysis of spirit, that was overtaking him, and on that darkness before him, growing denser moment by moment so that already he could not even see the sun anymore. Yet, through this painful emergence of hazy notions that did not even constitute a monologue, so debilitated was his capacity for action, which he no longer had even the strength of will to lament anymore, through this melancholy self-absorption sensations from the outside world did reach him. He heard behind him, below him, on both banks of the river, the Gobelins' washerwomen beating their laundry, and above his head the birds chattering and singing in the elm trees. On the one hand the sound of freedom, carefree happiness, winged idleness, on the other the sound of toil. What profoundly bemused him, and made him almost pensive, was that both were joyous sounds. All of a sudden in the midst of his dejected ecstasy he heard a familiar voice saying, "Ah! Here he is." He looked up and recognized that poor child who had come to his room one morning, the elder of the Thénardier daughters, Éponine. He knew her name now. Strange to say, she looked poorer and prettier, developments that in both respects seemed impossible. She had made a twofold advance, towards the light and towards destitution. As on the day when she had so resolutely entered his room, she was barefoot and in rags, only, her rags were 2 months older now, the holes were larger, her tattered clothes filthier. It was the same husky voice, the same forehead, weather-beaten and lined, the same free-ranging, distracted and unsettled gaze. There was in her face, more than there had been in the past, that indefinable fearfulness and pitifulness that time spent in prison adds to poverty. She had bits of straw and hay in her hair, not on account of being driven mad like Ophelia by the contagion of Hamlet's madness, but because she had slept in some stable loft. And with all that, she was beautiful. What a morning star is youth! Meanwhile, she stood there before Marius with a hint of joy on her pallid face and something that resembled a smile. For several moments it was as if she were incapable of speech.
So I've found you, she said at last. Père Mabeuf was right, it was on this boulevard. How I've looked for you. If you only knew. You know I've been inside? A fortnight. They let me go, seeing they had nothing on me, and besides I'm not old enough to be held criminally responsible. I'm 2 months shy of it. Oh. How I've looked for you. For the past 6 weeks. So you don't live there anymore? No, said Marius. Oh. I understand. Because of what happened. They're nasty, those snatches. You moved out. Now why wear an old hat like that? A young man like you ought to have fine clothes. You know, Monsieur Marius, Père Mabeuf calls you Baron Marius something or other. You're not a baron, are you? Barons are old folk, they go to the Luxembourg and sit in front of the chateau to get the most sun, and they read the quotidian that costs a sou. I once took a letter to a baron who was like that. He was more than 100 years old. Tell me, where do you live now? Marius did not reply. Ah, she went on, you've got a hole in your shirt. I must mend it for you. She resumed with an expression that gradually clouded over, you don't look happy to see me. Marius said nothing. She too remained silent for a moment, then exclaimed, but I could make you look happy if I wanted to. What? Said Marius. What do you mean by that? Ah. You used not to be so formal, she said. Very well, what do you mean, he said. She bit her lip. She seemed to hesitate, as though torn by some sort of inner conflict. Finally she appeared to come to a decision. Never mind, it won't make any difference. You look sad, I want you to be happy. Just promise to laugh. I want to see you laugh and hear you say, oh, now that's good. Poor Monsieur Marius. You know, you promised you'd give me whatever I wanted. Yes. But go on, tell me. She looked Marius straight in the eye and said, I've got the address. Marius turned pale. All the blood drained back to his heart. What address? The address you asked me for. She added, as if it were costing her some effort, the address, you know the one? Yes, stammered Marius. Of that young lady. Having said this, she sighed deeply. Marius leapt up from the parapet where he had been sitting and frantically grabbed her hand. Oh. Well then. Show me the way. Tell me. Ask whatever you want of me. Where is it? Come with me, she replied. I don't really know the street or the number. It's way over in the other direction from here, but I certainly know which house it is, I'll take you there. She withdrew her hand and went on in a tone of voice that would have cut to the heart anyone watching, but Marius, now enraptured, in transports of delight, did not even notice. Oh. How happy you are. Marius's brow clouded. He seized Éponine by the arm. Swear to me something. Swear, she said. What are you talking about? You want me to swear? And she laughed. Your father. Promise me, Éponine. Swear to me you won't tell your father this address. She turned to him with a look of amazement. Éponine. How do you know my name's Éponine? Promise me what I said. But she seemed not to hear him. Now, that's lovely, that is. You called me Éponine. Marius held her by both arms. For heaven's sake, answer me. Listen to what I'm saying. Swear to me you won't tell your father the address that you know. My father, she said. Ah yes, my father. You needn't worry. He's locked up. In any case, as if I care about my father. But you haven't promised, exclaimed Marius. Now let go of me, she said with a burst of laughter. You're shaking me so hard. Yes. Yes. I promise. I swear. What's it to me? I won't tell my father the address. There. Satisfied? Is that what you wanted? Or anyone else, said Marius. Or anyone else. Now take me there, said Marius. Right now? Right now. Come along. Oh. How happy he is, she said. After a few steps she stopped. You're following me too closely, Monsieur Marius. Let me go on ahead, and you hang back so it doesn't look as if you're following me. A respectable young man like you shouldn't be seen with a woman like me. No language could convey everything contained in that word woman, as spoken by that child. She went on a dozen paces, then stopped again. Marius caught up with her. She spoke to him out of the corner of her mouth, without turning towards him. By the way, you know you promised me something? Marius fumbled in his pocket. All he had in the world was the 5 francs intended for old Thénardier. He took them and put them in Éponine's hand. She opened her fingers and let the coin fall to the ground. And gazing at him somberly, she said, I don't want your money. Book 3. The House in Rue Plumet. The house with a secret entrance. Towards the middle of the last century, a high court judge in the Paris Parliament who was keeping a mistress on the sly, for in those days aristocrats were open about their mistresses and the bourgeoisie were secretive about theirs, had a little house built in Faubourg St. on that deserted street Rue Blomet, now called Rue Plumet, not far from the spot then known as the Combat des Animaux. This house was a 2-story villa, with 2 rooms on the ground floor, 2 bedrooms on the first floor, a kitchen downstairs, a dressing room upstairs, an attic under the roof, and in front of it all a garden with a big iron gate giving onto the street. This garden measured about an acre. This was all that could be seen by passers-by. But behind the villa was a narrow courtyard and at the far end of the courtyard a low 2-roomed building with a cellar, a kind of contingency measure for keeping a child and a wet nurse out of sight, if need be. This building connected from the rear, via a concealed door operated by a secret opening mechanism, with a long, narrow, winding passage. Paved, open to the sky, bounded by 2 high walls and hidden with extraordinary cunning, as if lost between the perimeter fencing of allotments and market gardens whose every twist and turn it followed, this passage eventually led to another door, also with a secret lock, that opened some 500 yards away almost in another neighborhood, at the lonely end of Rue de Babylone. This is where the High Court judge, Monsieur le Président, would let himself in, so that even if anyone had been spying on him and following him, and had noticed that Monsieur le Président would mysteriously go somewhere every day, they could not have suspected that going to Rue de Babylone meant going to Rue Blomet. Thanks to some canny land purchases, the clever judge had been able to have this secret passage built on his own property, and consequently without any interference. Later on he had sold off in small parcels, for allotments and market gardens, the plots of land bordering the passage, and the owners of these plots on either side thought that what they saw before them was a party wall, and did not even suspect the existence of that long strip of paving, winding through their flower beds and orchards between 2 walls. Only the birds could see this curiosity. The warblers and tits of the last century probably chattered a great deal about Monsieur le Président. Stone built in the Mansard style, wainscoted and furnished in the Watteau style, rococo whimsy on the inside, old-fashioned restraint on the outside, secluded behind triple ranks of flowers, there was something discreet, attractive and solemn about the house, as befits a caprice of love and the law. This house and this passage, which have now disappeared, were still in existence 15 years ago. In '93 a boilermaker bought the house in order to demolish it, but as he was unable to pay the purchase price the nation declared him bankrupt.
So it was the house that demolished the boiler maker. After that, the house was left uninhabited and slowly fell into ruin, just like any other dwelling no longer instilled with life by man's presence. It remained furnished with its old furniture and perpetually for sale or to let, and the 10 or 12 people a year who passed by Rue Plumet were alerted to the fact by a yellowing and illegible sign that had been hanging on the garden wall since 1810. Towards the end of the Restoration, these same passers-by might have noticed that the sign had disappeared, and indeed that the first-floor shutters were open. The house was in fact occupied. Half-curtains hung at the windows, indicating there was a woman about. In the month of October 1829, an elderly man had turned up and rented the house, just as it was, including of course the building in the backyard and the passage that led to Rue de Babylone. He had the secret opening mechanisms of the 2 doors to this passage mended. The house, as we have just mentioned, was still more or less furnished with the judge's old furniture. The new tenant ordered some repairs, added whatever was lacking here and there, replaced some paving stones in the yard, some tiles in the flooring, some treads in the staircase, some wood blocks in the parquet and some panes of glass in the casement windows, and finally moved in with a young girl and an elderly maidservant, without any fuss, more like someone stealing in than a man entering his own home. This did not set the neighbors chattering, by reason of there being no neighbors. This rather retiring tenant was Jean Valjean, the young girl was Cosette. The servant was a woman called Toussaint, whom Jean Valjean had saved from the poorhouse and from destitution. She was old, from the country, and a stammerer, 3 qualities that made Jean Valjean decide to take her on. He had rented the house under the name of Monsieur Fauchelevent, gentleman of independent means. In the episode related earlier, the reader was probably even less slow than Thénardier to recognize Jean Valjean. Why had Jean Valjean left the Petit Picpus convent? What had happened? Nothing had happened. Remember, Jean Valjean was happy in the convent, so happy that his conscience eventually became troubled. He saw Cosette every day. He felt more and more a sense of paternity begin to grow and develop in him. He cherished that child. He told himself that she was his, that nothing could take her away from him, that it would be like this indefinitely. She would surely become a nun, being gently encouraged to do so every day, and, that being the case, the convent was now her universe, as it was his. He would grow old here and she would grow up here. She would grow old here and he would die here. In short, blissful expectation. No separation was possible. Reflecting on this resulted in his falling into a state of perplexity. He questioned himself. He wondered if all this happiness really belonged to him, if it was not made up of someone else's happiness, this child's happiness which he in his old age was confiscating and appropriating, and if this was not robbery. He told himself, this child had a right to experience life before renouncing it, that to deprive her in advance of all the joys of life, and to some extent without consulting her, under the pretext of sparing her from all its tribulations, to take advantage of her ignorance and her isolation in order to foster in her a spurious vocation, was to pervert the nature of a human being and to lie to God. And who knows if Cosette, understanding all this someday and wishing she had not become a nun, would not come to hate him? A last thought, this, almost selfish and less heroic than the others, but one that was intolerable to him. He decided to leave the convent. He made that decision. Sorrowfully, he admitted that it had to be done. As for objections, there were none. 5 years' disappearance, staying within these 4 walls, had inevitably destroyed or dispersed any elements of fear. He could return among men without qualms. He had grown old, and everything had changed. Who would recognize him now? And then, if the worst came to the worst, there was a danger only to himself, and he had no right to condemn Cosette to the cloister because he had been condemned to the prison hulks. Besides, what is danger where duty is involved? After all, nothing prevented him from being careful and taking precautions.
As for Cosette's education, it was almost concluded and complete. Once his mind was made up, he awaited his opportunity. It soon presented itself. Old Fauchelevent died. Jean Valjean asked for an interview with the Reverend Prioress and told her that, having come into a small inheritance on the death of his brother that meant he did not have to work any more to earn his living, he was giving up his duties at the convent and taking his daughter away with him. But seeing that Cosette was not going to be taking her vows, it was not right she should have received her education for nothing, and he humbly begged the Reverend Prioress to allow him to give to the community, as payment for the 5 years Cosette had spent there, the sum of 5,000 francs. So it was that Jean Valjean left the convent of perpetual adoration. When he left, he personally carried under his arm, and would entrust it to no one else, that little traveling case to which he always had the key about him. This traveling case intrigued Cosette because of the smell of preservative bombs that wafted from it. Let us say straight away, from then on he never parted with this valise. He always kept it in his bedroom. It was the first and sometimes the only thing that he took with him whenever he moved house. Cosette would laugh about it, and she called this traveling case the inseparable, saying, "I'm jealous of it." Be that as it may, Jean Valjean did not go back out into the world without deep anxiety. He found the house in Rue Plumet, and secluded himself there. He now called himself Ultime Fauchelevent. At the same time he rented 2 other apartments in Paris so as to attract less attention than if he were to remain always in the same neighborhood, to be able to make himself scarce if need be at the slightest misgiving and, in short, never again to find himself utterly defenseless as on the night when he had so miraculously eluded Javert. These 2 apartments were 2 extremely modest lodgings of humble appearance in 2 parts of town very distant from each other, one in Rue de l'Ouest, the other in Rue de l'Homme. Every so often he would go and spend a month or 6 weeks, sometimes in Rue de l'Homme, sometimes in Rue de l'Ouest, with Cosette, leaving Toussaint behind. He relied on the caretakers for service when he was there and gave the impression he was a gentleman of independent means from the suburbs with a little pied-à-terre in town. This model of virtue had 3 addresses in Paris in order to evade the police. 2. National Guardsman Jean Valjean. However, strictly speaking, he lived in Rue Plumet, where he had arranged his life as follows. Cosette and the servant occupied the villa. She had the large bedroom with the painted panels, the dressing room with the gilded moldings, the judge's drawing room furnished with tapestries and huge armchairs. She had the garden. Jean Valjean had installed in Cosette's bedroom a canopied bed of antique 3-colored damask and a beautiful old Persian carpet bought from Mère Gaucher in Rue du Figuier Estipal, and to offset the austerity of these magnificent antiques he had included in this miscellany all the charming little furnishings that delight young girls: ornament stand, bookcase, gilt-edged books, writing case, blotter, work table inlaid with mother-of-pearl, silver gilt dressing table set, Japanese porcelain, water jug in bowl. Long 3-colored damask curtains with a red background, like the curtains round the bed, hung at the upper floor windows. On the ground floor were tapestry hangings. Cosette's little house was heated from top to bottom throughout the winter. He himself inhabited that sort of porter's lodge in the courtyard at the back, with a mattress on a trestle bed, a deal table, 2 straw-bottomed chairs, an earthenware water jug, a few old books on a shelf, his cherished valise in one corner, and never a fire. He dined with Cosette, and for him there would be a loaf of black bread on the table. He had said to Toussaint when she came to them, "The young lady is the mistress of the house." "And you, monsieur?" Toussaint replied in astonishment. "Better by far than being master, I'm the father." Cosette had been schooled in housekeeping at the convent, and she was in charge of the household expenses, which were very modest. Every day Jean Valjean would take Cosette's arm and go for a walk with her. He took her to the Luxembourg Gardens, to the least frequented avenue, and every Sunday he took her to Mass at Estigeac-du-Haut-Pas because it was very far away. Since this was a very poor neighborhood he was very charitable,
and those in need would flock around him in the church. This is what had earned him that letter from Thénardier to the charitable gentleman at the church of Estigeac du Haut-Pas. He liked to take Cosette to visit the poor and the sick. No stranger ever entered the house in Rue Plumet. Toussaint did the shopping, and Jean Valjean went himself to fetch water from a standpipe on the boulevard nearby. Wood and wine were stored in a kind of semi-underground roughcast recess, which was right by the Rue de Babylone doorway and had formerly served Monsieur le Président as a grotto, for in the days of pleasure retreats and little houses no love affair was complete without a grotto. In the side door on Rue de Babylone was one of those slots for posting letters and newspapers into a box. Only, as the 3 inhabitants of the house in Rue Plumet received no newspapers or letters, the entire usefulness of that box, once a lover's go-between and the recipient of a courting lawyer's confidences, was now limited to tax collectors' notices and guard duty orders. For Monsieur Fauchelevent, gentleman of independent means, was in the National Guard. He had not been able to slip through the fine mesh of the 1831 census. The municipality's information gathering at the time had extended even to the Petit Picpus convent, a kind of impenetrable and saintly cloud from which in the eyes of the authorities Jean Valjean emerged as a venerable man and consequently fit for guard duty. 3 or 4 times a year Jean Valjean donned his uniform and did his service. Very willingly, in fact. It was for him a perfect disguise that allowed him to mix with other people while leaving him on his own. Jean Valjean had just turned 60, the legal age of exemption, but he looked no more than 50. Besides, he had no desire to evade his sergeant major or to wrangle with Comte de Lobau. He had no official status in society. He was concealing his name, concealing his identity, concealing his age, he was concealing everything. And as we have just said, he was a willing National Guardsman. To be like anyone else who paid his taxes, that was his sole ambition. The ideal to which this man aspired was, inwardly, an angel, outwardly, a respectable citizen. Yet let us mark one detail. When Jean Valjean went out with Cosette he dressed as we have seen, and looked much like a retired officer. When he went out alone, and this was usually at night, he was always dressed in a workman's jacket and trousers, with a cap that hid his face. Was this caution or humility? Both. Cosette was accustomed to this mysterious aspect of his life and hardly noticed her father's peculiarities. As for Toussaint, she revered Jean Valjean and thought well of everything he did. One day her butcher, who had barely set eyes on Jean Valjean, said to her, "He's a strange one." She replied, "He's a SSS saint." Neither Jean Valjean nor Cosette nor Toussaint ever came in or went out except by the door on Rue de Babylone. Unless they were glimpsed through the garden gate it would have been hard to tell that they lived in Rue Plumet. This gate was always closed. Jean Valjean let the garden run wild in order not to attract attention. In this, he was possibly mistaken. 3. Folius AC Frondibus ***. The garden thus left to itself for more than half a century had become attractive and remarkable. Passers-by of 40 years earlier would stop to gaze at it without suspecting the secrets it hid in its fresh and verdant depths. More than one daydreamer of that period had many a time allowed his eyes and thoughts to pry indiscreetly between the bars of that buckled and ramshackle ancient padlocked gate, attached to 2 green and moss-grown pillars, bizarrely crowned with a pediment of indecipherable arabesques. There were 1 or 2 mildewed statues, a stone bench in one corner, several trellises rotting on the wall, from which they had become detached with the passage of time, and no paths or lawn surviving, couch grass everywhere. Gardening had taken its leave, and nature had returned. Weeds ran riot, a wonderful treat for any poor corner of land. The display of gilliflowers was glorious. Nothing in this garden obstructed the sacred struggle for life of all things. Awesome growth was in its element here. The trees had stooped towards the brambles had climbed towards the trees, the plant had reached up, the branch had bowed down, what creeps over the earth had sought what flourishes in the air, What flutters in the wind had dipped towards what trails in the moss. Tree trunks, boughs, foliage, fibers, tufts, tendrils, suckers, thorns were intermingled, intertwined, conjoined, inextricable. There, in that 300-square-foot enclosure, under the well-pleased eye of the Creator, vegetation in deep and close embrace had celebrated and fulfilled the holy mystery of its own fraternity, symbol of human fraternity. This garden was no longer a garden, it was a colossal thicket, that is to say, something as impenetrable as a forest, as densely populated as a city, as tremulous as a nest, as tenebrous as a cathedral, as aromatic as a bouquet, as lonely as a tomb, as much a living thing as a crowd. During Florial, this huge wilderness, free behind its bars and within its four walls, went into rut. Part of the secret process of universal germination, it quivered in the rising sun, almost like an animal breathing in rushes of cosmic love and feeling the April sap rising and bubbling in its veins, and shaking its extraordinary green mane in the wind. It scattered over the damp earth, the worn statues, the crumbling steps to the house, and even the pavement of the deserted street, starry. Flowers, beads of dew, fecundity, beauty, life, joy, fragrances. At noon countless white butterflies would take refuge here, and it was a heavenly sight to see, whirling about in the shade, flurries of those living snows of summertime. There, in those merry green shadows, a throng of innocent voices spoke sweetly to the soul, and anything the twitterings had forgotten to say was made up for by the hummings. In the evening, a haze of reverie rose from the garden to envelop it. A shroud of mist, a calm and celestial sadness, lay over it. Such a heady perfume of honeysuckle and convolvulus emanated from everywhere, like an exquisite and subtle poison. You could hear the last cries of the tree creepers and the wagtails as they dozed off among the branches. You could sense that sacred intimacy between birds and trees. By day the wings gladden the leaves, by night the leaves protect the wings. In winter the thicket was dark, wet, shaggy and shivering, and allowed a glimpse of the house. Instead of blossom on the branches and dew on the blossom, you saw the long silvery ribbon trails of slugs on the cold thick carpet of yellow leaves. But always, in all its guises, in all seasons, spring, winter, summer, autumn, this tiny enclosure exuded melancholy, contemplation, solitude, freedom, the absence of man, the presence of God. And the rusty old gate seemed to say, "This garden belongs to me." No matter that the streets of Paris lay all around, that the splendid classical mansions of Rue de Varennes were within a few steps of there, the Invalides' dome close by, the Chamber of Deputies not far off, no matter that the carriages of Rue de Bourgogne and Rue St. Dominique made a great show of passing through the neighborhood, no matter that yellow, brown, white, red omnibuses drove past each other at the nearest crossroads, Rue Plumet was the wilderness. And the death of its former proprietors, a revolution that had taken place, the collapse of old fortunes, absence, oblivion, 40 years of neglect and isolation were enough to bring back to this place of privilege the bracken, mullein, hemlock, yarrow, foxgloves, tall grasses, great crimped plants whose broad leaves were sheets of pale green, lizards, beetles, quick restless insects, and to bring forth from the depths of the earth this ferocious and untamed grandeur of sorts, and to let it reappear within these four walls, and enough for nature, which thwarts man's petty arrangements and wherever it takes over completely, in the ant as well as in the eagle, eventually to thrive as robustly and majestically in a small insignificant Paris garden as in a virgin forest of the New World. In fact, nothing is insignificant, as anyone susceptible to the deep insights of nature knows. Although no ultimate satisfaction is given to philosophy, either in restricting cause or in limiting effect, the contemplator falls into boundless ecstasies on account of all these disintegrating forces culminating in unity. Everything has a bearing on everything else. Algebra applies to the clouds, the star's radiance benefits the rose. No thinker would dare to say the scent of hawthorn is irrelevant to the constellations. Who, then, can calculate a molecule's destiny? How do we know the creation of worlds is not determined by falling grains of sand? Who, then, is conversant with the reciprocal ebb and flow of the infinitely great and the infinitely small, the repercussions of causes in the abysses of being and the avalanches of creation? A mite matters. The small is great and the great is small.
Everything is bound by necessity in equilibrium. Dreadful for the mind to envisage. There are extraordinary relations between creatures and things. In that inexhaustible whole, from the sun to the aphid, none scorns the other. Each has need of the other. Light carries terrestrial perfumes into the blue not without full knowledge of what it is doing. Darkness distributes stellar essence to sleeping flowers. All birds that fly have attached to one leg the thread of infinity. Germination embraces in its complexity the explosion of a meteor and the breaking of the eggshell by the peck of the swallow's beak, and is equally responsible for the birth of an earthworm and the coming of Socrates. Where the telescope ends, the microscope begins. Which of the two has the greater vision? You choose. A patch of mold is a constellation of flowers. A nebula is an ant's nest of stars. Similarly promiscuous and yet more extraordinary are things of the mind and facts of matter. Elements and principles mix, come together, wed, multiply by agency of each other, until the material and the moral worlds achieve the same clarity. The existential phenomenon is in perpetual convolution. In vast cosmic interchanges universal life, disseminated and indivisible, comes and goes in unknown quantities, drawing everything into the unseen mystery of emanations, making use of everything, wasting not one dream, not one sleeping moment, sowing the seed of some tiny creature here, reducing to smithereens an astral body there, weaving and wavering, making of light a force and of thought an element, disintegrating everything except that geometric point, the ego, reducing everything to the soul atom, bringing everything to fulfillment in God, implicating all activities, from the highest to the lowest, in the obscurity of a dizzying mechanism, connecting the flight of an insect with the movement of the earth, subordinating, who knows? If only by the application of the same law, the comet whirling in the firmament to the protozoa wriggling in the drop of water. A mind-made machine. A vast intermeshed apparatus whose prime motor is the gnat and whose ultimate wheel the zodiac. 4. The convent grill replaced by garden railings. It was as if this garden, created in the past to conceal dissolute secrets, had been transformed and adapted to protect chaste secrets. There were no longer any arbors, lawns, pergolas, grottos. There was a magnificent disheveled obscurity draped over everything, like a veil. Paphos had turned into Eden. Some suggestion of repentance had purified this retreat. This flower seller now offered her flowers to the soul. Once greatly compromised, this flirtatious garden was restored to virginity and to modesty. A judge with the assistance of a gardener, one of them who thought he was following on from Lamoignon and the other who thought he was following on from Leunotre, had shaped it, trimmed it, prettified it, decked it out, fashioned it for illicit romance. Nature had reclaimed it, filled it with shade, and arranged it for love. There was in this seclusion a heart just ready for it. Love had only to show itself. Here was a temple to it composed of greenery, grass, moss, the size of birds, soft shadows, swaying branches, and a soul formed of sweetness, faith, simplicity, hope, yearning and illusion. Cosette had emerged from the convent still a child, almost. A little over 14, she was at that awkward age. As we have already mentioned, apart from her eyes she was plain-looking rather than pretty. Though none of her features was ugly, she was gawky, skinny, at once shy and bold, in short, a big little girl. Her education had come to an end. In other words, she had been taught religion, and even devotion, most of all, devotion. Then history, that is to say what is so called in the convent, geography, grammar, participles, the kings of France, a little music, how to draw a face. But that apart, she knew nothing, which is a charm and a danger. A young girl's spirit should not be kept in obscurity, this later giving rise, as in a camera obscura, to chimeric images too rudimentary and too intense. She should be gently and discreetly enlightened, rather by the reflection of realities than by their direct, harsh glare. An effective and graciously austere half-light that dissipates childish fears and prevents falls. Only maternal instinct,
that wonderful intuition in which virginal memories and womanly experience play their part, knows how this half-light should be created and of what it should consist. There is no substitute for this instinct. In the shaping of a young girl's spirit, all the nuns in the world are not equal to a mother. Cosette had no mother. She just had many mothers, plural. As for Jean Valjean, he certainly had within him at one and the same time every fondness and every tender care, but he was only an old man who knew nothing at all. Now, in this educational enterprise, in this serious matter of preparing a woman for life, what knowledge is needed to combat that vast ignorance called innocence? There is nothing like the convent for priming a young girl for passion. The convent directs the mind towards the unknown. Retreating into itself, the heart unable to reach out delves within, and unable to blossom digs deep. Hence fantasies, assumptions, conjectures, half-envisaged romances, hope for intrigues, fabulous constructs, edifices built wholly in the inner dark of the mind, somber and secret abodes where the passions, once through the gate and let inside, immediately take up residence. The convent is a repression that must be lifelong if it is to triumph over the human heart. On leaving the convent, Cosette could have found nothing more pleasant and more dangerous than the house in Rue Plumet. It was a continuation of solitude, with the beginnings of freedom, an enclosed garden, but nature here was aggressive, exuberant, voluptuous, and scented, the same daydreams as in the convent but with glimpses of young men, behind railings but on the street. Yet, we say it again, when she first came here she was still only a child. Jean Valjean left this neglected garden to her. "Do whatever you like with it," he told her. This amused Cosette. She turned over every tuft and every stone, she hunted for creatures. Here she played, until the time came for dreaming. She loved this garden for the insects she found in the grass beneath her feet, until the time came to love it for the stars she would see through the boughs above her head. And besides, she loved her father, that is to say Jean Valjean, with all her heart, with an innocent filial passion that made the old man a cherished and delightful companion to her. Remember, Monsieur Madeleine used to read a great deal. Jean Valjean continued to do so. He had come to be a good conversationalist. He had the hidden riches and the eloquence of a truthful and humble mind that has improved itself. He retained just enough abrasiveness to season his kindness. He was tough-spirited and soft-hearted. When there were just the two of them together, talking in the Luxembourg Gardens, he would give long explanations of everything, drawing on what he had read, drawing also on what he had suffered. As she listened, Cosette's eyes vaguely wandered. This simple man answered to the needs of Cosette's intellect, just as this garden run wild answered to the needs of her games. When she had been chasing after butterflies she would come up to him, short of breath, and say, "Oh, have I been running?" He would kiss her forehead. Cosette adored the old man. She was always at his heels. Wherever Jean Valjean was, that was where she wanted to be. Since Jean Valjean lived neither in the house nor in the garden, she was happier in the paved rear courtyard than in the flower-filled enclosure, and in his little hut furnished with straw-bottomed chairs than in the large drawing-room with upholstered armchairs and tapestry hangings on the walls behind them. Smiling with happiness at being disturbed, Jean Valjean sometimes said to her, "Now, go back to your house. Leave me by myself for a while." She would scold him in that delightfully affectionate way so charming in a daughter addressing her father. "Father, it's very cold here. Why don't you put in a carpet and a stove? My dear child, there are so many people who are more deserving than I am and who don't even have a roof over their heads. Then why do I have a fire and every other comfort? Because you're a woman and a child." "Pa! So men must be cold and uncomfortable?" "Some men." "Very well, I'll just come and see you so often you'll have to have a fire here too." And she also said to him, "Father, why do you eat such nasty bread?" "Because, my daughter." "Well, if you eat it, I'll eat it too."
Then, so that Cosette should not have to eat black bread, Jean Valjean ate white bread. Cosette only dimly remembered her early childhood. She prayed morning and evening for the mother she had not known. The Thénardiers stayed with her in a dreamlike way, as two hideous figures. She remembered that she had been to fetch water from the forest one day, in the dark. She thought that was somewhere very far away from Paris. It seemed to her she had started out living in a chasm, and it was Jean Valjean who had pulled her out of it. Her childhood seemed to her a time when there had been nothing around her but millipedes, spiders, and snakes. Since the notion of being Jean Valjean's daughter and of his being her father was not very clear to her, when in the evening before falling asleep her thoughts ran on, she imagined that her mother's soul had entered the old man and come to stay close to her. When he was seated she would rest her cheek against his white hair, and quietly shedding a tear say to herself, "This man could be my mother." Although this might be a strange thing to say, in the profound ignorance of a girl brought up in a convent, maternity being in any case absolutely unintelligible to virginity, Cosette had ended up with the notion that she had had as little of a mother as it was possible to have. She did not even know her mother's name. Whenever she happened to ask Jean Valjean remained silent. If she repeated her question he responded with a smile. Once, she insisted. The smile turned to tears. This silence of Jean Valjean's shrouded Fantine in darkness. Was it caution? Was it respect? Was this a fear of surrendering that name to the vagaries of a memory other than his own? So long as Cosette was a little girl, Jean Valjean had gladly talked to her about her mother. When she became a young woman, it was impossible for him to do so. It was as if he dared not any more. Was it because of Cosette? Was it because of Fantine? He felt a kind of religious horror at allowing that shadow to enter Cosette's mind and at giving the dead woman a place in their life together. The more sacred this shadow was to him, the more formidable it seemed. He thought of Fantine and felt crushed by silence. He saw indistinctly something in the half-light that looked like a finger placed to someone's lips. Had all the modesty that was in Fantine, and of which during her lifetime she had been violently bereft, returned, outraged, after her death to settle over her, to protect the peace of that dead woman and to guard her fiercely in her grave? Was Jean Valjean unknowingly influenced by this? We, who believe in death, are not among those who would reject this mysterious explanation. Hence the impossibility, even for Cosette's sake, of uttering that name Fantine. One day Cosette said to him, "Father, I saw my mother in a dream last night. She had two big wings. My mother must have come close to saintliness in her life." "Through martyrdom," replied Jean Valjean. This apart, Jean Valjean was happy. When Cosette went out with him she leaned on his arm, proud, happy too, in the fullness of her heart. At all these marks of affection, an affection so exclusive and so satisfied with him alone, Jean Valjean felt his spirit melt with delight. The poor man shuddered with an overwhelming angelic joy. He assured himself with elation that it would be like this for the rest of his life. He told himself he had not really suffered enough to deserve such radiant bliss, and he thanked God in the depths of his soul for having allowed the miserable wretch that he was to be so loved by this innocent creature. The rose realizes she is a weapon of war. One day Cosette happened to look in her mirror and said to herself, "Goodness me! She almost thought she was pretty." This threw her into a strange confusion. Until that moment she had never given any thought to her face. She would see herself in the mirror but not look at herself. And besides, she had so often been told she was plain. Only Jean Valjean would say gently, "Not at all. Not at all." Whatever the truth of it, Cosette had always believed she was plain, and had grown up in that belief with the resignation that comes easily to children. Now, suddenly, her mirror was telling her the same as Jean Valjean, "Not at all." She did not sleep that night. Suppose I were pretty, she thought. How odd it would be if I were pretty. And she remembered those companions of hers whose beauty attracted attention in the convent, and she said to herself, imagine. If I were to be like Mademoiselle so-and-so. The next morning she looked at herself, not by accident this time, and she felt doubtful. Whatever was I thinking, she said. No, I'm plain. She had slept badly, that was all. She had rings round her eyes and she was pale. She had not felt very happy the day before at the thought of being beautiful, but she was sad now at the thought of not being so. She did not look at herself again, and for more than a fortnight she tried to do her hair with her back to the mirror. In the evening after dinner more often than not she did some tapestry or some other needlework she had been taught at the convent, and Jean Valjean read beside her in the drawing-room. Once, she looked up from her needlework and was quite taken aback by the way her father was anxiously gazing at her. On another occasion, when she was walking in the street, she thought someone behind her she could not see said, "Pretty woman. But badly dressed." Well, she thought, that's not me. I'm well dressed and ugly. She was then wearing her plush hat and merino gown. Then one day she was in the garden and she heard poor old Toussaint saying, "Monsieur, have you noticed how pretty Mademoiselle's becoming?" Cosette did not hear what her father replied. Toussaint's words came as something of a shock to her. She hurried from the garden, went up to her room, ran over to the looking-glass. It was 3 months since she last looked at herself in it, and she gave a cry. She was dazzled by herself. She was beautiful and a joy to behold. She could not help agreeing with Toussaint and her mirror. Her figure had filled out, her complexion glowed, her hair shone, and unfamiliar brilliance lit up her blue eyes. A total conviction about her beauty came to her instantaneously, with a daylight clarity. Besides, other people noticed it. Toussaint spoke of it. Obviously she was the one the passerby had been talking about. It was now beyond doubt. She went back down to the garden, thinking herself a queen, hearing birds singing. This was winter, seeing golden skies, the sun in the trees, flowers on the bushes, bewildered, beside herself, in unutterable rapture. Jean Valjean, for his part, felt a deep and indefinable pang in his heart. The fact is, he had for some time now been watching with terror this beauty on Cosette's sweet face, appearing every day more radiant. A delightful dawn for everyone else, dismal for him. Cosette had been beautiful for quite a long time before she became aware of it. But that unexpected light, slowly brightening and gradually enveloping the young girl's whole person, hurt Jean Valjean's doleful eyes from the very first day. He sensed this brought change to a happy life, so happy he dared not tinker with it for fear of spoiling it. This man who had lived through every hardship, who was still all bloodied with fate's bruises, who had been almost wicked and had become almost a saint, who having dragged the chain of the convicted felon was now dragging the invisible but heavy chain of perpetual infamy, this man whom the law had not released and who could be seized again at any moment and dragged back from the obscurity of his virtue to the broad daylight of public opprobrium, this man accepted all, excused all, forgave all, and asked only one thing of Providence, of man, of society, of its laws, of nature, of the world, that Cosette might love him. That Cosette might continue to love him. That God would not prevent the child's heart from coming to him and staying with him. Loved by Cosette, he felt healed, rested, soothed, gratified, recompensed, crowned. Loved by Cosette, he was happy. He asked for nothing more. Had anyone said to him, "Do you want anything better?" he would have replied, "No." If God had asked him, "Do you want to go to heaven?" he would have replied, "I'd be worse off there." Anything that could affect this situation, even superficially, made him quake, as being the start of something new. He had never had much idea about a woman's beauty, but he knew instinctively it was terrible. Out of the depths of his ugliness, his old age, his misery, his reprobacy, his disconsolation, he looked on appalled at this beauty, a beauty ever more triumphant and glorious, blossoming beside him, before his very eyes, on the child's innocent and awesome brow. He said to himself, how beautiful she is. What's to become of me? And herein lay the difference between his love and a mother's love. What he saw with anguish a mother would have seen with joy. It was not long before the first symptoms showed. The very next day after she had said to herself, "I'm definitely beautiful," Cosette began to pay attention to what she wore. She recalled that passerby's remark, "pretty but badly dressed," an oracular utterance that wafted past her and was gone, after planting in her heart the desire to look attractive, one of the two seeds destined later on to fill a woman's whole life. Love is the other. Confident of her beauty, the feminine spirit within her came entirely into its own. She acquired a horror of merino and felt ashamed of wearing plush. Her father had never refused her anything. She immediately knew everything there was to know about hats, gowns, mantles, ankle boots, cuffs, what cloths were suitable, what colors were flattering, that knowledge that makes the Parisian woman something so charming, so deep, and so dangerous. The words captivating woman were invented for the Parisienne. In less than a month little Cosette in that secluded retreat in Rue de Babylone was not only one of the prettiest women in Paris, which is something, but one of the best dressed, which is a great deal more. She would have liked to encounter her passerby to see what he would say and to let him know. The truth is, she was ravishing in every respect, and she had a wonderful ability to distinguish a Gérard hat from an Herbot hat. Jean Valjean watched these ravages with anxiety. He who felt he would only ever be able to crawl, to walk at most, saw a winged Cosette emerging. However, just by studying the way Cosette dressed, a woman would have known she had no mother. Some little proprieties, some particular conventions, were not observed by Cosette. A mother, for instance, would have told her that a young girl never wears damask. The first day that Cosette went out in her black damask gown and mantle and her white crepe hat she came, bright, radiant, rosy, proud, dazzling, and took Jean Valjean's arm. "Father," she said, "how do I look?" Jean Valjean replied in a voice that sounded like the bitter voice of envy. "Charming." He was no different from usual during their walk. On their return home he asked Cosette, "Won't you ever wear that dress and that bonnet of yours again? You know the ones." This took place in Cosette's room. Cosette turned to the rail in the wardrobe where her schoolgirl cast-offs were hanging. "That frightful outfit," she said. "Father, what earthly good is that to me?" "Oh, the very idea, no, I shall never wear those horrors again. With that thing on my head, I look like a crazy old woman." Jean Valjean sighed deeply. From that moment on he noticed that Cosette, who in the past always wanted to stay at home, saying, "Father, I enjoy being here with you more," was now always asking to go out. After all, what is the use of having a pretty face and a lovely dress if nobody gets to see them? He also noticed that Cosette no longer had the same fondness for the backyard. Now she liked spending more time in the garden and was not unhappy to stroll past the gate. The retiring Jean Valjean did not set foot in the garden. He stayed in his backyard, like a dog. Knowing she was beautiful, Cosette lost the grace of being unaware of it, exquisite grace, for beauty enhanced by naivety is beyond expression, and nothing is so adorable as a creature of radiant innocence going about holding the key to paradise and not knowing it. But what she lost in ingenuous grace she gained in pensive and serious charm. Imbued with the joys of youth, innocence and beauty, her whole person emanated a splendid melancholy. It was at this point, after 6 months had gone by, that Marius saw her again in the Luxembourg Gardens. 6. The battle begins. Cosette occupied her shadows, as Marius occupied his, all set to be ignited. With its mysterious and inexorable patience, destiny slowly brought together these two individuals, thoroughly charged and pining away with the raging electricities of passion, these two souls bearing love like two clouds bearing thunderbolts, who were bound to meet and converge in a glance like clouds in a flash of lightning.
The glance has been so overexploited in romantic novels, it has eventually been discredited. You hardly dare say nowadays that two people fell in love because they looked at each other. Yet that is the way, and the only way, that people fall in love. The rest is just that, and comes afterwards. Nothing is more real than the great shock two souls give each other by exchanging that spark. At that particular moment when Cosette unknowingly cast the glance that disturbed Marius, Marius had no idea that he also had cast a glance that disturbed Cosette. It caused her the same pain and the same pleasure. She had been seeing him and observing him for a long time already, in that way that young girls have of seeing and observing while looking elsewhere. Marius still found Cosette plain when she had already begun to find Marius handsome. But as he paid no attention to her, she was quite indifferent to this young man. Still, she could not help telling herself that he had a fine head of hair, fine eyes, fine teeth, a delightful tone of voice when she heard him conversing with his comrades, that admittedly he walked with a slouch but with a gracefulness of his own, that he seemed not at all stupid, that everything about his appearance was noble, gentle, simple, and proud. In short, he looked poor but distinguished. The day when their eyes met and at last suddenly conveyed to each other those first obscure and ineffable things that glances impart falteringly. Cosette did not immediately understand. She returned pensively to the house in Rue de l'Ouest where Jean Valjean, as was his custom, had come to spend 6 weeks. On waking the next morning she thought of that strange young man, for so long cool and indifferent, who now seemed to be paying attention to her, and it did not seem to her in the least that this attention was welcome. On the contrary, she was a little cross with this disdainful Apollo. An underlying hostility stirred within her. She sensed, and this gave her a wholly childish joy, that she was at last to have her revenge. Knowing that she was beautiful, she was well aware, although in some indistinct way, that she had a weapon. Women wield their beauty the way children play with knives. They hurt themselves with it. Remember Marius's misgivings, his agitation, his fears. He remained on his bench and did not come near, which annoyed Cosette. One day she said to Jean Valjean, "Father, let's take a little stroll that way." Seeing that Marius was not coming to her, she went to him. In such cases every woman is like Mohammed. And strange to say, the first symptom of true love in a young man is timidity, in a young girl, it is boldness. This is surprising, and yet nothing is more natural. It is the two sexes tending towards each other and taking on each other's characteristics. That day Cosette's glance infatuated Marius, and Marius's glance made Cosette tremble. Marius went away confident and Cosette disquieted. From that day, they adored each other. The first thing Cosette felt was a deep and obscure sadness. It seemed to her that from one day to the next her soul had turned black. She no longer recognized it. The whiteness of young girls' souls, which is made up of coldness and mirth, is like snow. It melts in the sun of love. Cosette did not know what love was. She had never heard the word mentioned in its earthly sense. In the books of profane music that entered the convent, amour was replaced by tambour asterisk or pandar. This gave rise to puzzles that exercised the imaginations of the older girls, puzzles such as "Ah, how delightful is the drum," or "Pity is no brigand." But Cosette was too young when she left the convent to have cared much about that drum. So she did not know what name to give to whatever it was she was now feeling. Is anyone the less ill for not knowing the name of their illness? She loved with all the more passion for not knowing that she loved. She could not tell whether it was good or bad, useful or dangerous, essential or fatal, eternal or transient, permissible or forbidden. She loved. It would have come as a great surprise if anyone had said to her, "You're not sleeping?" But that's not allowed. "You're not eating? Why, that's very bad." "You feel breathless and you have palpitations? But that's unacceptable." "You blush and turn pale when a certain human being dressed in black appears at the end of a certain garden path?"
But that's dreadful. She would not have understood, and she would have replied, "How can I be blamed for something I can't help and that I'm at a loss to understand?" It so happened that the love that visited itself on her was exactly the kind of love best suited to the state of her heart. It was a sort of distant adoration, a silent contemplation, the deification of a stranger. It was the apparition of adolescence to adolescence, a dream transformed into romance and still a dream, the longed-for phantom at last materialized and made flesh, but as yet without name, without fault, without blemish, without demands, without any shortcoming. In a word, the distant lover still idealized, a chimera invested with form. Any closer and more palpable encounter would have affrighted Cosette at this initial stage when she was still half immersed in the magnifying mists of the cloister. She had all the fears of a child combined with all the fears of a nun. The spirit of the convent, with which she had been imbued for 5 years, was still slowly evaporating from her whole being, causing all around her to quiver. In such circumstances it was not a lover she needed, it was not even an admirer, it was a vision. She began adoring Marius as something charming, luminous, impossible. Since extreme innocence verges on extreme flirtatiousness, she smiled at him, quite openly. She looked forward every day to when it was time for their walk. She would encounter Marius, feel unspeakably happy and truly believe she was expressing everything in her mind when she said to Jean Valjean, "How delightful this Luxembourg garden is." Marius and Cosette appeared to each other as if in the dark. They did not speak to each other, they did not greet each other, they did not know each other. They saw each other. And like the stars of heaven, millions of miles apart, they existed by gazing at each other. So it was that Cosette developed, and little by little became a woman, beautiful and loving, conscious of her beauty and ignorant of her love. And in all innocence, a flirt into the bargain. 7. Sadness, and yet greater sadness. All situations have their instincts. Old and eternal Mother Nature gave Jean Valjean covert warning of Marius's presence. Jean Valjean shuddered in his innermost psyche. Jean Valjean saw nothing, knew nothing, and yet he studied with persistent attention the darkness around him, as though he sensed on one side something taking shape, and on the other something disintegrating. Marius, too, having been warned, and, as the good Lord in his profundity has decreed, warned by that same Mother Nature, did all he could to avoid being seen by the Father. Yet Jean Valjean did occasionally catch sight of him. Marius's behavior was not in the least natural anymore. He was shifty in his wariness and inept in his boldness. He no longer came very close, as in the past. He sat at a distance and remained in ecstasies. He had a book and pretended to be reading. Pretending to whom? He used to come in his old coat, now he wore his new one every day. It was not quite certain that his hair had not been curled, he had the most peculiar look in his eyes, he wore gloves. In short, Jean Valjean cordially detested this young man. Cosette gave nothing away. Without knowing exactly what it was, she had the distinct feeling that something had come over her and that it had to be hidden. To Jean Valjean, there was an unwelcome parallel between the dress sense that Cosette had acquired and the habit this stranger had developed of wearing new clothes. It was a coincidence perhaps, no doubt, certainly, but an ominous coincidence. He never breathed a word about this stranger to Cosette. One day, however, he could not contain himself, and with the vague despair of one suddenly taking a sounding of his misery he said to her, "Now there's a pretentious-looking young man." The year before, Cosette, a carefree little girl, would have replied, "Why, no, he's agreeable-looking." 10 years later, with love for Marius in her heart, she would have replied, "Pretentious and insufferable-looking." You're quite right. At this moment in her life, with her heart in its present state, she confined herself to saying with the utmost calm, "That young man there?" As if she were seeing him for the first time in her life. How stupid I am, thought Jean Valjean. She hadn't yet noticed him. I'm the one that's pointed him out to her. Oh, the naivety of the old. The canniness of the young. It is another law of those youthful years of suffering and torment, of first love's desperate struggles to overcome initial obstacles, that the young woman does not allow herself to be caught in any trap and the young man falls into every single one. Jean Valjean had launched a secret war against Marius, of which Marius, with the sublime stupidity of his passion and of his years, was oblivious. Jean Valjean targeted him with a multitude of subterfuges. He changed his schedule, he moved to another bench, he forgot his handkerchief, he came alone to the Luxembourg Gardens. Marius blundered headlong into every snare. And to all those question marks posted in his path by Jean Valjean he ingenuously answered yes. Yet Cosette remained immured in her apparent unconcern and imperturbable calm, so much so that Jean Valjean came to this conclusion: that young whippersnapper is madly in love with Cosette, but Cosette is not even aware of his existence. Nonetheless, his heart ached with apprehension. Cosette could fall in love at any moment. Does not everything start with indifference? Only once did Cosette slip up and alarm him. After they had been sitting on the bench for 3 hours, he rose to leave, and she said, "Already?" Jean Valjean had not stopped going for walks in the Luxembourg Gardens, not wanting to do anything out of the ordinary and above all afraid of putting Cosette on her guard. But during those hours so sweet to the two lovers, while Cosette bestowed her smile on the enraptured Marius, who was aware of only that and now saw nothing else in the world but an adored and radiant face, Jean Valjean glared at Marius with a terrible glint in his eyes. There were moments when he who had come to believe he was no longer capable of any malevolent feeling had the sense, if Marius was there, of becoming fierce and brutal again, and he felt those old depths in his soul that had once contained so much anger reopening and rising up against that young man. He almost had the feeling that unknown craters were reforming inside him. Look! There he was, that creature. What was he here for? He had come sniffing about, trying his luck. He had come to say, well, why not? He had come prowling around his life, the life of Jean Valjean, prowling around his happiness, intending to snatch it away from him. Jean Valjean raged on. Yes, that's it. What's he after? An opportunity. What does he want? A little fling. A little fling. And I? What? Am I to have been first the most wretched of men, then the most unhappy, to have spent 60 years of my life on my knees, to have endured every conceivable hardship, to have grown old without ever having been young, to have lived without family, without relatives, without friends, without a wife, without children, to have left my blood on every rock, on every bramble, on every milestone, along every wall, to have been kind although others have been cruel to me, and good although others have been wicked? Am I to have become an honest man again, despite everything, to have repented for the evil I've done and forgiven the evil that's been done to me, and just when I get my reward, when it's over, when I've reached my goal, when I have what I want, it's settled, it's as it should be, I've paid for it, I've earned it, all this is to go, all this is to vanish, and I'm to lose Cosette, and I'm to lose my life, my joy, my soul, because some great booby has chosen to come and idle away his time in the Luxembourg Gardens. Then his eyes filled with an extraordinary baleful gleam. This was no longer a man glaring at a man, this was no longer an enemy glaring at an enemy. This was a guard dog glaring at a thief. The rest we know. Marius continued to be reckless. One day he followed Cosette to Rue de l'Ouest. Another day he spoke to the porter. The porter himself then spoke, and said to Jean Valjean, "Monsieur, that inquisitive young man who was asking about you, now, who would he be?" The next day Jean Valjean cast that glance at Marius that Marius finally noticed. A week later Jean Valjean had moved house. He vowed never to set foot again either in the Luxembourg Gardens or in Rue de l'Ouest. He returned to Rue Plumet. Cosette did not complain, she said nothing, she asked no questions, she sought no explanation. She was already at the point when you are afraid of being found out and giving yourself away.
Jean Valjean had no experience of these miseries, the only ones that are delightful and the only ones unknown to him. So he did not understand the grave significance of Cosette's silence. But he did notice that she was sad, and he became gloomy. It was inexperience on either side pitted against each other. Once he put her to the test. He asked Cosette, "Do you want to come to the Luxembourg Gardens?" Cosette's pale face brightened. "Yes," she said. They went. 3 months had elapsed. Marius did not go there anymore. Marius was not there. The next day Jean Valjean asked Cosette again, "Do you want to come to the Luxembourg Gardens?" She replied sadly, softly, "No." Jean Valjean was pained by this sadness, grieved by this softness. What was going on in that mind? One so young and already so impenetrable. What evolution was taking place there? What was happening to Cosette deep down inside her? Sometimes, instead of getting into bed and going to sleep, Jean Valjean remained seated beside his bed with his head in his hands, and spent all night long wondering, what is on Cosette's mind, and dwelling on the things she might be dwelling on. Oh! With what mournful glances did he look back, during those moments, on the cloister, that chaste summit, that realm of angels, that inaccessible glacier of virtue! How he contemplated with despairing delight that convent garden full of unseen flowers and cloistered virgins, where every fragrance and every soul rises straight to heaven! How he adored that Eden now closed off to him forever, which he had willingly, insanely, left behind to descend to this! How he regretted his self-denial and his lunacy in having brought Cosette back into the world, poor self-sacrificing hero, caught out and overthrown by his very devotion to her! How he kept asking himself, "What have I done?" However, none of this showed in his dealings with Cosette. No ill temper, no harshness. Always the same serene and kindly face. Jean Valjean was more loving and more paternal than ever in his behavior towards her. If there was anything that gave any intimation of less joy, it was his greater indulgence. And meanwhile Cosette pined. She suffered from Marius's absence as she had rejoiced in his presence, oddly, without really understanding why. When Jean Valjean stopped taking her out for their customary walks, a woman's instinct murmured vaguely in the depths of her heart that she must not seem to care about the Luxembourg Gardens, and that if it was a matter of indifference to her, her father would take her there again. But days, weeks, months went by. Jean Valjean tacitly accepted Cosette's tacit consent. She regretted it. It was too late. The day she went back to the Luxembourg Gardens, Marius was not there anymore. So Marius was gone. That was the end of it. What could she do? Would she ever find him again? She felt a heartache that nothing could relieve, and which became more intense every day. She no longer knew whether it was winter or summer, sunshine or rain, whether the birds were singing, whether it was the time of year for dahlias or daisies, whether the Luxembourg Gardens were more attractive than the Tuileries Gardens, whether the linen that came back from the laundress was starched too much or too little, whether Toussaint had done well or badly with her shopping, and she remained despondent, lost to the world, mindful of one thing only, her eyes vague and staring like those of someone gazing in the dark at the pitch blackness into which an apparition has vanished. And for Jean Valjean she let nothing show either, except her pallor. For him she kept the same sweet face. Her pallor was more than enough to worry Jean Valjean. Sometimes he would ask her, "What's the matter?" She would reply, "Nothing." And after a silence, since she could tell that he too was sad, she would say, "And is there anything the matter with you, father?" "Me," he said. "Nothing at all." These two human beings who had loved each other so exclusively, with a love so touching, and had for so long lived each for the other, now suffered side by side, each on account of the other, without telling each other, without blaming each other, and smiling. 8. The Chain Gang.
The more unhappy of the two was Jean Valjean. Youth, even in its sorrows, always has its own brightness.
At times Jean Valjean suffered so much he became childish. It is a characteristic of grief to bring out the child in the man. He had the unconquerable feeling that Cosette was slipping away from him. He wanted to fight back, to detain her, to win her over with something tangible and eye-catching. Such notions, childish notions, as we have just said, and at the same time typical of old age, by their very childishness gave him a fairly accurate idea of the influence of finery on young girls' imaginations. He once happened to see a general ride past in the street, on horseback, in full dress uniform, Comte Coutard, the commander of Paris. He envied that gilded man. What an advantage it would be, he said to himself, to be able to wear that outfit, which was something that could not be ignored, and if Cosette saw him like that she would be dazzled, then he would give his arm to her, and when they passed in front of the Tuileries gates the guard would present arms to him, and that would keep Cosette satisfied and she would think no more of looking at young men. In the midst of these sad reflections came an unexpected jolt. Since moving to Rue Plumet they had, in the isolated life they led, developed a habit. They sometimes made an outing of going to watch the sunrise, the kind of quiet pleasure suited to those embarking on life and to those leaving it. For anyone who likes solitude, going for a walk in the early morning is the same as going for a walk at night, with the added cheerfulness of nature. The streets are deserted and the birds are singing. Cosette liked to rise with her namesake the lark. These early morning excursions were planned the night before. He proposed, she agreed. It was planned like a conspiracy. They would set out before daybreak, and for Cosette this was all part of the fun of it. Young people enjoy these innocent eccentricities. Jean Valjean's inclination was, as we know, to go to out-of-the-way places, lonely spots, forgotten parts. In those days there were around the gates of Paris, almost part of the city, fields of a sort, of poor quality, where scraggly corn grew in summer, and which in the autumn after harvest looked not so much as if they had been reaped as stripped bare. Jean Valjean liked to frequent these fields. Cosette did not mind going there. To him it meant solitude, to her, freedom. There she became a little girl again, she could run about and almost play, she would take off her hat, rest it on Jean Valjean's lap, and gather posies. She observed the butterflies on the flowers but did not catch them. Kindness and tenderness come with love, and the young girl who has a fluttering, fragile ideal inside her pities the butterfly's wing. She wove garlands of poppies that she placed on her head, and suffused with the sunlight shining through them and turning them to blazing crimson, they formed a crown of burning embers above that fresh rosy face. Even after their life had taken a sad turn, they kept up their habit of early morning walks. So tempted by the perfect serenity of the autumn of 1831, they set out one October morning and found themselves at daybreak near the main toll gate. It was not dawn, it was that moment just before dawn, a moment of tentative delight. A few constellations here and there in the deep, pale heavens, the earth very black, the sky very white, a shiver passing through the blades of grass, everywhere the mysterious thrill of the morning twilight. A lark, apparently lost among the stars, sang from an amazing height, and it was as if this hymn of the infinitesimal to the infinite stilled the immensity. To the east, the dark mass of the Val de Grâce stood out against the steel-bright horizon. Sparkling Venus rose from behind that dome, looking like a soul escaping from some dark edifice. All was peace and quiet. No one on the highway. Just the occasional glimpse, down by the roadside, of a laborer on his way to work. Jean Valjean was sitting on some planks that had been left at the gate of a timber yard, in the side lane running parallel to the highway. He was looking towards the road, with his back to the breaking light. He had forgotten about the sunrise. He had fallen into one of those intense introspections in which the whole mind is absorbed, imprisoning even the gaze, and which are tantamount to four walls. There are sessions of thought that may be called vertical. When you are deeply immersed in them, it takes time to resurface. Jean Valjean had sunk into one of these reveries. He was thinking about Cosette, about the happiness that could be if nothing came between him and her, about the light with which she filled his life, a light that was the breath of his soul. He was almost happy in his reverie. Cosette, standing beside him, watched the clouds turn pink. All at once Cosette exclaimed, "Father, there seem to be people coming from over there." Jean Valjean looked up. Cosette was right. The road leading to the old main toll gate is, as everyone knows, a continuation of Rue de Sèvres, and is cut across at right angles by the inner boulevard. At the intersection, where the road and the boulevard meet, could be heard a noise difficult to explain at that time of day, and some kind of lumbering mass appeared. A thing of no recognizable shape, coming from the boulevard, was turning into the road. It grew larger, it seemed to be moving in an orderly fashion, though it bristled and juddered. It seemed to be a vehicle, but you could not distinguish what it was carrying. There were horses, wheels, shouts. Whips cracked. Gradually, although steeped in shadow, the outlines gained definition. It was indeed a vehicle that had just turned from the boulevard onto the highway and was heading towards the toll gate, where Jean Valjean was sitting close by. A second vehicle, like the first, came following after, then a third, then a fourth. 7 carts appeared, one after the other, the horses' heads touching the rear of the cart in front. Dark figures stirred on these carts, you could see glints in the half-light as of drawn swords, you could hear a rattling that sounded like the movement of chains. It came closer, the voices grew louder. It was a fearsome thing of the kind that emerges from the cavern of dreams. Drawing nearer, it took shape, a ghostly dimness becoming faintly discernible behind the trees. The mass whitened. The slowly gathering daylight cast a pale glimmer on this writhing welter, at once lithe and sepulchral. The heads of those dark figures became the faces of corpses. And this is what it was. 7 carts were following each other along the road. The first 6 had a peculiar structure. They were like Cooper's drays. They consisted of a kind of long ladder placed on 2 wheels and forming shafts at the front end. Each dray, or rather each ladder, had 4 horses harnessed to it, one behind the other. Drawn on these ladders were strangely clustered groups of men. In the faint light you could not see these men, you just had an impression of them. 24 to each vehicle, 12 on each side, back to back, facing out towards passers-by, their legs dangling in the air. That is how these men were traveling. And they had something that clinked behind their backs, which was a chain, and something shiny round their necks, which was an iron collar. Each man had his own iron collar, but the chain was for all of them. So that whenever these 24 men happened to get off the dray and walk on the ground, they were seized with a kind of inexorable unity and had to snake along with the chain for a backbone, somewhat like a millipede. At the back and the front of each vehicle stood 2 men armed with muskets, each with one end of the chain under his foot. The iron collars were sturdy. The 7th vehicle, a huge wagon with sides to it but no canopy, had 4 wheels and 6 horses and carried a clanking pile of iron boilers, cast iron pots, braziers and chains, with several men bound hand and foot lying among them. These men appeared to be sick. This open slatted wagon was fitted with dilapidated hurdles that looked as if they had been used in olden day tortures. These vehicles kept to the middle of the road. On each side marched a double column of villainous-looking guards, in the tricorn hats that folded flat worn by soldiers under the Directory, stained and dirty and ragged, kitted out in veterans' uniforms and undertakers' breeches, grey and blue striped, almost in tatters, with red epaulets, yellow shoulder belts, bayonets, muskets and cudgels. Soldier ruffians, they were. These bully boys seemed to combine the abjectness of the beggar with the authority of the executioner. The one who appeared to be their leader was holding a horsewhip. All these details, lacking definition in the half-dark, became ever more distinct as it grew lighter. At the head and rear of the convoy rode mounted police, grim-faced, swords in hand. This procession was so long that when the first vehicle reached the toll gate, the last was only just turning off the boulevard. A crowd, emerging out of nowhere and gathering in no time, as happens frequently in Paris, thronged both sides of the road, and watched. You could hear the shouts of people calling for each other in the nearby lanes, and the wooden clogs of the market gardeners flocking to see the spectacle. The men huddled on the carts were jolted along in apathetic silence. They were leaden-hued with the morning chill. All wore duckcloth trousers and wooden clogs on their bare feet. The rest of their attire depended on the vagaries of destitution. Their items of clothing were horribly ill-assorted. Nothing is more dismal than motley rags. Battered felt hats, oilcloth caps, hideous woolen skullcaps, and beside the fatigue shirt a black coat worn through at the elbows. Many had women's hats, others wore punnets on their heads. Hairy chests could be seen, and through the torn garments tattoos were discernible, temples of love, flaming hearts, cupids. Skin infections and unhealthy red blotches were also to be observed. 2 or 3 had a straw rope attached to the crossbars of the dray and suspended beneath them like a stirrup that supported their feet. One of them held in his hand and raised to his mouth something that looked like a black stone, which he seemed to be biting into. It was bread that he was eating. Here were none but dry eyes, dull eyes, or eyes with an evil glint in them. The escort troop cursed, the men in chains breathed not a word. From time to time you could hear the sound of a cudgel blow landed on shoulder blades or skulls. Some of these men yawned. Their raggedness was terrible. Feet dangled, shoulders swayed, heads banged together, fetters rattled, eyes blazed fiercely, fists clenched or open inertly like the hands of corpses. Bursts of laughter came from a gaggle of children behind the convoy. Whatever it was, this column of vehicles was lugubrious. It was obvious that tomorrow, in an hour's time, there could be a sudden downpour, that it would be followed by another and another, and these threadbare garments would be soaked, that, once wet, these men would not dry off again, once chilled they would not warm up again. Their duck trousers would be stuck to their bones by the drenching, water would fill their shoes, whip lashings would be unable to stop jaws chattering, the chain would continue to hold them by the neck, their feet would continue to dangle. And it was impossible not to shudder at the sight of these human beings, shackled like this, like the trees and the stones, passive beneath the cold clouds of autumn, exposed to the rain, to the icy wind, to all the fury of the elements. The cudgel blows spared not even the sick, who lay still, tied up with ropes, on the 7th wagon, looking as if tossed there like sacks full of misery. Suddenly the sun appeared. A tremendous brightness spilled from the east and seemed to set all these savages alight. Tongues were loosened. There was an explosion of sniggering, swearing and singing. The broad horizontal beam cut the whole column in two, illuminating heads and bodies, leaving feet and wheels in obscurity. Thoughts could be read on faces. It was a dreadful moment. Demons seen with their masks removed, brutal souls laid bare. Lit up, this mob remained sinister-looking. A cheerful few had coal pipes in their mouths which they used to blow vermin over the crowd, picking on the women. Dawn accentuated with dark shadows these appalling profiles. There was not one of these creatures who was not deformed by misery. And so monstrous a sight seemed to dim the sun's brightness to a glimmer of lightning. The cartload at the head of the column had broken into song, and with frenetic jocularity were belting out the lyrics of a then famous medley by de Saugiers, the Vestal Virgin. The trees rustled mournfully. In the side lanes running parallel to the highway, respectable citizens listened with idiotic delight on their faces to these bawdy songs sung by specters. All manner of distress appeared in this procession in a chaotic jumble. Here were facial angles of every kind, old men, adolescents, bald heads, gray beards, the cynically monstrous, the sullenly resigned, the savagely grimacing, the dementedly posturing. Brutish faces with caps on their heads. Young, girlish faces with corkscrew curls at the temples. Baby faces, ghastly by very reason of their babyishness. Thin and all but dead skeletal faces. There was a black man to be seen on the first cart.
Perhaps he had been a slave and could compare chains. That frightful leveler of the down and out, ignominy, gave uniformity to these faces. At that degree of degradation everyone in the direst depths underwent the direst transformations, and ignorance turned to stupor was the equal of intelligence turned to despair. There was nothing to choose between these men, who looked like prime scum. It was clear that whoever was responsible for organizing this dreadful cortege had not sorted them in any way. These creatures had been fettered and thrown together pell-mell, probably in alphabetical disorder, and loaded haphazard on to these carts. Yet horrors combined always end up producing a composite result. Every added wretchedness contributes to a sum total. From each chain gang emerged a common identity, and each cartload had its distinctive character. After one that sang came one that yelled. A third begged. One was distinguished by a gnashing of teeth. Another threatened bystanders, another cursed and swore. The last was as silent as the tomb. Dante might have thought he was seeing the 7 circles of hell in procession. A procession of the damned on their way to their endless torments, haplessly conveyed not on the apocalypse's fearsome fiery chariot but more grimly on the tumbril of infamy. One of the guards, who had a hook on the end of his cudgel, from time to time made as if to stir these human dung heaps. An old woman in the crowd pointed them out to a little boy of 5 years old and said to him, "Let that be a lesson to you, young rascal." As the singing and swearing swelled, the man who appeared to be the escort captain cracked his whip, and at this signal a terrible volley of blows, sounding like hail, fell blindly, wildly, on the 7 cartloads. Many roared and foamed with rage, to the even greater delight of the youngsters who came running, like a cloud of flies on these wounds. Jean Valjean's gaze had become frightful. His eyes were unseeing. There was the deep glassiness in them that in some poor wretches replaces sight, that is seemingly unaware of reality, and in which blaze reflections of terror and catastrophe. He was not observing a spectacle. He was enduring a vision. He wanted to get to his feet, to run away, to escape. He could not move a muscle. Sometimes, the things you see grab you and hold you fast. He remained transfixed, paralyzed, stunned, wondering in his confused inexpressible anguish what this macabre persecution signified and where this hellish entourage that was hounding him had come from. All of a sudden he clapped his hand to his forehead in the customary gesture of those suddenly remembering. He recalled that this was indeed the regular route, that this detour was always made to avoid any possibility of encountering royalty on the road to Fontainebleau, and that 35 years ago he had himself passed through this gate. In her own way Cosette was no less appalled. She did not understand. It took her breath away. What she saw did not seem possible. At length she cried out, "Father, what on earth is in those carts?" Jean Valjean replied, "Convicts." "Where are they going?" "To the prison hulks." At that moment the volley of blows dealt by numerous hands intensified, including swipes with the flat of the sword. It was a kind of frenzy of whips and clubs. The convicts cringed, a hideous submission was extorted by this punishment, and with the look of chained wolves in their eyes all fell silent. Cosette trembled in every limb. She persisted, "Father, are they men?" "Sometimes," said the poor wretch. This was indeed the chain gang that set out before daybreak from Bicêtre and was taking the Lumans road in order to avoid Fontainebleau, where the king was. This detour added 3 or 4 days to the dreadful journey, but to spare the royal personage the sight of such an ordeal it could well be extended. Jean Valjean went home devastated. Such encounters come as a shock, and the memory they leave is like a cataclysm. Yet Jean Valjean did not notice that on the way back with Cosette to Rue de Babylone she put other questions to him about what they had just seen. Perhaps he was too wrapped up in his own despondency to hear her speaking and to reply to her. But as Cosette left him that evening to go to bed he heard her say quietly, and as though talking to herself, "I think if I were ever to cross paths with one of those men, oh dear God,
I'd die, just from looking him in the face. Luckily it happened that the next day there were celebrations in Paris in connection with some official occasion or other, a review in the Champ de Mars, water tournaments on the Seine, theatrical performances in the Champs-Élysées, fireworks at the Arc de l'Étoile, illuminations everywhere. Going against habit, Jean Valjean took Cosette to these festivities so as to distract her from the chilling memory of the day before and to blot out with the joyous tumult of all Paris the abomination that had passed before her. The review, which gave added zest to the festivities, made it perfectly natural to go about in uniform. Jean Valjean put on his National Guard uniform with the vague inward feeling of a man taking refuge. In any case, this trip seemed to achieve its purpose. Cosette, who made a rule of pleasing her father and for whom, after all, any spectacle was a novelty, welcomed this distraction with the free and easy good grace of adolescence, and did not wrinkle her nose too disdainfully at being served up this slice of merriment called a public holiday. So much so that Jean Valjean may well have believed he had succeeded, and that the hideous vision had left no lasting impression. One morning a few days later the sun was shining brightly, and in another departure from the rules that Jean Valjean seemed to have imposed on himself, and a departure too from the habit of remaining in her room that Cosette's sadness had led her to adopt, they were both out on the garden steps. Cosette stood in her dressing gown with that early morning carelessness of appearance that is enchanting in a young girl, enveloping her rather like a cloud settled over a heavenly body. And with the light around her head, rosy from a good night's sleep and watched lovingly by the fond old man, she was plucking the petals from a daisy. Cosette was unacquainted with that charming folklore tradition, he loves me not, who would have told her about it? She was toying with the flower instinctively, innocently, with no inkling that to pluck the petals from a daisy is to peel open a heart. If there were a fourth, smiling, grace called melancholy, she would have borne a resemblance to that grace. Jean Valjean gazed, spellbound, at those little fingers on that flower, forgetting everything in the radiance this child possessed. A robin chirped in the bushes nearby. White clouds scudded across the sky so gaily that they looked as if they had just been set free. Cosette continued intently plucking at her flower. She seemed to be musing on something, but it must have been something pleasant. Suddenly she looked back over her shoulder with the delicate languor of a swan, and said to Jean Valjean, "Father, what exactly are the prison hulks?" Book 4. Help from below may be help from on high. I. External wound, internal healing. So a shadow was gradually cast over their life. They were left with only one distraction that in the past had been a joy to them, which was to take bread to those who were hungry and clothing to those who were cold. In these visits to the poor, on which Cosette often accompanied Jean Valjean, they recovered some vestige of their old uninhibitedness with each other. And sometimes, when the day had gone well, when there had been much hardship relieved and many little children restored and comforted, Cosette was quite cheerful in the evening. It was at this time that they paid their visit to the Jondrette den. The very day after that visit Jean Valjean appeared at the villa, in the morning, calm as usual but with a large, extremely inflamed suppurating wound on his left arm that looked like a burn, and for which he gave some vague explanation. This wound meant that he was kept indoors with a fever for more than a month. He refused to see a doctor. Whenever Cosette tried to persuade him, he would say, "Call the dog doctor." Cosette dressed his wound morning and evening, looking heavenly and so angelic in her pleasure to be of use to him that Jean Valjean felt all his old happiness returning, his fears and anxieties dissipating, and he gazed at Cosette, saying, "Oh, what a welcome injury! Oh, what a blessing in disguise!" Seeing her father ill, Cosette had forsaken the villa and once more found the little hut in the backyard to her liking. She spent nearly all day, every day, with Jean Valjean and read to him the books he chose. Mostly travel books. Jean Valjean took on a new lease of life. His happiness was restored with an ineffable radiance. The Luxembourg Gardens, the young stranger lingering about, Cosette's coolness towards him, all these dark clouds in his soul dispersed.
Eventually he was saying to himself, I imagined it all. I'm an old fool. Such was his happiness that the Thénardier's shocking discovery, made in the Jondrette den, and coming so unexpectedly, had as it were washed over him. He had managed to escape. He had left no trail. What did the rest matter to him? He thought no more about it except to feel sorry for those miserable wretches. Now they're in prison and unable to do any more harm, he thought, but what a pitiful family and in such dire straits. As for the hideous vision at the main toll-gate, Cosette had made no further mention of it. Cosette had been taught music at the convent by Sir St. Mechtold. She had the voice of a lark. A lark with a soul. And sometimes in the evening, in the wounded man's humble abode, Cosette sang sad songs that were a delight to Jean Valjean. Spring came. The garden was so lovely at that time of year that Jean Valjean said to Cosette, You never set foot in it, I wish you'd go out there and enjoy it. Whatever you say, father, said Cosette. And to obey her father she resumed her walks in the garden, more often than not by herself, for as we have noted, Jean Valjean, no doubt fearful of being seen through the railings, hardly ever ventured into it. Jean Valjean's injury had been a diversion. When Cosette saw that her father was in less pain, that he was recovering and seemed happy, she felt a contentment she did not even notice, so gently and naturally did it come over her. Then it was the month of March. The days were getting longer, winter was on its way out, and winter always takes with it something of our sadness. Then came April, the dawning of summer, fresh as every dawn, bonny as every infancy, a little tearful at times like the newborn babe that it is. Nature during this month has a luminous beauty that distills from the sky, the trees, the meadows and the flowers into the heart of man. Cosette was still too young not to be affected by that April joy, which bore a likeness to her. Imperceptibly and without her being conscious of it, the gloom departed from her spirit. In spring, light reaches into sad souls, just as light reaches into cellars at noon. Already, Cosette was actually no longer very sad. She may not have realized it, but nevertheless that is how it was. When she managed to drag her father into the garden for a quarter of an hour after breakfast in the morning, at about 10 o'clock, and walked in front of the steps with him in the sunshine, supporting his injured arm, she was quite unaware that she was continually laughing and that she was happy. Seeing her regain her rosiness and her bloom, Jean Valjean was elated. What a blessing in disguise, he kept repeating to himself. And he felt grateful to the Thénardiers. Once his wound had healed, he resumed his solitary twilight rambles. It would be a mistake to think you can go walking about like that, on your own, in uninhabited parts of Paris, without incident. 2. Mère Plutarque at no loss to explain an extraordinary phenomenon. It was evening and little Gavroche had not eaten. He remembered he had not had a meal the day before either. This was becoming tiresome. He made up his mind to try for some supper. He went out on the prowl in those unfrequented parts beyond La Salpêtrière. That is where you strike lucky. Where there is no one, there is something to be found. He eventually came to an outlying locality that he thought was the village of Austerlitz. On one of his earlier saunterings he had noticed an old garden there, with an old man and an old woman often in it, and in that garden a decent-sized apple tree. Next to this apple tree there was a kind of ill-secured fruit loft from which a person might obtain an apple for himself. An apple constitutes supper, an apple means life. What was Adam's undoing might be Gavroche's salvation. The garden was bordered by a lonely unpaved lane with scrubland on either side of it, the houses as yet unbuilt, between them was a hedge. Gavroche made for this garden. He found the lane, he recognized the apple tree, he located the fruit loft, he examined the hedge. A hedge is no obstacle. The light was fading, not a soul to be seen, the time was right. Gavroche started to make his break-in, then suddenly stopped. Someone was talking in the garden. Gavroche peered through one of the gaps in the hedge. A couple of paces away at the foot of the hedge on the other side, exactly where the breach he was planning to make would have landed him, was an overturned stone that formed a kind of bench, and on this bench was sitting the old man he had seen in the garden, with the old woman standing in front of him. The old woman was grumbling. Not much of a one for discretion. Gavroche listened.
Monsieur Mabeuf, said the old woman.
Mabeuf, thought Gavroche. What a funny name.
There was no response from the old man.
The old woman repeated, Monsieur Mabeuf. Without looking up, his eyes still fixed on the ground, the old man made the effort to reply, What is it, Mère Plutarque? Mère Plutarque, thought Gavroche. Another funny name.
Mère Plutarque went on, and the old man could not but take part in the conversation.
The landlord's not happy. Why not?
He's owed rent for the last 3 quarters. In 3 months' time he'll be owed 4 quarters. He says he'll turn you out onto the street.
I'll go.
The greengrocer wants to be paid.
She won't deliver any more logs.
How will you keep warm this winter?
We won't have any wood.
There's the sun.
The butcher won't give credit, he'll not let us have any more meat.
That's just as well.
Meat doesn't agree with me. It's too indigestible. What will we eat? Bread.
The baker wants a payment on account and is saying, no money, no bread.
Very well. What will you eat?
We have the apples from the apple tree. But monsieur, it's just not possible to go on living like this, without any money.
I haven't any.
The old woman went off, and the old man was left by himself.
He fell to thinking.
Gavroche too was thinking. It was almost dark. The first result of Gavroche's thinking was that instead of climbing through the hedge, he squatted under it. The branches thinned out a little at the bottom of the bushes.
Look at this!
Gavroche exclaimed to himself.
A little snuggery. And he tucked himself into it.
His back was almost against Père Mabeuf's bench.
He could hear the 80-year-old breathing.
Then, to feed his hunger, he tried to sleep.
A cat nap, with one eye open.
Even as he dozed, Gavroche remained on the lookout. The blanched sky of twilight cast its whiteness on the earth, and the lane showed as a pale line between 2 rows of dark bushes. Suddenly, on this strip of whitishness, 2 figures appeared, one in front, the other some distance behind.
2 people, muttered Gavroche.
Stooped and pensive, dressed plainer than plain, the first figure appeared to be some respectable gentleman of advanced years, walking slowly because of his age, enjoying an evening stroll beneath the stars.
The second figure was straight-backed, assured, slim.
This figure matched its pace to that of the first, but in its deliberate slowness could be sensed a litheness and an agility. Along with something grim and disquieting about it, this figure had the full turnout of what was then called a dandy. The hat was stylish, the frock coat black, well cut, probably of fine cloth and close-fitting at the waist. The head was held upright with a kind of robust grace, and beneath the hat the pallid profile of a young man was discernible in the twilight. This profile had a rose in its mouth. This second figure was very familiar to Gavroche. It was Montparnasse. As for the other one, he could not have said anything about him, except that he was some old gent. Gavroche immediately began to pay attention. One of these 2 individuals obviously had designs on the other. Gavroche was well placed to see what happened. The little snuggery had become a very convenient hiding place. Montparnasse on the prowl, at such a time, in such a place, this was ominous. In his gamin entrails Gavroche felt moved to pity for the old man.
What could he do? Intervene? One weakling coming to the aid of another. That would give Montparnasse good reason to laugh.
Gavroche had no illusions. This dangerous 18-year-old ruffian would make short work of them both, the old man first, then the child. While Gavroche was deliberating, the attack took place.
It was swift and ugly. The tiger attack on the wild ass, the spider attack on the fly.
Montparnasse suddenly tossed aside the rose, rushed at the old man, collared him, grabbed him, clung to him, and Gavroche was hard put to stifle a cry. A moment later one of these men was underneath the other, overpowered, groaning, struggling, with a knee of marble on his chest. Only it was not quite what Gavroche had expected. The one on the ground was Montparnasse. The one on top of him was the elderly gent. All this unfolded just a few feet away from Gavroche. The old man had been attacked and had fought back so terrifyingly that, in the blink of an eye, assailant and assailed had reversed roles.
There's a fine veteran, thought Gavroche.
And he could not refrain from clapping. But his applause was wasted. It was inaudible to the combatants, intent on each other and mutually deafened, their labored breath mingling in the fray.
Silence fell. Montparnasse stopped struggling. Gavroche whispered to himself, "Is he dead?" The elderly gent had uttered no word, voiced no cry. He rose, and Gavroche heard him say to Montparnasse, "On your feet." Montparnasse picked himself up, but the old boy held him fast. Montparnasse looked humbled and enraged, like a wolf caught by a sheep.
Gavroche watched and listened, straining his ears as much as his eyes.
He was enjoying himself immensely. He was rewarded for his conscientious anxiety as spectator. He managed to catch this exchange to which the darkness lent an indefinably tragic dimension.
The old boy asked the questions.
Montparnasse replied. "How old are you?" 19. "You're strong and healthy.
Why don't you work?"
"It's boring."
"What are you by trade?"
"An idler." "Be serious. Can anything be done for you?"
"What would you like to be?"
"A thief." A silence ensued.
The old man seemed lost in thought. He stood still and did not lose his hold on Montparnasse. Every few moments the young villain, strong and limber as he was, wriggled convulsively like an animal caught in a snare. Giving a jerk, attempting a leg trip, desperately twisting his limbs, he tried to escape. The old man did not seem to notice, and with the supreme indifference of absolute strength, with only one hand he held him by both arms. The old man's abstraction went on for some time, then gazing steadily at Montparnasse he raised his voice slightly, and in the shadows where they were he addressed a kind of sermon to him, of which not a single syllable escaped Gavroche. "My boy, through laziness you're letting yourself in for the most arduous kind of existence.
Ah! You profess to be an idler.
Prepare yourself for work.
Have you ever seen a machine that's to be feared? It's called a rolling mill. You need to be wary of it, it's a crafty and ravenous thing. If it gets hold of your coat flap it'll have all the rest of you. That machine is idleness. Stop while there's still time and save yourself. Otherwise, you're done for. Before long you'll be caught up in the mechanism. And once caught, there's no hope for you. Knuckle down, lazybones. No more rest for you. The iron hand of implacable toil has laid hold of you. Earn your living, have a job, assume responsibility, that's not what you want. To be like others, that bores you. Well, one way or another, the rule of work prevails. Whoever spurns it as boring will suffer it as punishment. You don't want to be a worker, you'll be a slave. Work only lets go of you on the one hand to reclaim you on the other. You don't want to be its friend, you'll be its serf. Ah! You'd not have the honest weariness of men, you shall have the sweat of the damned. Where others sing, you will groan. You'll see from afar, from the lower depths, other men at work. They will seem to you to be resting. The plowman, the reaper, the sailor, the blacksmith will appear to you bathed in light, like the blessed in paradise. What satisfaction in the anvil! To drive the plow, to bind the sheaf, that's a pleasure. The ship sailing free in the wind, what a joy! You, idler, dig, haul, heave, shift yourself. Pull against your harness, you're now a beast of burden under the yoke of hell. Ah! To do nothing, that was your aim. Well, not a week, not a day, not an hour free from exhaustion. You'll not be able to lift anything without anguish. Every minute that passes will wrench your muscles. What to others is a feather will be a rock to you. The simplest things will become an uphill challenge. Life will turn into a nightmare around you. Coming and going and breathing, each of these a terrible grind. Your lungs will feel like 100-pound weight. To walk here rather than there will be a problem to resolve. Any ordinary person who wants to go out simply pushes open the door, and that's it, he's outside. But if you want to go out, you'll have to make a hole in the wall. To go down into the street, what does everyone else do? Everyone else goes downstairs. You, though, you'll tear up the sheets on your bed, you'll make a rope of them strip by strip, then you'll climb out of your window and you'll hang by that thread over an abyss, and it will be dark, a storm raging, rain falling, a hurricane blowing, and if the rope's too short you'll have only one way to get down, by falling. Falling blindly into the abyss, from any height, onto what? Onto what is below, the unknown. Or you'll climb up a chimney at the risk of burning. Or you'll crawl through a sewer pipe at the risk of drowning. Not to mention the holes that have to be concealed, the stones that have to be removed and put back 20 times a day, the plaster that has to be hidden in your straw pallet. Faced with a lock, the respectable citizen has in his pocket a key made by a locksmith. If you, though, want to get past it, you're condemned to a tremendous feat of labor. You'll take a 10-centime coin, you'll slice it into 2 discs. With what tools? You'll improvise. That's up to you. Then you'll hollow out the inside of these discs, being very careful to preserve the outside, and you'll work into the rim a screw thread so they can be fitted closely together like a base and a lid. With the top and bottom screwed together like this, there won't be anything suspicious about it. To the guards, for you'll be watched, it'll just be a coin. To you it will be a box. What will you put in this box? A tiny piece of steel. A watch spring that you'll have cut teeth into, which will be a saw. With this saw, the length of a pin and hidden in a coin, you'll have to cut the lock pin, the bolt latch, the padlock shackle, the bar that you'll have on the window and the fetter you'll have on your leg. This masterpiece wrought, this feat accomplished, all these miracles of craft and skill and dexterity and patience performed, what will be your recompense if it becomes known you are the author of them? Solitary confinement. That's the future. Laziness and dissipation, what dangerous precipices! Don't you know, to do nothing is a fateful choice to make? To sponge on the fabric of society. To be useless, in other words pernicious. That leads straight to the depths of misery. Woe to anyone that wants to be a parasite. He'll be vermin. Ah! So you choose not to work? Ah! You've only one thing in mind, to drink well, eat well, sleep well. You'll drink water, you'll eat black bread, you'll sleep on a plank with your limbs shackled in irons that at night will feel cold on your flesh. You'll break those irons, you'll flee. Fine. You'll crawl on your belly in the undergrowth and you'll eat grass like the beasts of the forest. And you'll be recaptured. And then you'll spend years in a dungeon, chained to a wall, groping for a drink from your mug, gnawing on some foul loaf a dog wouldn't touch, eating beans that worms have eaten before you. You'll be a woodlouse in a cellar. Ah! Have pity on yourself, poor child, even now so young, not 20 years ago a nursling, and no doubt your mother's still alive. I beg you, listen to me. You want fine black cloth and patent leather shoes, you want to curl your hair and dress your curls with scented oils, to please women, to look good. Your hair will be completely shorn, you'll wear a red shirt and wooden clogs. You want a ring on your finger, you'll have an iron collar round your neck. If you look at a woman, you'll get a beating. And you'll go in there aged 20 and you'll come out at 50. You'll go in there young and pink and fresh-faced, with your bright eyes and your full set of white teeth and a young man's fine head of hair. You'll come out broken, bent, wrinkled, toothless, horrible-looking, white-haired. Ah! My poor child, you're going astray. Idleness is misguiding you. The hardest work of all is thieving. Believe me, don't take on that arduous task of being an idler. It's not easy to become a rogue. It's less difficult to be an honest man. Now go away and think about what I've told you. By the way, what was it you wanted of me? My purse? Here you are. And releasing him, the old man put his purse in Montparnasse's hand, where Montparnasse waited for a moment. Then, with the same automatic wariness as if he had stolen it, he carefully slipped it into the back pocket of his coat. When all this was said and done, the old gent turned away and calmly resumed his stroll. Silly old fool, muttered Montparnasse. Who was this old gent? The reader has probably guessed. Astounded, Montparnasse watched him disappear into the twilight. This preoccupation proved costly for him. As the old man walked away, Gavroche came closer. Gavroche had reassured himself with a sidelong glance that Père Mabeuf was still sitting on his bench, perhaps asleep. Then the gamin had emerged from his bush and begun to creep up in the dark behind the motionless Montparnasse. The boy got right up to him like this without being seen or heard, delicately introduced his hand into the back pocket of that frock-coat of fine black cloth, took hold of the purse, withdrew his hand and, creeping back again, slipped away into the shadows like a grass snake. Montparnasse, who had no reason to be on his guard and who for the first time in his life was thinking, noticed nothing. When Gavroche got back to where Père Mabeuf was on the other side, he threw the purse over the hedge and ran off as fast as his legs could carry him. The purse fell on Père Mabeuf's foot. This disturbance woke him. He bent down and picked up the purse. He was baffled by it, and opened it. It was a purse with 2 compartments, in one there was some small change, in the other 6 20-franc coins. Greatly flustered, Monsieur Mabeuf referred the matter to his housekeeper. It's a godsend, said Mère Plutarque. Book 5. Which does not end the way it began. Loneliness and the barracks combined. Cosette's heartache, so keen and so intense 4 or 5 months before, without her even realizing it, was on the mend. Nature, spring, youthfulness, love for her father, the cheerfulness of the birds and the flowers day by day, drop by drop, gradually instilled in that soul so young and virginal and indefinable something almost like forgetting. Was the fire burning out completely? Or were there merely layers of ash forming? The truth is, she now felt hardly any sense of suffering or feverishness. One day she suddenly thought of Marius. Goodness me, she said. I don't think about him anymore. That same week she noticed going past the garden gate a very handsome officer of the Lancers, with a wasp waist, a splendid uniform, curlish cheeks, a saber under his arm, a waxed mustache and a shiny chapska. Along with fair hair, prominent blue eyes, a vain, insolent, attractive round face, quite the opposite of Marius. And a cigar in his mouth. Cosette thought this officer probably belonged to the regiment baracked in Rue de Babylone. The next day she saw him go by again. She noted the time. From then on, was it by chance? She saw him go by nearly every day. The officer's comrades noticed in that neglected garden, behind that sorry-looking rococo gate, quite a pretty creature who was almost always there when the handsome lieutenant went by. This lieutenant is not unknown to the reader. His name was Theodule Gillenormand. "Hey," they said to him. "There's a girl who's taken a fancy to you, go on, look at her." "Have I time," replied the lancer, "to look at all the girls who look at me?" This was precisely when Marius was going into a serious decline and anticipating death, saying, "If I could only see her before I die." Had his wish been realized, had he seen Cosette at that moment gazing at a lancer, he would have been unable to utter a word and died of grief. Whose fault was it? No one's. Marius was the sort of person who becomes immersed in sorrow and settles into it. Cosette was one of those who sink into it, and emerge from it. Besides, Cosette was going through that dangerous time, a fateful stage for feminine fancy left to its own devices, when the heart of a lonely young girl is like those vine tendrils that cling, as chance dictates, to the capital of a marble column or to the doorpost of a tavern. A short decisive moment, critical for every orphan girl whether she be rich or poor, for wealth is no protection against a bad choice. Bad matches are made in the highest circles. The truly bad match is one of souls. And just as many an unknown young man, without name, without birth, without fortune, is a marble column supporting a temple of noble sentiments and noble ideas, so many a man of the world, moneyed and content, with polished boots and varnished words, if looked at not on the outside but on the inside, which is what is in store for his wife, is nothing more than a pillar of stupidity harboring violent, despicable and bibulous passions, the doorpost of a tavern. What was there in Cosette's heart? Stilled or dormant passion, uncommitted love, something limpid, sparkling, clouded at a certain depth, darkness below. The image of the handsome officer was reflected on the surface. Was there a memory deep down? In the very deepest depths? Possibly. Cosette did not know. A peculiar incident occurred. 2. Cosette's fears. During the first fortnight in April, Jean Valjean went away on a trip. As we know, this was something that would happen from time to time, at very long intervals. He would be gone for a day or two, 3 days at most. Where did he go? No one knew, not even Cosette. Once only, on one of his departures, she had accompanied him in a cab that stopped at the end of a little blind alley on the corner of which she read, Impasse de la Planchette. There he climbed out and the cab took Cosette back to Rue de Babylone. It was usually when the household needed money that Jean Valjean made these little journeys. So Jean Valjean was away. He had said, "I'll be back in 3 days." That evening Cosette was alone in the drawing room. To pass the time she had opened her piano organ and, accompanying herself, had begun to sing the chorus from Euryanthe, Die Thail Damphon, Die Hohen Blun, perhaps the loveliest of all music. When she had finished, she remained pensive. Suddenly she thought she heard someone walking in the garden. It could not be her father, he was away. It could not be Toussaint, she was in bed. It was 10 o'clock at night. She went over to the drawing-room shutter, which was closed, and laid her ear to it. What she heard sounded like a man's footsteps, as if he were treading very lightly. She quickly went up to the first floor, to her own room, opened a small vent in her shutter, and looked into the garden. There was a full moon. It was no more difficult to see than if it had been daylight. There was no one there. She opened the window. The garden was absolutely peaceful, and all that could be seen of the street was deserted, as usual. Cosette thought she had been mistaken in believing she had heard that noise. It was a hallucination produced by that magnificent, melancholy chorus of Weber's, opening up before her mind bewildering depths.
shimmering before her eyes like a dizzying forest, a hallucination in which she could hear the snap of dead branches beneath the uneasy tread of the huntsman glimpsed in the twilight. She thought no more about it. Besides, Cosette was by nature not very easily frightened. There was gypsy blood in her veins, the blood of the barefoot adventuress. Remember, she was more of a lark than a dove. She was wild and brave at heart. The next day, not so late, about dusk, she was strolling in the garden. Amid the confused thoughts preoccupying her, she did think that from time to time she heard a sound similar to the sound of the night before, as of someone walking in the dark under the trees not very far away from her, but she told herself that nothing so closely resembles a footstep in the grass as the natural rustling of two branches, and she took no notice. Besides, she could see nothing. She emerged from the shrubbery. She had only to cross a small green lawn to regain the steps. As she came out of the shrubbery, the moon, which had just risen behind her, cast Cosette's shadow in front of her, onto this lawn. Cosette stopped dead, terror-stricken. The moon distinctly outlined on the turf beside her shadow another shadow, a particularly startling and terrible shadow, with a round hat. It was the shadow of a man who must have been standing on the fringes of the bushes a few paces behind Cosette. For a moment she was powerless to speak, or cry, or call out, or move, or look behind her. Eventually she summoned up all her courage and resolutely turned round. There was no one there. She looked on the ground. The shadow was gone. She went back into the shrubbery, boldly searched high and low, went all the way to the gate, and found nothing. She felt truly chilled. Was this another hallucination? What? 2 days in a row. One hallucination, fair enough, but two? What was disturbing was that the shadow was certainly no ghost. Ghosts do not wear round hats. Jean Valjean came home the next day. Cosette told him what she thought she had seen and heard. She expected to be reassured and that her father would shrug and say to her, "You're a silly little girl." Jean Valjean looked worried. "It can't be anything," he said. Making some excuse, he left her and went into the garden, and she saw him examining the gate very carefully. During the night she woke up. This time she was sure, she distinctly heard someone walking very close to the steps beneath her window. She ran to the shutter flap and opened it. There was indeed a man in the garden, holding a big stick. Just as she was about to scream, the moon lit up the man's profile. It was her father. She went back to bed, saying to herself, "He really is worried, then." Jean Valjean spent that night and the 2 following nights in the garden. Cosette saw him through the vent in her shutter. The 3rd night, the moon was on the wane and beginning to rise later. It might have been 1 o'clock in the morning. She heard a great burst of laughter and her father's voice calling her, "Cosette." She jumped out of bed, put on her dressing gown and opened the window. Her father was down below on the lawn. "I'm waking you up to set your mind at rest," he said. "Look. There's your shadow with the round hat." And he pointed out to her a projected shadow outlined on the lawn by the moonlight, one that did indeed look rather like the figure of a man wearing a round hat. It was the silhouette of a capped metal chimney rising above a neighboring roof. Cosette joined in his laughter, shedding all her ominous conjectures, and the next morning at table with her father she joked about the sinister garden haunted by the shadows of stovepipes. Jean Valjean's peace of mind was fully restored. As for Cosette, she did not give much thought as to whether the stovepipe was in the same direction as the shadow she had seen, or thought she had seen, and whether the moon had been in the same part of the sky. She did not wonder about the peculiarity of a stovepipe that is afraid of being caught out in the open and draws back when someone looks at its shadow, for the shadow had vanished when Cosette turned round, and Cosette had felt very sure of this. Cosette's fears were completely allayed. The demonstration seemed conclusive to her and put out of her mind the idea that there could be anyone walking in the garden in the evening or at night. A few days later, however, another incident occurred. 3. Enhanced by Toussaint's comments. In the garden, by the railings on the street, there was a stone bench, protected from prying eyes by a hedge, but just within reach, through the railings and the hedge, of the arm of a passerby. One evening after sunset during that same month of April, Jean Valjean had gone out, and Cosette had sat down on this bench. The wind freshened in the trees. Cosette was daydreaming. An indeterminate sadness gradually came over her, the invincible sadness that evening brings and which may come, who knows? From an insight that time of day gives into the mystery of the tomb. Fantine was perhaps in those shadows. Cosette rose, slowly took a turn around the garden, walking on the dew-drenched grass and saying to herself, in the depths of that sort of melancholy somnambulism in which she was immersed, "You really need wooden clogs in the garden at this hour. You'll catch a chill." She returned to the bench. As she was about to sit on it, she noticed in the place that she had vacated a rather large stone that had obviously not been there the moment before. Cosette considered this stone, wondering what it meant. All of a sudden it occurred to her that this stone had not ended up on this bench all by itself, that someone had put it there, that an arm had slipped through the railing, and this idea scared her. This time her fear was genuine. No room for any doubt, the stone was there. She did not touch it. She fled, not daring to look behind her, and took refuge in the house. The French window that gave on to the steps she immediately shuttered, bolted and locked. She asked Toussaint, "Is my father back yet?" "Not yet, mademoiselle." We have already noted Toussaint's stutter once and for all. Allow us not to dwell on it any further. We are loath to make a song and dance about any handicap. Jean Valjean, a man given to reflection and to nocturnal strolls, often did not come home until quite late at night. "Toussaint," Cosette went on, "you are careful to bar the shutters properly at night, on the garden side at least, and to make sure those little iron things are inserted into those little rings for pinning them?" "Oh, you needn't worry, mademoiselle." Toussaint would be as good as her word, Cosette well knew, but she could not help adding, "It's just that it's so isolated out here." "Well, that's true," said Toussaint. "You'd be killed before you could utter a word. And what with Monsieur not sleeping in the house either. But never fear, mademoiselle, I closed the windows as if this were a prison. Women on their own. Of course it makes you shudder. Can you imagine? Seeing men coming into your room at night, telling you to shut up, and starting to cut your throat. It's not so much the dying, everyone dies, it's only natural, we all know we've got to die, but it's the horror of feeling those people touching you. And then their knives, they probably don't cut well. Oh dear God!" "Say no more," said Cosette. "Just close everything up." Terrified by Toussaint's improvised melodrama and perhaps also by the recollection of those apparitions of the other week that now came back to her, Cosette dared not even say to the old woman, "Go and look at the stone someone has put on the bench," for fear of opening the door into the garden and letting the men get inside. She made sure all the doors and windows were secured, sent Toussaint to check over the whole house from the attic to the cellar, locked herself in her bedroom, drew the bolts, looked under her bed, got into it, and slept badly. All night long she saw that stone, as big as a mountain and full of caves. Waking at sunrise, the characteristic of sunrise is to make us laugh at all our night terrors, and our laughter is always commensurate with the fear we have felt. Cosette regarded her terror as a nightmare, and said to herself, "What could I have been thinking of? It's like those footsteps I thought I heard in the garden at night the other week. It's like the shadow of the stovepipe. Am I now going to become a coward?" The warm glow of sunshine coming through the vents in her shutters, turning the damask curtains crimson, so reassured her that everything faded from her mind, even the stone.
There was no more a stone on that bench than there was a man in a round hat in the garden. I imagined the stone, like everything else. She got dressed, went down into the garden, ran to the bench, and felt herself break into a cold sweat. The stone was there. But this lasted only a moment. What is dread by night is curiosity by day. Pa, said she. Let's have a look, then. She picked up that stone, which was quite large. There was something underneath it that looked like a letter. It was a white envelope. Cosette snatched it up. There was no address on one side, no seal on the other. Yet, although open, the envelope was not empty. Sheets of paper could be glimpsed inside it. Cosette peered at them. This was no longer dread, this was no longer curiosity. This was the onset of anxiety. Cosette pulled out of the envelope what it contained, a little booklet, with every page numbered and each with a few lines written on it in very small and, Cosette thought, rather delicate handwriting. Cosette looked for a name. There was none. A signature. There was none. Who was it for? For her, probably, since a hand had placed the envelope on her bench. Who was it from? An irresistible fascination came over her. She tried to avert her eyes from the pages trembling in her hand. She looked up at the sky, at the street, at the acacias all bathed in light, at the pigeons flying over a neighboring roof, and then suddenly her gaze fell, darting to the handwritten booklet, and she said to herself she must know what was inside it. This is what she read. 4. A heart beneath a stone. The universe reduced to a single being expanding to encompass God, that is love. Love is the angel's greeting to the stars. How sad the soul is, when sad for love's sake. What emptiness in the absence of the person who fills the world with their soul being. Oh! How true it is that the beloved becomes God. It would be understandable if God were jealous, had not the Almighty Father obviously made creation for the soul and the soul for love. With just the glimpse of a smile beneath a lilac-trimmed white crepe hat, the soul gains entrance to the palace of dreams. God is behind everything, but everything hides God. Things are black, human beings are opaque. To love someone is to make them transparent. Certain thoughts are prayers. There are moments when, whatever position the body might be in, the soul is on its knees. Parted lovers beguile absence with 1,000 fanciful devices that nevertheless have their own reality. They are prevented from seeing each other, they cannot write to each other. They find a host of mysterious ways to communicate. They send each other the song of birds, the scent of flowers, the laughter of children, the light of the sun, the sighs of the wind, the radiance of the stars, all creation. And why not? All the works of God are made to serve love. Love is sufficiently powerful to entrust the whole of nature with its messages. Oh, springtime! You are a letter that I write to her. The future belongs much more to hearts than to minds. Loving, that is the only thing that can occupy and fill eternity. The infinite requires the inexhaustible. Love partakes of the soul itself. It is of the same nature. A divine spark, like the soul, it is likewise incorruptible, indivisible, imperishable. It is a burning flame within us, immortal and infinite, which nothing can contain and nothing can extinguish. We can feel it burning even in the marrow of our bones, and we can see its glow reaching into the depths of heaven. Oh, love! Mutual adoration! The delight of two minds that understand each other, two hearts given in exchange for each other, two gazes that fathom each other's depths. Blissful happiness, you will come to me, will you not? Secluded walks with just the two of us together. Glorious blessed days.
I have sometimes dreamed that now and then hours detached themselves from the lives of angels and inserted themselves in the fate of mankind here below. God can add nothing to the happiness of those who love, other than to give them everlastingness. After a lifetime of love, an eternity of love, that is indeed an increase. But to increase in its actual intensity the ineffable bliss that love already imparts to the soul in this world is impossible, even to God. God is the plenitude of heaven. Love is the plenitude of man. You look at a star for two reasons, because it is bright and because it is impenetrable. You have beside you a sweeter radiance and a greater mystery, woman. For all of us, whoever we may be, there are those who are as the breath of life to us. Without them, without air, we suffocate. Then we die. To die for want of love is dreadful. Suffocation of the soul. When love has melted and conjoined two beings in sacred and angelic unity, for them the secret of life has been discovered. They are but the two terms of the same destiny. They are but the two wings of the same spirit. Love, and you soar. The day when a woman walking in front of you casts light as she goes on her way, you are lost, you are in love. There is only one thing you can do, think of her so intently that she is compelled to think of you. What love initiates only God can bring to completion. True love despairs and exults in losing a glove or finding a handkerchief, and has need of eternity for its devotion and its hopes. It comprises both the infinitely great and the infinitely small. If you are a stone, be a lodestone. If you are a plant, be a sensitive one. If you are human, be love. Nothing satisfies love. Lovers have happiness, they want paradise, they have paradise, they want heaven. Oh, you who love each other, all this is contained in love. You need only know how to find it there. Love has contemplation just as much as heaven does. And in addition, it has sensual delight. Does she still come to the Luxembourg Gardens? No, monsieur. This is the church where she attends Mass, is it not? She doesn't come here anymore. Does she still live in this house? She's moved away. Where has she moved to? She didn't say. What a dire thing it is for a man not to know the address of his soul. Love has its childishness, other passions have their small-mindedness. Shame on the passions that belittle man. All honor to the one that makes a child of him. It is a strange thing, this, did you know? I live in darkness. There is someone who went away, taking with her the sky. Oh! To lie side by side in the same tomb, holding hands, and gently to caress each other's fingers now and then in the shadows, that would satisfy me for eternity. You who suffer because you love, love yet more. To die of love is to live by love. Be in love. A transfiguration of starry darkness is implicit in this torture. There is ecstasy in the agony. O joy of the birds! It is because they have a nest that they sing. Love is a heavenly breath of the air of paradise. Deep hearts, wise spirits, take life as God has made it. It is a long ordeal, an incomprehensible preparation for an unknown destiny. This destiny, the true one, begins for a man with his first step inside the tomb. Then something appears to him, and he begins to discern finality. Finality, think about that word. The living see infinity. Finality reveals itself only to the dead. Meanwhile, love and suffer, hope and contemplate. Woe, alas! To any that have loved only bodies, forms, appearances. Death will deprive them of everything. Try to love souls, you will be reunited with them. I met in the street a very poor young lover. His hat was old, his coat was worn. He had holes at his elbows. Water filled his shoes, and stars filled his soul.
What a glorious thing, to be loved! And more glorious yet, to love. The heart becomes heroic through passion, so that it consists only of what is pure, and is founded only on what is elevated and noble. An unworthy thought can no more be conceived by it than a nettle can spring up out of a glacier. Inaccessible to passions and to ordinary feelings, rising above the clouds and shadows of this world, above follies, falsehoods, hatreds, vanities, miseries, the serene and lofty soul inhabits the blue heavens and feels nothing but the deep underlying perturbations of destiny, as the mountain peak feels the earthquake. If there were not someone who loved, the sun would be extinguished. V. Cosette after the letter. Reading this, Cosette gradually fell into a daydream. Just as she looked up from the last line of the booklet, the handsome officer, it was his usual time, went past the gate, triumphantly. Cosette found him repulsive. She returned to studying the booklet. It was lovely handwriting, thought Cosette. All penned by the same hand, but with different inks, sometimes very black, sometimes pale as when water has been added to the inkwell, and therefore on different days. So this was a mind that had unburdened itself, sigh by sigh, irregularly, unmethodically, indiscriminately, erratically, at random. Cosette had never read anything like it. This manuscript, in which she saw much more clarity than obscurity, gave her the impression of a sanctuary whose door stood ajar. Each one of these mysterious lines glowed before her eyes and bathed her heart in a strange light. The education she had received had always talked to her about the soul and never about love, rather as one might talk about the firebrand and not the flame. This 15-page manuscript suddenly and sweetly revealed to her all about love, sorrow, destiny, life, eternity, the beginning, the end. It was as if a hand had opened and suddenly thrown her a clutch of luminous rays. She sensed in these few lines a passionate, ardent, generous, honest nature, an inspired will, a boundless sorrow and a boundless hope, a heavy heart and a rapturous ecstasy. What was this manuscript? A letter. A letter without an address, without a name, without a date, without a signature, urgent and self-abnegating, an enigma composed of truths, a message of love to be delivered by an angel and read by a virgin, an out-of-this-world assignation, the love letter of a phantom to a shadow. It came from one, calm and despondent in his absence, who seemed ready to take refuge in death, sending to another, in her absence, the secret of fate, the key of life, love. This had been written with a foot in the grave and a finger in heaven. These lines, spilled onto the page one by one, were what might be called droplets from a soul. Now, who could these pages come from? Who could have penned them? Cosette did not hesitate for a second. One man only. It was he. There was a return of daylight to her soul. Everything was clear again. She felt an extraordinary joy and a deep anguish. He was the one. He it was who had written to her. He was there. It was his arm that had slipped through the railing. While she had forgotten him, he had found her again. But had she forgotten him? No, never. She was crazy to have thought so for a single moment. She had always loved him, always adored him. The fire had been banked down and had smoldered for a while, but, she saw it plainly now, it had only gone deeper, and now it was bursting into flame again and taking hold of her entirely. This booklet was like a spark that had fallen from that other soul into her own, and she felt the blaze rekindled. She absorbed every one of those handwritten words. "Oh yes," she said. "How well I recognize it all. It's everything I'd read in his eyes." As she came to the end of it for the third time, Lieutenant Théodule passed in front of the gate once more and his spurs rattled on the pavement. Cosette could not but look up. She found him dull, inane, stupid, feckless, conceited, disagreeable, impertinent, and very ugly. The officer thought he should smile at her. She turned away, ashamed and indignant. She would gladly have thrown something at him. She fled, went back inside the house, and shut herself in her room to reread the manuscript, to learn it by heart, and to daydream. When she had read it thoroughly, she kissed it and tucked it into her bodice. Her fate was sealed. Cosette had fallen into deep, seraphic love again. Eden's abyss had just reopened. All day long Cosette was in a kind of daze. She could scarcely think, her ideas were all tangled inside her brain, she was incapable of conjecturing, she hoped, tremulously, what? Vague things. She dared make no promises to herself, and wanted to deny herself nothing. Her face would turn pale and shivers would run through her body. At times it seemed as if she were in a dream. She said to herself, is this real? Then she felt for the cherished paper beneath her gown, she pressed it to her heart, she felt the edges of it on her flesh. And had Jean Valjean seen her at that moment he would have quaked before that luminous and unfamiliar joy brimming in her eyes. Oh yes, she thought. This is surely his. It comes from him. For me. And she told herself that some intervention by the angels, some celestial blessing, had given him back to her. Oh transfiguration of love! Oh dreams! This celestial blessing, this intervention by the angels, was that ball of bread tossed by one thief to another over the roofs of La Force prison, from the Cour Charlemagne into the lion's den. 6. Old folk are designed to be out at the right time. When evening came Jean Valjean went out. Cosette dressed. She arranged her hair the way it most suited her and put on a gown with a bodice that had been given one snip of the scissors too many, and this more revealing, lower-cut neckline was, as young girls say, a little indecent. It was not in the least indecent, but it was more attractive than it would have been otherwise. She took all this trouble over her appearance without knowing why. Did she mean to go out? No. Was she expecting a visitor? No. At dusk, she went out into the garden. Toussaint was busy in her kitchen, which looked out onto the backyard. She set off walking beneath the boughs, brushing them aside from time to time because some hung very low. And so she came to the bench. The stone was still there. She sat down and laid her soft white hand on this stone as though wanting to caress it and thank it. Suddenly she had that indefinable feeling you get, even without seeing, when someone is standing behind you. She looked round and jumped up. There he was. He was bareheaded. He looked pale and wasted. His black coat was barely discernible. Dusk cast a wan light on his fine brow and hid his eyes in shadow. Beneath a veil of incomparable tenderness, he had something of death and darkness about him. His face was illuminated by the light of the dying day and by the mind of a departing soul. This seemed not yet to be the ghost, but already no longer the man. His hat had been thrown into the bushes, a few feet away. On the verge of fainting, Cosette did not cry out. She stepped back slowly, for she felt drawn forward. He did not stir. By virtue of some enveloping sense of sadness beyond words, she was aware of the expression in his eyes that she could not see. Cosette, retreating, backed into a tree, and leaned against it. Had it not been for that tree, she would have fallen. Then she heard his voice, the voice she had never really heard before, which rose above the rustling of the leaves and murmured, "Forgive me for being here. My heart is bursting, I couldn't go on living the way I was, I had to come. Have you read what I left here on this bench? Do you recognize me at all? Don't be afraid of me. It's already a while ago now, you remember the day you looked at me in the Luxembourg Gardens by the Gladiator? And the day when you walked past me? The 16th of June and the 2nd of July, it was. It will soon be a year ago now. I haven't seen you for such a long time. I asked the woman who hires out chairs, and she told me she didn't see you anymore. You lived in Rue d'El West, on the 3rd floor at the front of a new building. You see what I know? I followed you. What else could I do? And then you disappeared. I thought I saw you go by once when I was reading the newspapers under the Odeon arcades. I ran after you. But no. It was someone who had a hat like yours. I come here at night. Don't be afraid, no one sees me. I come to gaze at your windows from close by. I tread very softly so you won't hear me, for you might be frightened. The other evening I was behind you, you turned round, I fled. Once I heard you singing. I was happy. Do you mind if I hear you singing through the shutters? No, you don't mind, do you? You see, you're my angel. Let me come here occasionally. I think I'm going to die. If you only knew. I adore you. Forgive me, I'm talking to you, I don't know what I'm saying, perhaps I'm annoying you. Am I annoying you? Oh dear mother, she said. And she sank down, as if she were dying. He caught her, she fell, he took her in his arms, he pressed her close, unconscious of what he was doing. Himself reeling, he supported her. It was as though his head was thick with smoke. Light flickered through his eyelashes. His thoughts melted away. He felt he was performing some religious rite and that he was committing an act of desecration. Yet he had not the least desire for this lovely woman whose form he felt against his chest. He was overwhelmed with love. She took his hand and laid it on her heart. He felt the paper that was kept there. You love me, then, he stammered. She replied in a voice so low it was no more than a barely audible whisper, Hush, my beloved. You know I do. And she hid her crimson face upon the chest of the proud and elated young man. He dropped onto the bench, she beside him. They were now wordless. The stars were beginning to twinkle. How was it their lips met? How is it that the bird sings, that snow melts, that the rose unfolds its petals, that May comes into bloom, that dawn brightens behind the dark trees on the quivering crest of the hills? One kiss was all. Both trembled, and gazed at each other in the shadows, their eyes sparkling. They did not feel the night chill, or the cold stone, or the damp earth, or the wet grass. They gazed at each other, and their hearts were full of thoughts. They had taken hold of each other's hands without knowing it. She did not ask him, she did not even wonder, where and how he had found a way into the garden. It seemed so natural that he should be there. From time to time Marius's knee touched Cosette's, and they both felt a frisson. Now and then Cosette stammered out a word. Her soul trembled on her lips like a drop of dew on a flower. Little by little they began to talk. An outpouring followed the fullness of their silence. Overhead, the night was serene and splendid. These two beings, pure as spirits, told each other everything, their dreams, their raptures, their ecstasies, their fantasies, their yearnings, how they had adored each other from afar, how they had longed for each other, their despair when they had stopped seeing each other. In perfect intimacy, which already nothing could add to, they confided to each other the greatest secrets and mysteries about themselves. With ingenuous trust in their illusions, they shared with each other everything that love, youth, and the last vestiges of childhood within them put into their heads. These two hearts poured themselves into each other, so that after an hour it was the young man who possessed the young girl's soul and the young girl who possessed the young man's. They were imbued with each other, enraptured, dazzled by each other. When they had finished, when they had told each other everything, she laid her head on his shoulder and asked him, "What's your name?" "My name is Marius," he said. "And yours?" "My name is Cosette." Book 6 Young Gavroche. I. The Wind's Mischief. Since 1823, when the tavern at Montfermeil was going under and gradually foundering,
not in the abysmal depths of bankruptcy but in a squalid puddle of petty debts. The Thénardier couple had had 2 more children, both male. That made 5, 2 girls and 3 boys. That was a lot. While they were still young and very small, by a peculiar stroke of luck the Thénardier woman disencumbered herself of the last 2. Disencumbered is the right word. There was only a fraction of natural feeling in that woman. A phenomenon of which there is more than one example, as a matter of fact. Like the Mercale de la Madhoudencourt, the Thénardier woman was a mother only to her daughters. Her maternal instincts ended there. Her hatred of the human race began with her sons. Towards her boys she was downright cruel, and her heart was a bleak stone wall to them. As we have seen, she detested the eldest. She could not bear the sight of the other 2. Why? Because. The most terrible of motives, the most indisputable of responses. Because. I don't need a gaggle of children, said this mother. Let us explain how the Thénardiers had managed to unburden themselves of their youngest children, and even to make a profit out of them. That Magnan woman, mentioned a few pages earlier, was the very same who had got old Gillenormand to support the 2 children she had. She lived on Quai de Célestins, at the corner of that ancient Rue du Petit Muscoville repute, which has done its best to put itself in good odor. Remember the great croup epidemic that ravaged the Seine's riverside districts in Paris 35 years ago, and which science took advantage of to test on a large scale the efficacy of alum inhalations, replaced today so effectively by the external use of tincture of iodine. During this epidemic, when they were still at a very young age, the Magnan woman lost both her boys on the same day, one in the morning, the other in the evening. This was a blow. These children were precious to their mother. They represented 80 francs a month. Those 80 francs were paid very punctually in the name of Monsieur Gillenormand by the collector of his rents, Monsieur Barge, a retired bailiff in Rue du Roi de Sicile. Once the children were dead, that was the end of the income. La Magnan sought a way round this. In that shady Freemasonry of villainy to which she belonged, everything is common knowledge, no one betrays a secret, and everybody helps each other out. La Magnan needed 2 children. The Thénardiers had 2 children. The same sex, the same age. A good arrangement for her, a good investment for them. The little Thénardiers became the little Magnans. The Magnan woman left Quai de Célestins and went to live in Rue Clocheperce. In Paris, the identity that ties an individual to his own self is ruptured from one street to the next. Not having been advised of anything, the registry office raised no objection and the substitution took place without the least bother. Only, for this loan of his children Thénardier demanded 10 francs a month, which the Magnan woman promised him, and even paid. It goes without saying that Monsieur Gillenormand continued to fulfill his obligations. He came to see the children every 6 months. He did not notice the change. Monsieur, La Magnan said to him, they look so much like you. Thénardier, who freely adopted aliases, took this opportunity to become Jondrette. His 2 daughters and Gavroche had hardly had time to register that they had 2 little brothers. At a certain level of wretchedness a kind of spectral indifference takes over, and you see human beings as ghostly presences. Those closest to you are often no more than vague shadowy forms, barely distinct from life's nebulous background and easily reabsorbed by the invisible. On the day she handed over her 2 little ones to the Magnan woman, with the very explicit intention of renouncing them forever, that evening the Thénardier woman felt, or appeared to feel, a scruple. She said to her husband, "But it's abandoning your own children, this is." Magisterial and phlegmatic, Thénardier cauterized her scruple with this comment. Jean-Jacques Rousseau went further. The mother's scruple gave way to anxiety. But what if the police were to come and bother us? Tell me, Monsieur Thénardier, now, what we've done, is that allowed? Thénardier replied, everything's allowed.
Nobody'll see anything wrong in it.
In any case, with children who haven't got a sew, it's in nobody's interest to investigate. La Magnan was a kind of belle of the criminal world. She took pains over her appearance. She shared her lodgings, furnished in a wretchedly genteel manner, with a Frenchified Englishwoman who was a clever thief. Having some very wealthy connections on her side, this Englishwoman, the naturalized Parisienne, was closely linked with the coins from the library and with Mademoiselle Mars's diamonds, and later achieved notoriety in the criminal record books. She was called Mamselle Miss. The two little boys the Magnan woman had come by had no reason to complain. With the 80 francs to recommend them, they were looked after, like everything that is exploited. Neither badly clothed nor badly fed, treated almost like little gentlemen, they were better off with their bogus mother than with their real one. La Magnan acted the fine lady and spoke properly in front of them. Several years went by in this way, giving Thénardier high hopes for the future. There came a day when he said to the Magnan woman as she handed over his monthly 10 francs, "Their father will have to provide for their education." Suddenly these two poor children, who had been fairly protected until then, even in their misfortune, were catapulted into life and forced to fend for themselves. A mass arrest of criminals like the one at the Jondrette den, inevitably compounded by investigations and subsequent imprisonments, is a veritable disaster for that ugly, hidden counter-society that underlies the society that is in the public eye. An incident of this kind brings all sorts of catastrophes to that shady world. The Thénardier's downfall led to the Magnan woman's downfall. One day, shortly after La Magnan had handed Éponine the note about Rue Plumet, the police made a sudden raid on Rue Clocheperce. La Magnan was seized, as well as Mamselle Miss, and a clean sweep made of the whole suspect household. While this was going on, the two little boys were playing in the backyard and saw nothing of the round-up. When they tried to get back into the house, they found the door locked and the house empty. A cobbler in a workshop opposite called them over and gave them a note that their mother had left for them. On the piece of paper there was an address: Monsieur Barge, rent collector, 8 Rue du Roi de Sicile. "You don't live here anymore," the man in the workshop told them. "Go there. It's very nearby. The first street on the left. Use this note to ask the way." The two children set off, the older one leading the younger, and holding in his hand the note that was to guide them. He was cold and, being numb, his little fingers had not much grip and were not holding the note very tightly. At the corner of Rue Clocheperce a gust of wind tore it from him, and as darkness was falling the child was unable to find it again. They began to wander aimlessly through the streets. 2. In which little Gavroche takes advantage of the great Napoleon. Spring in Paris is quite often windswept, with harsh, bitter northerlies that leave you not exactly frozen, but chilled. These north winds that mar the most beautiful days have the very same effect as those drafts of cold air that get into a warm room through chinks in a window or a door that is not properly closed. It is as though winter's cheerless door has been left ajar and the wind is blowing through it. In the spring of 1832, which was when the first great epidemic of this century broke out in Europe, the northerlies were more raw and biting than ever. It was a door even icier than winter's that stood ajar. It was the door of the tomb. In these northerlies you felt the blast of cholera. From a meteorological viewpoint, these cold winds had the peculiarity of not precluding considerable electric tension. There were at this time frequent storms erupting, accompanied by thunder and lightning. One evening when these northerlies were blowing a gale, so that January seemed to have returned and respectable citizens had put on their winter coats again, young Gavroche, still cheerfully shivering in his rags, was standing as though entranced in front of a wigmaker's shop near Ormestais. Gervais. He was arrayed in a woman's woolen shawl, picked up who knows where, of which he had made a muffler for himself. Little Gavroche seemed lost in deep admiration of a revolving wax bride, in a low-necked dress with orange blossoms in her hair, displayed between two lamps in the window and bestowing her smile on passers-by. But he was actually observing the shop to see whether he might not be able to lift a cake of soap from the window, which he would then go and sell for a sou to a hairdresser in the city outskirts. He had often managed to breakfast off one such cake. He called this type of work, for which he had a special aptitude, shaving barbers. While contemplating the bride and eyeing the cake of soap, he was muttering to himself, Tuesday. It wasn't Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? Perhaps it was Tuesday. Yes, it was Tuesday. What this monologue was about, it was never known. If by chance it referred to the last time he had eaten, that was 3 days earlier, for it was now Friday. In his shop, warmed by a good stove, the barber was shaving a customer and casting a sideways glance from time to time at this foe, this chilled and cheeky gamin who had both hands in his pockets but whose mind was evidently bared. While Gavroche was considering the bride, the shop window and the Windsor soaps, two children of different heights, quite neatly dressed and even younger than he was, one who looked about 7 years of age, the other 5, timidly turned the handle and entered the shop, asking for something or other, charity perhaps, in a plaintive murmur that sounded more like a wail than an entreaty. They both spoke at once, and their words were unintelligible because sobs choked the younger one's voice and the older one's teeth chattered with the cold. The barber turned round with fury in his face, and without letting go of his razor, expelling the older one with his left hand and the younger one with his knee, he pushed them both out into the street and shut the door on them, saying, letting in the cold for no good reason. The two children set off again, in tears. In the meantime clouds had gathered. It began to rain. Young Gavroche ran after them and said, "What's the matter with you brats?" "We've nowhere to sleep," replied the older one. "Is that all?" said Gavroche. "As if that was a problem. Is that anything to cry about? What ninnies!" And tempering his rather facetious superiority by adopting a tone of kindly authority and gentle protectiveness, he said, "Come along with me, bratlings." "Yes, monsieur," said the older one. And the two children followed him as they would have followed an archbishop. They had stopped crying. Gavroche led them up Rue Saint-Antoine in the direction of the Bastille. As he went, Gavroche cast an indignant backward glance at the barber's shop. "That cold fish has no heart," he muttered. "He's an Englisher." A streetwalker, seeing the three of them trailing one behind the other, Gavroche leading the way, gave vent to boisterous laughter. This laughter was disrespectful of the group. "And good day to you, Mamselle Omnibus," Gavroche said to her. A moment later the wigmaker came back to mind, and he added, "I've got the wrong animal, he's not a fish, he's a snake. Barber, I'll go and fetch a locksmith and have him put a rattle on your wigtail." This wigmaker had made him aggressive. Striding over a gutter, he called out to a bearded lady doorkeeper with her broom in her hand, whom Faust might well have encountered on the Brocken. "Madam," he said, "so you're taking your horse for a ride?" And with that, he spattered the polished boots of a passerby. "You pest!" shouted the furious passerby. Gavroche poked his nose over his shawl. "Monsieur has a complaint?" "About you," said the man. "The office is closed," said Gavroche. "I'm not taking any more complaints." However, continuing up the street, he noticed, blue with cold under an archway, a beggar girl of 13 or 14, so scantily clad that her bare knees showed. The young girl was getting to be too grown up for that. Growing up catches you out that way, just when nakedness becomes indecent your skirt becomes short. "Poor girl," said Gavroche. "Without even a pair of breeches. Here, take this at least." And unwinding all that goodwill he had round his neck, he threw it over the beggar girl's thin, purple shoulders, where the muffler became a shawl again. The young girl stared at him in astonishment and received the shawl in silence. At a certain level of hardship, the pauper no longer laments the ill that befalls him, no longer gives thanks for the good. That done, brrr, said Gavroche, shivering more than Saint Martin, who at least kept half his cloak for himself. At this brrr, the downpour, turning nastier, intensified. Those wicked skies punish good deeds.
Now then, exclaimed Gavroche. What's the meaning of this? It's raining again.
Lord, if it goes on like this, I'm canceling my subscription.
And he set off again.
Never mind, he said, casting a glance at the beggar girl, who was huddling under the shawl, at least one of us is well covered. And looking up at the clouds he exclaimed, so there. The two children followed close on his heels. As they were passing one of those heavy lattice grills that indicate a baker's shop, for bread, like gold, is put behind iron bars, Gavroche turned round. By the way, young UNS, have we eaten?
Monsieur, replied the older one, we've had nothing to eat since earlier this morning. So you've neither father nor mother? Gavroche went on grandly.
Begging your pardon, monsieur, we have papa and mama, but we don't know where they are.
Sometimes that's just as well, said Gavroche, who was a thinker.
We've been wandering about for the past 2 hours, the older one went on. We looked for things at the bottom of boundary posts, but we didn't find anything.
I know, said Gavroche, it's the dogs that eat everything. He went on after a pause, so we've lost our parents. We don't know what we've done with them. That won't do, lads.
It's silly, mislaying old folk like that.
Ah well.
We still need to line our bellies. He asked no more questions.
What was more natural than to be homeless?
The elder of the two youngsters, almost completely restored to the ready blitheness of childhood, exclaimed, all the same, it's odd.
Mama told us she'd take us to church on Palm Sunday to get a blessed sprig of box. Would you believe it? Said Gavroche. Mama, the older one went on, is a lady who lives with Mamselle Mississippi. What's her name? Said Gavroche.
Meanwhile, he had come to a halt and for the last few minutes had been patting and searching all kinds of little pockets that he had in his ragged clothing. At last he looked up with an expression striving to be merely satisfied, but that was actually triumphant.
Keep calm, little nippers. This will get the three of us something to eat. And from one of his pockets he pulled out a sou.
Without giving the two youngsters time to stand gaping, he pushed both of them in front of him into the baker's shop, and put his sou on the counter, crying, 5 centimes worth of bread, my man. The baker, it was the master baker himself, picked up a loaf and a knife. In 3 pieces, my man, said Gavroche. And he added with dignity, there are 3 of us. And seeing that after assessing his 3 customers the baker had picked up a loaf of black bread, he stuck his finger right up his nose with an inhalation as imperious as if he had a pinch of Frederick the Great snuff on the end of his thumb, and challenged the baker outright with an indignant, was it? Those of our readers who might be tempted to identify in this challenge that Gavroche delivered to the baker a Russian or a Polish worded asterisk or one of those savage cries the Iowa Indians and the Batacudos hurl at each other from one riverbank to another across the empty wastes, are advised that it is a word that they, our readers, use every day, and which takes the place of the phrase what is that? The baker understood perfectly and replied, why, it's bread, very good second-grade bread.
You mean Larton brutal?
Gavroche remonstrated, calmly and coldly disdainful. Some white bread, my man.
Some Larton Savon. It's my treat.
The baker could not help smiling, and as he cut the white bread he viewed them in a sympathetic way that shocked Gavroche.
Hey, baker's boy, he said. Don't think you've got the measure of us.
All 3 of them placed end to end would have hardly added up to 6 feet. When the bread was cut the baker put the sou in the till, and Gavroche said to the 2 children, now polish that off. The little boys stared at him in bewilderment.
Gavroche began to laugh. Of course. They wouldn't understand, they're too young. And he said, eat. At the same time he held out to each of them a piece of bread. And thinking that the older one, who seemed worthier of conversing with him, deserved some special encouragement and must be relieved of any hesitation in satisfying his appetite, he added, as he handed him the largest piece, stick that down your muzzle. There was one piece smaller than the others. He took this for himself. The poor children were famished, Gavroche included. Tearing at their bread hungrily, they were crowding the baker's shop, and now that they had paid their money he looked at them crossly. Back out onto the street, said Gavroche. They set off once more in the direction of the Bastille. Now and then, when they passed in front of lighted shop windows, the youngest one stopped to look at the time on a toy watch hanging from a string around his neck. Now there's a real dolt, and no mistake, said Gavroche. Then he muttered to himself pensively, all the same, if I had kids I'd look after them better. As they were finishing their pieces of bread and coming up to the corner of that dismal Rue de Balais, at the end of which you can see the low, hostile gate of La Force prison, someone said, Hey, Gavroche, isn't it? Hey, Montparnasse, isn't it? Said Gavroche. It was a man who had just spoken to the gamin, and that man was none other than Montparnasse, disguised in blue specs but recognizable to Gavroche. Lord, said Gavroche. You've got a coat the color of a linseed poultice and blue spectacles like a doctor. That's style for you. I'll say. Shoo, went Montparnasse. Not so loud. And he jerked Gavroche aside, out of the light from the shops. The two little ones followed on automatically, holding hands. When they were under the arch of a carriage entrance, hidden from view and sheltered from the rain, you know where I'm going, said Montparnasse. To Mount Weeping Abbey *, replied Gavroche. Very funny. And Montparnasse went on, I'm going to find Babet. Ah, exclaimed Gavroche. So she's called Babet. Montparnasse lowered his voice, not she, he. Ah. Babet. Yes, Babet. I thought he was in clink. He got out, replied Montparnasse. And quickly he told the gamin that, having been transferred to the conciergerie, Babet had made his escape that very morning by taking a left turn instead of a right in the corridor to the interrogation room. Gavroche admired this skillfulness. What a dentist, he cried. Montparnasse added a few details about Babet's escape, concluding, and that's not all. While listening, Gavroche had grasped a cane that Montparnasse was holding in his hand. Without thinking, he pulled on the upper part and the blade of a dagger appeared. Oh, he exclaimed, hastily pushing the dagger back inside. You've brought along your plainclothes officer. Montparnasse winked. Gosh, said Gavroche. So you're going to have a run-in with the bashers? You never know, Montparnasse replied, as if he did not care. It's always good to have a blade on you. Gavroche pressed him, so what are you doing tonight? Montparnasse came over all serious again and mumbled, things. And abruptly changing the conversation, by the way. What? Something happened the other day. Imagine. I run into this gent. He gives me a sermon as well as his purse. I put it in my pocket. A minute later I feel in my pocket. Nothing there. Except the sermon, said Gavroche. What about you, said Montparnasse, where are you off to now? Gavroche pointed to his two dependents and said, I'm going to put these children to bed. To bed where? At my place. Where's that? At my place. So you have lodgings? Yes, I have. And where are your lodgings? Inside the elephant, said Gavroche. Though not one to be easily surprised, Montparnasse could not hold back an exclamation. "Inside the elephant."
"That's right, inside the elephant," retorted Gavroche.
"What about it?" This is another word in the language that no one writes and everyone speaks. What about it means, what about it? The gamin's profound remark calmed Montparnasse and brought him back to his senses.
He seemed to think better of Gavroche's lodgings.
"Of course," he said. "Yes, the elephant. Comfortable, is it?"
"Very," said Gavroche.
"I tell you, real cozy.
There are no drafts like under the bridges."
"How do you get in?" "I get in." "So there's a hole?" asked Montparnasse. "Sure there is. But you mustn't tell anyone. It's between the front legs. The coqueurs asterisk haven't seen it." "And you climb in?" "Yes, I see. There's a knack to it, up's a daisy and you're there."
After a pause Gavroche added, "I'll get a ladder for these young uns."
Montparnasse burst out laughing.
"Where the devil did you pick up those kids?"
Gavroche replied simply, "They're nippers that a hairdresser gave me as a present."
Meanwhile, Montparnasse had become pensive.
"You recognized me very easily," he murmured.
He took out of his pocket two small objects that were actually just two quill tips wrapped in cotton, and stuck one up each nostril.
This gave him a different nose. "That changes the look of you," said Gavroche. "Makes you less ugly. You should keep them like that all the time." Montparnasse was a good-looking lad, but Gavroche was a joker. "Seriously," said Montparnasse, "how do I look?"
The sound of his voice was also different. In a twinkling Montparnasse had become unrecognizable.
"Oh! Do Polichinelle for us," cried Gavroche.
The two children, who had so far not been listening, busy as they were with sticking their fingers up their noses, came over on hearing this name and stared at Montparnasse with stirrings of joy and admiration.
Unfortunately, Montparnasse was worried.
He laid his hand on Gavroche's shoulder and said to him, emphasizing his words, "Listen to me, lad, I've something to tell you. If I was standing in the square with my dog, my dag and my diga, and I was to be offered 50 centimes, I wouldn't turn a blind eye to it, no indeed I wouldn't, sorely tempted would I be, but a diabolical quandary I'd find myself in."
This peculiar statement produced a remarkable effect on the gamin.
He turned sharply, his little beady eyes looking round with keen attention, and noticed a police officer standing with his back to them a few paces away.
Gavroche let out an "ah."
"I see," that he immediately repressed, and shaking Montparnasse's hand, he said, "Well, good night. I'm off to my elephant with my young uns, supposing you were to need me some night, that's where you'd come and find me.
I'm just above the ground floor. There's no porter. Ask for Monsieur Gavroche." "All right," said Montparnasse.
And they parted, Montparnasse heading off in the direction of La Grève, and Gavroche towards the Bastille.
The little 5-year-old, dragged along by his brother, who was being dragged along by Gavroche, looked back several times to watch Polichinelle walking away.
The obscure statement by which Montparnasse had warned Gavroche of the presence of the policeman contained no other talisman than assonance, dy repeated 5 or 6 times in different forms. This syllable, dy, uttered not in isolation but artfully blended into the words of a sentence, means take care, we can't talk freely anymore. There was, besides, in Montparnasse's sentence, a literary beauty that was lost on Gavroche, that my dog, my dag and my diga, an expression in the argot of the Temple district meaning my dog, my knife and my wife, greatly in vogue among clowns and buffoons during that golden age when Molière was writing and Callot was doing his drawings. 20 years ago, in the southwest corner of Place de la Bastille, near the canal basin dug out of the ancient moat of the fortress prison, you could still see a bizarre monument that has already faded from the memories of Parisians and which deserved to leave some lasting impression, for it was the brainchild of a member of the Institute, the General-in-Chief of the Army of Egypt. We say monument, although it was only a preparatory model. But this model itself, an extraordinary specimen, the grandiose carcass of one of Napoleon's ideas, which 2 or 3 successive gusts of wind have carried away and removed further from us each time, had become historic and acquired some sort of permanence that contrasted with its provisional appearance. It was an elephant 40 feet high, built of timber and masonry, carrying on its back a tower that looked like a house, once painted green by some handyman and now painted black by the heavens, the rain and the passage of time. In this unfrequented and exposed corner of the square, the broad brow of this colossus, its trunk, its tusks, its tower, its enormous rump, its 4 pillar-like legs, at night formed an astonishing and awesome silhouette against the starry sky. There was no knowing what it meant. It was in the manner of a symbol of popular strength. It was dark, enigmatic, huge. It was some sort of visible mighty phantom standing next to the invisible spectre of the Bastille. Few strangers visited this edifice, no passerby gave it a glance. It was falling to pieces. With every season, bits of plaster came away, forming hideous wounds in its sides. The city fathers, as the locals elegantly refer to the municipal authorities, had forgotten it since 1814. There it stood in its corner, looking glum, sickly, in a bad way, surrounded by a rotting fence, constantly pissed on by drunken coachmen. Its belly was full of cracks, a wooden batten stuck out of its tail, weeds grew high around its legs. And as the level of the square had been rising all around it for 30 years, by that slow and continuous process that imperceptibly raises the floor of big cities, it stood in a hollow, and the earth underneath appeared to be giving way. It was foul, despised, repellent and superb, an ugly sight to respectable people, a doleful sight to the reflective mind. There was something about it suggestive of rubbish that is about to be swept away, and of majesty that is about to be beheaded. As we have said, at night its appearance changed. Night is the true element of everything that is shadow. As soon as dusk fell, the old elephant was transfigured. It cut a tranquil and formidable figure in the dreadful serenity of the dark. Being of the past, it belonged to the night. This obscurity went with its grandeur. This crude, squat, heavy, forbidding, austere, almost misshapen but certainly majestic monument, stamped with a kind of magnificent and untamed gravity, has disappeared, and the gigantic stove of sorts, adorned with its pipe, that has replaced the somber fortress with its 9 towers, more or less as the bourgeoisie replaces the feudal classes, is left to reign in peace. It is quite natural that a stove should be the symbol of an era in which power resides in a cooking pot. This era will pass, it is already passing. People are beginning to understand that while there might be power in a boiler, there can be no authority except in a brain. In other words, what lead and drive the world are not locomotives, but ideas. Harness locomotives to ideas, fair enough, but do not mistake the horse for the rider. Be that as it may, to return to Place de la Bastille, the architect of this elephant had succeeded in creating something significant out of plaster. The architect of the stovepipe has succeeded in creating something insignificant out of bronze. This stovepipe, which has been given a portentous name, it is called the July Column. This misconceived monument of an abortive revolution was still encased in 1832 in a great sheath of scaffolding. We ourselves were sorry to see it go, and fenced off behind a vast wooden enclosure that made the isolation of the elephant complete. It was towards that corner of the square, with only the reflection of a distant street lamp to cast a dim light on it, that the gamin guided his 2 young UNS. May we slip a word in at this point, and remind you that we are talking about reality here? 20 years ago a child that had been caught asleep inside the elephant of the Bastille was brought before the magistrate's court on charges of vagabondage and damage to a public monument. Bearing that in mind, let us continue. As they neared the Colossus, appreciating the effect that the infinitely great can produce on the infinitely small, Gavroche said, "Don't be frightened, kids." Then he slipped through a gap in the fence into the elephant enclosure and helped the youngsters to clamber through the hole. A little scared, the two children followed Gavroche without a word and entrusted themselves to Providence in the shape of this ragged little fellow who had given them bread and promised them shelter. Lying by the fence was a ladder that was used during the day by the workmen in the neighboring timber yard. Gavroche lifted it with remarkable strength, and propped it against one of the elephant's forelegs. Near where the ladder ended, a kind of black hole in the belly of the Colossus was discernible. Gavroche showed his guests the ladder and the hole, and said to them, "Climb up and go inside." The two little boys exchanged terrified glances. "You kids are scared," exclaimed Gavroche. And he added, "You'll see." He grasped the rough-surfaced leg of the elephant and in a twinkling, without bothering to use the ladder, he had reached the opening. He crept in like an adder slipping into a crevice, and disappeared. Then a moment later the two children saw his pale face appear as a bleary whitishness at the edge of the shadow-filled hole. "Well, climb up then, you nippers," he exclaimed. "You'll see how cozy it is." "Up you come," he said to the older one. "I'll reach down for you." The little ones nudged shoulders. The gamin frightened and at the same time reassured them, and besides, it was raining heavily. The older one decided to risk it. Watching his brother climb up, leaving him on his own between the legs of this great beast, the younger one very much wanted to cry, but dared not. Unsteadily, the older boy mounted the rungs of the ladder. Gavroche coaxed him up with the blandishments of a fencing master to his pupils or of a mule driver to his mules. "Don't be scared. That's it. Keep going. Put your foot there. Your hand here. Go on." And when the child was within reach, he grabbed him briskly and vigorously by the arm, and pulled the youngster towards him. "Got you," he cried. The child was through the hole. "Now," said Gavroche, "you just wait for me." "Monsieur, be so good as to sit yourself down." And going out the way he had come in, he slipped down the elephant's leg with the agility of a marmoset, landed on his feet in the grass, grabbed the 5-year-old round the waist and planted him right in the middle of the ladder, then began to climb up after him, shouting up to the older one, "I'm going to push, you're going to pull." And in no time the little lad was up the ladder, pushed, dragged, pulled, bundled and stuffed into the hole before he knew what had happened to him, and Gavroche, coming in behind him, kicked away the ladder, which fell onto the grass, and began to clap his hands, crying, "We're in! Long live General Lafayette!" Once this outburst was over, he added, "This is my home, kids." And this was indeed Gavroche's home. Oh, unforeseen usefulness of the useless! The benevolence of big things! The kindliness of giants! This huge monument that contained an idea of the emperor's had become a refuge to a street urchin. The lad had been taken in and sheltered by the Colossus. Respectable citizens who walked past the elephant of the Bastille in their Sunday best were fond of saying as they viewed it contemptuously with their bulging eyes, "What purpose does that serve?" The purpose of saving from the cold, frost, hail and rain, of sheltering from the winter wind, of sparing from having to sleep in the mud, which causes fever, and having to sleep in the snow, which causes death, a young creature with no mother, no father, no food, no winter clothes, no roof over his head. The purpose of providing a safe haven to the innocent spurned by society. The purpose of lessening the failings of society. It was a retreat open to one against whom all doors were shut. It was as if the poor old mastodon, swarming with vermin and falling into oblivion, covered with warts, mold and ulcers, ramshackle, worm-eaten, abandoned, condemned, as if this colossal beggar of sorts, in the middle of the crossroads, vainly beseeching a kindly glance, had taken pity on that other beggar, the poor little pygmy who went about with no shoes on his feet, no roof over his head, blowing on his fingers, dressed in rags, living on scraps. That was the purpose the elephant of the Bastille served. That idea of Napoleon's, scorned by men, had been taken up by God. What would have been merely illustrious had become sublime. In order to realize what he had in mind, the emperor would have needed porphyry, brass, iron, gold, marble. For God, the tumble-down assemblage of wooden planks, girders and plaster sufficed. The emperor had had a dream of inspired genius. In that fabulous titanic elephant, armed, raising its trunk, carrying its tower, and with life-giving water joyously gushing all around it, he wanted to embody the people. God had done something greater, he had housed a child in it. The hole through which Gavroche had entered was a crack barely visible from the outside, concealed as it was, as we have said, in the elephant's belly, and so narrow that it was only cats and children and not much more that could slip through it. "Let's begin," said Gavroche, "by telling the porter we're not at home." And plunging into the darkness with the confidence of someone with an intimate knowledge of his living quarters, he took a plank and covered the hole with it. Gavroche dived back into the darkness. The children heard the spurt of the match inserted into the phosphoric box. The chemical match did not yet exist. At that time the fume-made lighter represented progress. A sudden brightness made them blink. Gavroche had just managed to light one of those bits of cord dipped in resin, called cellar rats. The cellar rat, which smoked more than illuminated, made the inside of the elephant dimly visible. Gavroche's two guests looked around them, and felt something rather similar to what anyone shut up inside the great Heidelberg tun would feel, or better still what Jonah must have felt in the biblical belly of the whale. A whole gigantic skeleton appeared, in which they were enveloped. Above, a long brown beam set at regular intervals with massive curved ribs represented the vertebral column with its ribcage, stalactites of plaster hung from them like viscera, and vast spiders' webs stretching from one side to the other looked like dusty diaphragms. You could see here and there in the corners big blobs of blackishness that seemed to be alive, scuttling about, abrupt and startled in their movements. Debris that had fallen from the elephant's back into its belly had filled up the cavity so that it was possible to walk about as if there were a floor inside. The younger child huddled up close to his brother and whispered, "It's dark." This remark prompted an exclamation from Gavroche. The petrified look of the two kids called for a shake-up. "What are you grousing about?" he cried. "Are we joking? Are we being fussy? You're not expecting the Tilleries? Where are your manners? I warn you, I'm not the type that's going to put up with any nonsense. Now, tell me, just who do you think you are?" A little chivying is a good way of dealing with fear. It is reassuring. The two children moved closer to Gavroche. Touched in a fatherly way by this trustfulness, Gavroche switched from grave to light asterisk, and addressed the youngest. "Nitwit," he said, delivering the insult in an affectionate tone of voice, "it's outside that it's dark. Outside it's raining, in here it isn't. Outside it's cold, in here there's not the tiniest bit of wind. Outside there are heaps of people, in here there's no one. Outside there's not even a moon, in here there's my candle, for goodness sake." The two children began to look at their lodgings with less terror. But Gavroche did not give them much more time to dwell on them. "Get a move on," he said. And he herded them towards what we are very glad to be able to call the far end of the room. There was his bed. Gavroche's bed was the whole works. That is to say, it had a mattress, a blanket, and an alcove with curtains. The mattress was a straw mat, the blanket a rather long strip of grey woolen stuff. It was very warm and almost new. This is what the alcove consisted of: 3 fairly long poles, fixed firmly into the rubble underfoot, that is to say, in the elephant's belly, 2 in front and 1 behind, and roped together at the top so as to form a pyramidal structure. This structure supported a lattice of wire netting that was simply but artfully laid over it and held in place with wire fastenings so that it completely encased the 3 struts. A row of heavy stones kept this lattice pinned to the floor all the way round, so that nothing could get under it. The lattice was none other than a piece of the copper mesh used to cover aviaries in zoos. Gavroche's bed was behind this mesh, as in a cage. The whole thing looked like an Eskimo's tent. It was this mesh that took the place of curtains. Gavroche shifted the stones that kept the wire netting pinned down in front, and the two overlapping flaps of the trellis opened up. "Down on all fours, kids," said Gavroche. He helped his guests carefully make their way into the cage, then crawled in after them, pulled the stones back in place, and sealed the opening again. All three were stretched out on the mat. Small as they were, none of them could have stood upright in the alcove. Gavroche still had the cellar rat in his hand. "Now, get some shut-eye," he said. "I'm going to put out the light from our candelabra." "Monsieur," the older of the two brothers asked Gavroche, pointing to the netting, "what's that?" "That," Gavroche said solemnly, "is for the rats. Get some shut-eye." Yet he felt obliged to say a few words more for the education of these young creatures. He went on, "It comes from the Jardin des Plantes. It's for the wild animals. There is a whole storeroom full of it. You just have to climb over a wall, crawl through a window and get past a door. There's as much as you want." While talking, he wrapped one end of the blanket round the little one, who murmured, "Oh, that's lovely and warm." Gavroche eyed the blanket with satisfaction. "That's from the Jardin des Plantes too," he said. "I pinched it from the monkeys." And pointing out to the eldest the mat on which he was lying, a very thick and well-made mat, he added, "that was the giraffe's." After a pause he continued, "The animals had all this. I took it away from them. They didn't mind. I told them, it's for the elephant." He fell silent again, and then went on, "You climb over walls and you couldn't care less about the government. So there." The two children stared with a timorous and astounded respect at this intrepid and resourceful creature, a vagabond like them, all on his own like them, a little nobody like them, about whom there was something wretched yet all-powerful, who seemed supernatural to them, and whose face was a composite of an old fairground tout's every grimace combined with the most ingenuous and charming smile. "Monsieur," said the older one timidly, "you're not afraid of the police, then?" Gavroche replied simply, "Kid, you don't say police, you say bashers." The little one had his eyes open but said nothing. As he was on the edge of the mat, the older one being in the middle, Gavroche tucked the blanket under him as a mother might have done, and plumped up the mat under his head with some old rags to make a pillow for the lad. Then he turned to the elder one. "We're cozy as can be in here, eh?" "Oh, yes," replied the older one, gazing at Gavroche with the expression of a rescued angel. The two poor little children, who had been wet through, began to warm up again. "Well, then," Gavroche went on, "why were you crying?" And pointing to the little one, Gavroche said to his brother, "I'm not talking about a mite like that, but crying at your age, it's stupid. It makes you look like a crybaby." "Well, we had nowhere to stay," replied the child. "Kid," said Gavroche. "You don't say nowhere to stay, you say nowhere to das. And besides, we were afraid of being all on our own at night. You don't say night, you say dark time. "Thank you, monsieur," said the child. "Listen," Gavroche went on, "you must never ever snibble again over nothing. I'll take care of you. You'll see what fun we'll have. In summer we'll go to La Glacière with Navet, a comrade of mine, we'll swim in the canal basin, we'll run stark naked on the barges in front of the Pont d'Austerlitz, that riles the washerwomen. They shout and holler, if you only knew how funny they are. We'll go and see the skeleton man. He's alive. In the Champs-Élysées. He's as thin as anything, that character. And then I'll take you to the theater. I'll take you to see Frédéric Lemaitre.
I've got tickets, I know some actors, I was even in a play once. We were little kids, and we ran under a sheet, and that made the sea. I'll get you a job at my theater. We'll go and see the savages. They're not real savages, these ones. They wear pink maillots that wrinkle, and you can see where their elbows been darned with white thread. After that, we'll go to the opera. We'll go in with the hired clappers. The hired clappers at the opera are very select. I wouldn't go with the clappers on the boulevards. At the opera, imagine,